Hey everyone, welcome back. Quick thanks to the patrons who keep this channel alive. Your requests are what I narrate next. If you want to join them, you can try Patreon free for 7 days, then it's starting with just $3 a month. Links in the description. Now, let's get into the story.
What should I do then? Bauer cried a little bit anxiously. How come you are in bad luck? Moreover, they bumped into ghosts one after another, and when others didn't look for them, they just looked for her. Such a question really stopped people from asking. If you say what to do after being haunted by a ghost, it's really not difficult, either kill or overdo it. But how to solve it or to prevent ghosts from coming to the door, Jing really has no good way. Why don't you find another feng shui mister? Guan Shushuan suggested. Do you know anyone? Most feng shui masters are Lai. Chen Zhong asked. Guan Shushuan shook his head, he didn't know this. If you want me, you might as well follow Master Su first. Chen Zhong thought for a while. You will run into ghosts because you have been unlucky lately, but people can't be unlucky for a lifetime. Then follow Master Su first, so you don't have to worry about bumping into ghosts. When your bad luck passes, it will be fine. It just so happens that you can also practice courage. After all, there are some things in this world that still exist. As long as you are not afraid of it, it can do nothing for you. Hearing what Chen Zhong said, Jing curled his lips slightly. People are afraid of ghosts, and ghosts are afraid of people. It is often said that as long as you are not afraid of ghosts, sit upright, and do not do bad things in your life, you are not afraid of ghosts knocking at the door. Honestly speaking, this is all nonsense. It's really a fierce ghost, a violent ghost, whether you can do it right, whether you are afraid or not, whether you do anything wrong, will also harm you. But Jing won't say this at this time, so as not to hit Bauer. Although the first impression of Bauer was not very good, at least his attitude was good afterwards, not to mention losing to his own car. Bauer looked at Jing expectantly, meaning it was self-evident, but she was embarrassed to speak. Jing shook his head slightly. You can't follow me 24 hours a day, right? It's okay during the day, but at night? Isn't it possible to take a shower and go to the toilet, even sleeping together? But Bauer wanted to say something more, but Su Zolin suddenly lowered her head and leaned into Bauer's ear to say a word. Bauer's expression was a little happy and hesitant, and then nodded. Okay, don't worry about Bauer's affairs. Bauer, let me accompany you home first. Change clothes to avoid catching a cold. Pack your things by the way. Okay. Bauer nodded and got up and followed Su Zolin to leave. I'm leaving too, please call me if you have any news. It's no use staying here, it's better to wait for news. Leaving Jing from the antique warehouse, he went straight back to the villa. Back at the villa, Jing began to exercise. As the body adapts, the intensity is gradually increasing every day. After the exercise, he took a shower, which happened to be dinner time, and Jing went downstairs to prepare for dinner. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. As a result, Jing was stunned as soon as he arrived. Agia both wore maid costumes. Black high heels, black stockings, a black and white maid skirt. Agia's maid skirt is the kind with exposed shoulders. But Aspen's is the kind of low-necked one. Jing turned to look towards Mei in the kitchen. It is normal to dress in Mei. Master. Aci and Agia held both hands and slightly bent over and lowered their heads, shouting in unison. Jing smiled, where did you get your clothes? Bought it. Aci replied. There are many places to buy this kind of clothes. In fact, there are still a lot of maids in Hong Kong. Rich and powerful people will hire maids, which are actually similar to maids and babysitters. Scenic Spot nodded. After all, influenced by British culture, this kind of maid is still very common. Although the names are different, they are generally the same, just like ancient maids. Before, Agia had said to stay as a maid, but I didn't expect the two of them to be serious, and they changed their clothes. Maybe others saw that the maid costume was nothing special, but Su Jing was different. How can Su Jing have seen any real maid? In his impression, the maid dressing up is no longer work clothes, but a uniform taste. ACI and Agia are in good shape, long and beautiful, now they are in stockings and maid outfits. Su Jing really couldn't stand it. What's more, they are still zombie maids. Su Jing sat down here, ACI and Agia helped Wu Yu bring the food, and then each took their water glasses and sat on both sides of Su Jing. Lively and fragrant. This meal is a delight to the eyes. Especially after a meal, one rubbed his shoulders and the other thumped his legs. There is also a diligent packing in the kitchen. It really makes Su Jing feel like a big master. Unknowingly, it was late at night, and Su Jing was planning to let them change their clothes to find Aya, but the phone rang. I miss you. As soon as I answered, I heard Su Zulin's voice. So. Will you come to accompany me? Su Zulin said. Do you want me to accompany you, or do you want me to accompany Boer? What treasure? Su Zulin said. Pretend to be stupid with me. Don't tell me that Boer is not at your house. Su Jing smiled and said, you whispered to Boer, and Boer changed her mind. You still accompany her to go home to pack things and say Boer. Isn't he in your house? Su Zulin took the phone and glanced at Boer next to her, and said dejectedly, well, Boer is indeed with me. Because I didn't promise her, so you took it to your house and let me pass. I have even exposed our relationship. I don't know what Boer will think of me. Su Zulin whispered. It's so pitiful. Well, it's okay for me to go there, but let me say yes, I can't go every day, and if there is any inconvenience, you remember to tell her. Su Jing said. I see, don't worry, there is absolutely no inconvenience, you are so kind. I am waiting for you, you come hurry up. Su Zulin said with a smile, and then hung up the phone. It's done. Thank you for causing you trouble. Boer said apologetically. What are you talking about, but, you have seen it too, my house has only one bedroom, so. I just live on the sofa. Boer said quickly. Are you and Su Jing, boyfriend and girlfriend? Bao asked tentatively. Before, Su Jing said that he has a good relationship with Su Zulin. Friends of boy and girl. No. Friends. Or lovers, that's what it means anyway. Su Zulin said indifferently. Why? Boer was a little puzzled. She wondered why she maintained such a relationship with Su Jing under such conditions as Su Zulin. Why? I don't know. Maybe it's because he is handsome and has the ability and charm. Men will appreciate beautiful women, and women will appreciate handsome guys, right? And after seeing ghosts and zombies in this world, suddenly I feel that humans are very fragile, and death may come at any time. So why not do something you like? As long as you live happily, there will be no regrets after death. Su Zulin thought for a while and said with a smile. Boer was silent. She would have sneered if others had told her that before, but now she was not sure. Maybe a state like Su Zulin is not bad. In the past, I didn't believe that people have souls and ghosts. When they die, they return to dust, but now that I see ghosts, Boer really doesn't want to become like that after he died. Su Zulin didn't mention that she wanted to talk more about this topic. Soon after the conversation turned around, she started chatting with Boer, and Boer's mood gradually recovered. For about an hour or so, the doorbell rang. Come on, I'll open the door. Su Zulin said and walked over to open the door, and it was Su Jing who came. Seeing that the shop downstairs hasn't closed yet, I bought some supper by the way. Su Jing said casually, still carrying a bag in his hand. Thank you. Su Zulin smiled happily. Originally, I was worried that Su Jing might be angry, but now that he can still remember to help by supper, Su Zulan was relieved and also very happy. Sorry. Bao hurriedly got up and said to Su Jing. Su Jing waved his hand. Eat something. Together? No, I have eaten it. Su Zulan and Boer were eating. Su Jing found a place at random and sat down. There is nothing unusual at home, I don't know if it was because of leaving the antique warehouse. After eating supper, Su Zulan and Boer came over and chatted with each other. Unknowingly, the night is already deep, and sleepiness is gradually rising. Su Zulan got up and went to help Boer bring a blanket, and then she was about to rest. Night, quietly. The living room was a bit dim, but Boer, who was lying on the sofa, couldn't sleep. Gradually, she seemed to hear something in the bedroom. Bao was startled at first, but slowly she realized that it seemed to be Su Zulan's voice. Boer's face turned red. Separated by a wall. Even if Su Zulan deliberately controlled it, the voice could still be heard. That kind of feeling one after another, Su Zulan's deliberately suppressed but satisfying voice, made Boer feel her breathlessness, and her whole person seemed to become hot. I don't know how long it took, and it ended with the high-pitched voice. Boer was relieved now. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Tossing and turning, do not know how long it took to fall asleep. When he woke up the next day, Bao found that Su Zulan was already awake and was cooking in the kitchen. Are you awake? How did you sleep? Su Zulan asked casually when she saw Boer come over. Also, okay. Thinking of last night's business, Boer whispered slightly. Su Zulan smiled. Don't tell me you haven't heard the sound of that kind of thing. I'm going to practice first. Bao went to the bathroom with a feeling of fleeing. Wait, he's inside. Su Zulan hurriedly shouted, but Bao had already opened the door and entered. As soon as she went in, she saw Su Jing taking a bath, somewhere very clear. What? Boa yelled and hurriedly turned and went out. Su Zulan said dumbly, You are too anxious, I was going to tell you. Boa blushed and didn't know what to say. A few minutes later, Su Jing came out. Bao lowered his head and took a secret look and found that there was nothing unusual about Su Jing. Then he quietly breathed a sigh of relief, and then hurried to the bathroom. An hour later, the three of them came out after having breakfast. Su Zulan drove the car, and Boer was sitting in the co-pilot. Su Jing sat in the back by himself. From the morning's misunderstanding, Bao became very silent, as if hiding from Su Jing. You are here just right, I found some news. Seeing Su Jing and three people coming, Yi Shenghui said hurriedly, It's about the little girl in red. I went to see his father yesterday and learned that her father had visited a fortune teller when his mother was pregnant. The fortune teller said he was a child. There is a problem, it's a disaster star, a magic star, and gave him a charm to kill the child. So cruel. This fortune teller is 2B*******************. But, this kid is really different. Several people spoke one after another. Su Jing asked with a sneer, This medicine should have been drunk early in pregnancy, right? Yes. Yi Shenghui nodded. Either a fortune teller or a feng shui master, there are indeed people who are good at these, but most of them are deceptive. This talisman. Before Su Jing finished speaking, she saw the little girl in red suddenly appear nearby. Su Jing glanced at it for a few times and continued, This talisman has problems in all likelihood. If there is any toxic substance, it may cause fetal malformations, and it is also possible to grow teeth. So, it was the fortune teller who killed the baby and the mother who killed the baby. One corpse, 2 lives. What do you want? Su Jing asked towards the little girl in red, Are you revenge? Dad. The little red girl said. Do you want to see your father? You should be able to see it. Su Jing asked inexplicably. Yi Xinghui suddenly interrupted. Since their accident, the child's father has been immersed in sorrow every day, often burning incense and worshipping the Buddha, feeling guilty in his heart. Maybe, she wants her father to be relieved and relieved. The little girl in red nodded heavily. Really? Is it because no one is the bridge to complete their own ideas, so they appear in the antique warehouse? Let's go see the child's father. Good. Yi Xinghui nodded. Boar, you also go with you. Su Jing suddenly said to Boar. Boar was stunned for a moment. Me, should I go too? Do you want to stay here? Don't forget, there is one more. Su Jing reminded. Bao only reacted with a cry, and hurriedly took Su Jing's arm. Su Jing just reminded her not to stay in the antique warehouse. She didn't expect Boar's reaction to be so big. Seeing Su Jing, including everyone looking at him, Boar loosened Su Jing's arm in embarrassment and lowered it. Head. Let's go. Su Jing said, and the three of them left the antique warehouse. Take my car. Yi Xinghui said. Su Jingjing nodded, opened the back seat door and sat on it. Bao hesitated and walked to the other side and sat in the back. Although Yi Xinghui is her colleague, she is more familiar with Su Jing. Although it is a bit embarrassing, Bao's character is like this, it is difficult to get close to strangers. In contrast, she prefers to be closer to Su Jing. After the car got out of the city, it drove more and more remotely. He explained that this time the red-clothed girl's father was in a temple in the middle of the mountain. This kind of road is not easy to walk. It's really hard to go. At the beginning, there was a fear of suet road, but it didn't take long for it to become that kind of dirt road, bumpy. The car was shocked, very bumpy. What? Suddenly, the car seemed to hit a violent bump. Bao yelled and rushed into Su Jing's arms subconsciously. I'm sorry, Boa was about to apologize and wanted to get up, but it made her jump over again. Su Jing didn't speak, but just reached out and put his arm around Bao's shoulder to make her lie on her body like this. The arms are strong and powerful, as if even the feeling of vibration has been reduced a lot. Yi Xinghui turned his head and glanced at him and couldn't help but admire. Although I haven't gotten along much these days, Boer's character is really, except for Su Zulan who is better, he is a little indifferent to other people, and I didn't expect to be willing to lie on Su Jing's body now. After passing through this section of potholes, the road began to flatten. Bao didn't mean to get up. Arrived. Suddenly, Yi Xinghui said that the car stopped. Bao hasn't responded yet. Here. Su Jing took a shot, and Bao got up in a hurry as if he had just awakened from a dream. Sorry. With that, Bao got out of the car in a hurry. Su Jing shook his head without speaking, and followed Yi Xinghui up the steps. This is a temple. The scale is very large, it looks like incense should be considered good. That's her father. Read more at hotplnovel.xyz. Pointing to the man who was kneeling and praying in the hall, Yi Xinghui said towards Su Jing. Su Jingjing nodded and walked straight, walked to the man's side and stopped. Feeling someone, the man turned his head and nodded friendly. Pray for God to worship Buddha, will it make you feel at ease and relieve you? Su Jing suddenly asked. The man was stunned. I'm not for myself. For your wife and daughter, pray for them to be reborn in a good family and live a happy life. Su Jing answered. How do you know? The man looked at Su Jing in amazement. Your daughter is by your side. What? The man stared at Su Jing in a daze, thinking it was a joke, only to find that Su Jing's expression was very serious. He subconsciously turned his head to look, and suddenly, was stunned. A little girl in a red dress is looking at herself sweetly. He recognized it at a glance. This is my daughter. There is no basis, but he knows in his heart that this is his daughter. At this moment, he didn't think about who Su Jing was, why he knew this, in his heart, in his eyes, in his mind, only his daughter was thinking of. There is no verbal communication, let alone physical contact. But that kind of deep family affection and kind of joy made Su Jing feel very clear. Silently, Su Jing turned around and went out. Outside, Yi Shenghui and Boer looked here. You said, are there really gods in this world? Boer suddenly said. Yes, there are Tathagatas, there are Guanyin, and there are Xitigarbha kings, but, it is a good thing to do good and accumulate virtue, but it is not necessary to ask gods to worship Buddha. Unless it is the end of the world, these gods will not interfere, and even, a lot God is the murderer who caused the end of the world. Su Jing said lightly. How can God destroy the world? Because the most powerful thing in this world, is destiny. Fate is invisible and invisible but everywhere. It changes your life when you don't even notice it. Su Jing suddenly wondered, what about himself? My sudden crossing, these things I have done, even the underworld can't even find out myself, are they related to fate? If so, what should I do? If not, what should I do? Fate, destiny, it seems that no matter how we look at it, we will all become enemies. Su Jing whispered softly. The greatest enemy of man is destiny. Bao said with a sigh, and slowly stretched out his hand to hold Su Jing's hand. But I believe that people will definitely defeat their own destiny. Su Jing turned his head and looked at Boer. Boer didn't speak but just smiled. The quiet atmosphere filled the surroundings, and Yi Shenghui suddenly felt that he was a little redundant. He didn't think much about it. He felt the complicated emotions when Su Jing suddenly talked about fate just now, so Boer held Su Jing's hand, and Yi Shenghui thought it was normal. It was just a kind of atmosphere, but the inexplicable Yi Shenghui felt that he was too much, destroying this kind of atmosphere. At this time, the man had already walked out of the hall, and Yi Shenghui saw the little girl in red. After thinking about it, Yi Shenghui stepped forward suddenly. Let me take a group photo for you. I don't know what Yi Shenghui thought, but even brought a camera. Thank you. The man and the little girl in red sat down on the steps, and Yi Shenghui took out the camera. Click. The light flickered, and the photo bounced slowly and passed it to the other party. The man took the photo and saw that the photo slowly appeared, and the figure of his daughter appeared. He smiled brightly and was very happy. At this moment, the little girl got up and walked to Su Jing's face. Did not speak, just looked at him straight like this. Do you want me to help you? Soul burial? Su Jing asked tentatively. The little girl nodded. Can you tell me how to know this? Su Jing was a little curious. The little girl did not speak, but still looked at Su Jing. It seems that she didn't talk much from the beginning, even though Su Jing was incomprehensible, she still took out a sharp gun. The handle of the knife touched her forehead, and the light lighted up. The figure of the daughter in the photo in the hands of the man has disappeared, as if she had never existed. But he was not aware of the sadness, but a kind of relief and happiness. Thank you. The man walked over and thanked him sincerely. Su Jingyao did not speak. Is the man stupid? Ignorance. If it weren't for him, his wife and daughter would not die. But the fortune teller is really hateful. It's all about fooling other people's money, but why do you harm others? What is your conscience if you dare to feed pregnant women in order to make money? The three of them got on the car from the temple, and Su Jing asked Yi Shenghui. Yi Shenghui paused and said a name. What are you going to do? Me? I do nothing. Su Jing chuckled lightly. Yi Shenghui didn't believe it very much. Why would he ask if he didn't do anything? It's just that Su Jing can't help it if he doesn't say it. Although he also hates this fortune teller, but there is no evidence, I hope Su Jing will not do too much. The road down the mountain was still bumpy. Su Jing stretched out his hand to stop Boa. Boa didn't refuse. Back to the antique warehouse, everyone asked about the incident. Yi Shenghui talked to Bauer. What's wrong? You don't seem to be in a high mood. Su Zulin came to Su Jing's side and asked in a low voice. Su Jing shook his head. I just want to solve the problem as soon as possible, and then we have fun. Listen to you. Su Zulin said. I'm going to lie down in the bathroom. Su Jing got up and went to the bathroom, but he closed the door but he didn't actually go to the bathroom. Come out, I have something to look for you. Su Jing said lightly. All around, there was silence. Su Jing raised the corners of his mouth. No matter what reason you are in the antique warehouse, I will only give you one chance. If you don't come out, I will kill you next time I see you. Tick, tick. The sound of water suddenly sounded, and a person suddenly appeared in the corner immediately afterwards. The whole person is like fished out of the water, the hair and clothes are all wet, and the body is still dripping. Help me, the man opened his mouth, shaking slightly. What's your name, what's your wish? Su Jing asked. The man did not speak but looked at the mirror in the bathroom. Su Jing turned his head and saw watermarks appeared on the mirror, which finally turned into a few numbers. 9551. Find me. Read more at hotplnovel.xyz. I'm asking for your name. What's the use of giving me a string of numbers and let me check it myself? Su Jing said grimly. It's a pity that the man didn't speak any more and just looked at Su Jing pleadingly. Tick tick, tick tick, the water wet the ground, it looked very pitiful. 1 or 2, if you have the ability to show up, you can make it clear. Forget it, let other people check it back. If it is convenient, your wish will naturally help you solve it, but you have to let my soul be buried. In addition, there is one thing you need to do, there is someone, you go. Su Jing came out of the bathroom, and the others were still talking about it. 9951, do you know what it means? Su Jing said directly. 9551. Is it the exhibit number? Let me see. Yi Xinghui turned and went to the direction of the exhibit cabinet. Boar, are you knocking here? Su Zulin found that Boar's arm was slightly bruised at this time. It should have been knocked on the car before, it's hard to go in a passage. Bao thought for a while. I'll help you find medicinal oil for rubbing. Su Zulin said and was about to look for it, but Chen Zhong opened the drawer and said, I have it here. This is left by a previous guy. It works especially well. After speaking, he took out a medicated oil from the drawer and handed it over. Su Zulin opened it and was about to wipe it, but Su Jing suddenly took it. Are you coming? Su Zulin asked in a daze. Boer blushed slightly. Su Jing did not speak, but turned the medicinal oil around. There is a cloth strip attached to it. Many people in this collective environment will label their personal belongings to avoid confusion or being used by others. 9551, is it him? Looking at the numbers on the cloth strips, Chen Zhong was taken aback. Who is he? Su Zulin asked hurriedly. A guy in the ancient warehouse was called Imo Chang. He was very good, but unfortunately, he left the police force to run the boat because he needed money. Later, he was missing and there was no news. Chen Zhong said slowly. But it wouldn't be so coincidental, would it? Who can always believe that what is happening now is a coincidence? Su Zulin said. I have been missing for such a long time, either he has developed or he is dead. He said that he was found, and that should refer to his body. Does he have any family members? Investigate and see what he wants to do. Su Jing said. Everyone nodded. Yi Xinghui found nothing in the evidence cabinet. After returning, he found that he had found a clue, and he quickly invested in the investigation. I'm leaving first, please contact me if you have any problems. Su Jing said. Are you coming tonight? Su Zulin asked in a low voice. Decide as things go. After leaving the antique warehouse, Su Jing went to the hospital to find Yi Qing. First, He took a batch of stock and told her that he was going out after a while, and if necessary, he would let someone else pick it up or trouble her to send it home. Back home, Su Jing began to exercise. Until late at night, Su Jing thought for a while and drove to Su Zulin's place. By the time it was already very late. Su Jing rang the doorbell, but Boer opened the door. And Bauer turned out to be just wrapped in a bath towel, blushing. Drinking? Where is Su Zulin? She's taking a shower. We drank a little, so late, I thought you wouldn't be coming. Bao explained. Su Jing glanced, and there were indeed a few wine bottles on the table. You drink, I'm going to rest. Su Jing said, turned and went to the bedroom. Wait. Bao subconsciously reached out to grab Su Jing's arm. As a result, it was possible that the action range was relatively large because he drank too much, and the bath towel fell directly. Nothing to wear. The eyes are facing each other, and time seems to have stopped at this moment. Su Jing looked up and down a few times and said, You have seen me before, but now I have seen you, it's even. Ah. Bao knelt down to get a bath towel, but Su Jing had already turned and went to the bedroom. Su Jing is here. In the bathroom, Su Zulin came out wrapped in a bath towel and did not see Su Jing in the living room, so she asked Bauer. Well, he is in the bedroom. Oh, I'll call her, just to tell him about Imo-chan. Su Zulin responded and went to the bedroom. I'll talk about something tomorrow, I'm already lying down. Didn't you see that my clothes are all taken off? Well, I found out that your women seem to have changed after drinking. Su Jing's voice passed from inside. After coming, I saw Su Zulin pulling Su Jing out. Su Jing had already taken off his upper body clothes, and was wearing a pair of boxer shorts. He was obviously pulled out by Su Zulin, and his face was still a little impatient. Su Zulin took Su Jing and sat next to Bauer, then sat down and leaned on him. Hurry up and say what you have. Su Jing said. Is it so impatient? Two big beauties accompany you. Su Zulin said with a grin, the matter about Imo-chan has been investigated. His relatives are no longer there. Only one adopted daughter is now in the orphanage. It's a coincidence. Yes, this orphanage is the orphanage where Boy used to stay, and the director is still the mother of Dr. Li Jiawen. Are you an orphan? Su Jing looked at Boa. Boa nodded. We went to see it in the evening. The little girl is fine, but she was diagnosed with heart disease. If she is treated, it will take a lot of money, and, as soon as possible. How fast? A day or two. Bao woke up and thought. Uncle Zhong said that when Imo-chan disappeared, the police were arresting drug dealers, and Imo-chan should have sailed that ship. I think he should be able to make some money. Maybe he wants us to find the money to treat his daughter's body. Su Zulin said. This statement is possible. But I haven't found the corpse for so long, and now I want to find it. Is it difficult? Su Jing asked. Su Zulin nodded. Yi Shenghui and Guan Shushuan have already looked for it. This is a method that Uncle Zhong said, and I don't know if it can succeed. Then wait, I'll know tomorrow. Su Jing glanced at Boa next to him, and was already drowsy. Are you okay? Go back to sleep when you are okay. Su Zulin suddenly pushed his chest and said, Are you tired of playing? What the hell? Su Jing said silently. You drank too much, let's go back to our room and rest. Where is Boer still here? Ghost? Where is the ghost? Fortunately, mentioning Bauer seemed to have blown up her hair, so she yelled and threw herself directly into Su Jing's arms. Boer, let's go back to our room and rest. Su Zulin said towards Boer. Don't go. Boer shouted. Didn't you know everything about Imo-chan? What are you afraid of? What the hell I am talking about, I didn't say there is a ghost. Su Jing was speechless, read more at hotnovel.xyz. Although there is a saying that women do not get drunk, men have no chance. But drunk women really cannot be treated with common sense. On the left, Su Zulin leaned on her shoulder, and on the right, Bauer directly wrapped her arms around her neck, and the towel on her body was half off. However, she still seemed to be very scared, rubbing against herself. Su Jing was very angry. "I have a reaction, you are really tired of playing with me." Su Zulin just reached out and grabbed it at this time, and then kissed it directly. Su Jing slightly raised her neck and avoided. Su Zulin didn't even feel discouraged and kissed her. Su Jing didn't know whether she pretended to be drunk or really drunk. He wanted to move Bauer away and take Su Zulin back to the room, but in the end he didn't know why Bauer, who was obviously drunk, was so vigorous and clinging to his neck. Get up, get up. No, I'm afraid. Bauer whispered. Fear of a ghost. Just afraid of ghosts. You won't get up, I'm up. Su Jing stood up directly as he said. Bauer lay down on the sofa. Su Jing took Su Zulin and stumbling back to the bedroom. Su Zulin turned over and opened the drawer of the bedside table while lying on the bed. Su Jing was planning to go to see Bauer and help her get a blanket or something, but she heard a click. The wrist seemed to be handcuffed by something. Turning his head to see, there was an extra handcuff on his wrist. Su Zulin giggled as she prepared to copy herself on the other side, but she didn't know if she drank too much or was dizzy. She tried a few times without success. Stop it. I'll go see Bauer, and I'll accompany you later. Bauer, isn't Bauer here? Su Zulin pointed to the door. As soon as Su Jing turned his head, he saw Bauer walking staggeringly, and he fell on his back without being stable. Crack. The handcuffs sounded crisply, and they were handcuffed to Bauer's wrist. Bauer looked up and didn't seem to have any response, and then came down again. Su Jing struggled to move Bauer aside, looking at the two connected hands, speechless. What a thing. Don't worry about Bauer now. Su Zulin chuckled, then, directly rushed forward. The sun swayed, and Bauer snorted. The feeling of a splitting headache made her reach out and press, but the hand was stopped as soon as it was raised. Opening his eyes, what Bauer saw was Su Zulin lying on Su Jing's body. There was a handcuff on Su Jing's wrist, and the other end was on his wrist. What? Bauer blocked herself with one hand and struggled with the other. With this movement, Su Jing and Su Zulin also woke up. The three of them were a little confused when they saw this situation. Don't shout first. Su Jing frowned and shouted. Bauer stopped subconsciously. How is this going? Ask her, or ask yourself. It seems to be drunk. Then you came, we talked about Imo-chan, and then. Su Zulin recalled it with an awkward expression. She already remembered what she did last night, and she was embarrassed to find a place to get in. I'm going to find the key. Su Zulin hurriedly got up and went to the bedside table to find the key. On the other side, Bauer seemed to recall it too, as if he came in on the initiative and then was handcuffed. Bauer tentatively asked Su Jing. Su Jing did not speak, but suddenly lifted the quilt. Let's see for yourself. Seeing the blush on the messy sheets, Bauer didn't know what to say. This is definitely not Su Zulin's, after all, they are already in everything, it must be their own. The memory in my mind gradually recovered. How did I see Su Zulin and Su Jing, and then, how did I take the initiative to get in? Even Su Jing's warning seemed to sound in his ears. She couldn't believe it, it would be herself. I swear I will never drink again. Bauer said bitterly. And me. Su Zulin said hurriedly. Embarrassment, really embarrassment to death. It would be okay if only Su Jing himself, after all, there is still Bauer, and obviously. Bauer seems to have been pitted by himself too. Found it. Su Zulin said, holding the key, and came over to unlock the handcuffs. Jing rubbed his wrists and said, "Why do you have this? You don't like uniforms, so I thought, just prepared it specially." Zulin whispered. "Boa, I'm sorry." Boa shook his head and didn't know what to say. "Well, even though it was a drinking mistake, I admit it was mine." Jing said. "No, it's none of your business, I still remember you reminded me." Boa said quickly. "I have a way to untie the handcuffs, but at that time, it was indeed impulsive. Although I reminded you, I was not determined." Jing told the truth. At that time, one Zulin was enough to make him unbearable, let alone a treasure. Unless the thing can only be used to pee, no one can bear it. Jing couldn't do it when he was drunk and then said that he didn't admit his pants, and there was no need to be so hypocritical. "Something happened, if you want me to be responsible, I can only say sorry." Jing looked at Bauer and said. "Responsible, what responsibility? If you want to say that you can't help it, you can't help it first." "This time, it was an accident," Bauer whispered. Bauer and Zulin got up and went outside. Jing found his own clothes to put on, and gave them some space. "This is indeed a bit bloody." An hour later, the three of them sat in the living room. The clothes are intact, and the atmosphere is silent and a little embarrassing. Ling-ling-ling, ling-ling-ling. Zulin's phone rang. It was Yi Xinghui who called, and actually, really found Mo Chang's body, and the one who found it together had 300,000 wrapped up with waterproof tape on his body. Zulin hung up and talked about the matter. The body was found, and the money was found. The money is from Yi Xinghui, and they are waiting for us in the antique warehouse. One problem is that if we follow the normal procedures, I am afraid that Mo Chang's daughter will not be able to wait for the money to save her life. Read more at hotplnovel.xyz. So you want to conceal the money and use it directly for treatment? That's not good. The rules are the rules. If we are discovered, we will all be implicated. Bauer said. I know. But this is a human life after all. You can't just watch the money but can't save your life. Zulin said. Boa, if you don't approve of it, you can assume that you don't know anything. We will deal with this matter. But Boa certainly knew that the money was important, but the education she had received for a long time made her feel that it was not good to do so. She looked at Jing subconsciously, wondering what Jing thought. I agree with this idea. Rules are dead, people are alive. Jing said. Then, okay. Bauer, who had been hesitant, agreed. Zulin couldn't help but smile, so principled, Boer changed his mind because of Jing's usual words. Perhaps this accident is also a good thing, at least one life can be saved. Zulin called Yi Xinghui to tell him the results here, and asked Yi Xinghui to take the money to treat Mo Chang's daughter first and arrange to be hospitalized. After all, time waits for no one. After the explanation, the three went out to the antique warehouse. Arrived at the antique warehouse. Only Chenzhong was there. Jing went directly to the bathroom and saw Mo Chang as soon as he entered. At this time, Mo Chang had no water on his body, possibly because the corpse was fished out, with a grateful smile on his face. Did you do what I asked you to do? Jing asked. Mo Chang nodded. Then, you can rest in peace. After speaking, Jing took out a sharp gun. Mo Chang came over on his own initiative. Light up. The soul burial is over. Coming out of the bathroom, Jing said to Boer and Zulin. He's gone, it's over. Ended? Okay. Jing nodded to Boer first, and then said to Zulin, this time the matter is over, Boer doesn't have to worry anymore. I might go abroad. Zulin nodded and reacted, it should be the last time she called. When are you coming back? Not sure, I'll contact you when I come back. Su Jing said. Okay, you promise yourself, and remember to bring me a gift when you come back. Su Zolin smiled. Will do. Then I'm leaving. Su Jing turned and left after speaking. Bao hesitated for a while, but finally did not chase it out. After all, it was an accident. She herself was still confused and didn't think about it clearly. After returning home, Su Jing asked Mei to contact Mei to go to Thailand, and then asked ACI and Ajia to take good care of the house and leave his phone number at that time, so that he could contact him in time. Anyway, I can't use this phone when I go abroad, I remember the number myself. When Su Jing was packing his things and preparing to go abroad, Mo Chang's daughter had already entered the hospital for treatment. At the same time, Yi Shenghui and Guan Shushuan heard a message after they returned. A famous fortune teller is crazy. Everyone said that they saw a ghost. And this fortune teller happened to be the fortune teller who killed the little girl in red and her mother, or even a family. Airport. Su Jing and Wu Yu boarded the plane with their luggage. Hong Kong to Thailand. The duration is about 2 to 3 hours. This is the first time going abroad by plane in May, and I am still very nervous and happy with Su Jing. In this era, airplanes are not so luxurious and have not many passengers. After all, they are not so popular, and flight attendants, not so beautiful. There was no beautiful flight attendant to appreciate. Su Jing chatted with Mei, and unknowingly, more than 2 hours passed. The plane landed slowly at the airport in Thailand. Coming out of the airport, Su Jing's first impression was that he was poor. The sense of difference in its own times will give rise to such thoughts, and Thailand is even more backward than Hong Kong. The airport is not as good as the stations of later generations, and there are not many people. It is said that most of them are by boat. Especially the neighboring Cambodia, basically come here by boat. Here. A voice came from a distance, and I saw Sister Mei beckoning with a smile. Su Jing and Wu Yu walked over, and Wu Yu seemed very happy to see Sister Mei. It's so hot. The temperature in Thailand is much hotter than Hong Kong, and Su Jing suddenly felt that it was good to bring ACI or Ajia. I have arranged the itinerary. Today, I am staying in a nearby hotel and strolling around. Tomorrow I am going to meet someone who cannot accompany you, but I will be back soon. After I come back, I will show you around in Thailand. After getting the car arranged by Sister Mei turned her head and said with a smile. Trouble. Su Jing said with a smile. Where is Abang? Mei asked. Although Abang's lowering of his head has been solved, there are still some follow-up things, so maybe this time I should not be able to come over. Sister Mei explained. Oh, he's fine. Mei replied. Not long after, I came to the hotel arranged by Mei. The environment looked good, at least much better than other places. The next step is simple, it is indeed eating, drinking and having fun. Sister Mei took Su Jing and Wu Yu to settle down, and then went shopping, introducing the local customs, food and so on. With Sister Mei, a local, many things are much more convenient. Would you like to stroll around the bar? Many Hong Kong people will go here. Sister Mei asked with a smile in the evening. Speaking of the bar, I thought of my brother and Abang and the others, and Mei shook his head again and again. Sister Mei said with a smile, with me, there will be no taboos. Then go and take a look, you have to see it once, Su Jing said with a smile, read more at hotnovel.xyz. Okay. Mei nodded in response. Perhaps it is because the nightlife of Thais is relatively scarce, and the bars are very lively and crowded. When I went to the bar, I found a place to sit down, the sound was noisy, the head was loose, the front was a dance floor, and there were many small tables next to it. Women in sexy underwear were dancing with their steel pipes, which really looked very visual. Here, are all women? Su Jing approached Sister Mei and asked in her ear. You want to ask if there are any yin and yang people, right? Sister Mei asked with a smile. It's a ladyboy. Correct. There are also, and some of the following are the same as men, and some are completely the same as women. Therefore, it is best not to pick up girls casually in Thailand. It is likely that they are men. However, just ask in advance. This aspect will not be concealed. If you want to see it, I can help you order one. Forget it. Su Jing shook his head. Look, that's it. Sister May pointed to the distance. A woman with a pretty hot figure was dancing. Although she knows such a magical creature like a lady boy, if Sister May doesn't say it, it is really hard to believe that she will be a lady boy. However, looking at it from a distance, it can be regarded as a long experience. This should be a total demon, right? Stayed at the bar for almost 2 hours before returning to the hotel together. Sister May lives next door to them. I'm going to the Macca Industrial Park at noon tomorrow. The place is far away, and it is very close to the border of Thailand. You may not be able to come back the day after tomorrow, so you can arrange the itinerary for tomorrow. May's sister smiled. Business matters, or? May asked curiously. It's about business, right? There was a company that had a bad business before, and the boss came to me for a transfer. The effect has been very good recently, so I will talk about follow-up things tomorrow. Sister May did not evade. That's it. Wu Yue thought for a while and said to Su Jing, why don't we go together tomorrow? Anyway, it's the same everywhere. It's up to you. Su Jing said indifferently. You go too, that's okay, then I will call you tomorrow, don't toss it too late. Sister May laughed and teased, then waved to the next room. Traveling is actually the best way to cultivate the relationship between two people. Unfamiliar illusions, familiar reliance, plus living in the same room, so although May joked and said not to toss too late, it is obviously impossible. After taking a shower, May took the initiative to drill down, and the flexible little mouth will turn into an interest even if it is not interested. In the morning of the next day, Sister May came and knocked on the door. Su Jing had already packed up and opened the door. Sister May came in to take a look at the still wake-up May, and couldn't help but joked, didn't I remind you? Last night, I didn't sleep well all night. You are really amazing. You played like that last night, and you are still so energetic. No wonder May is so obsessed with you. It's normal to love men and women, and it's also good for physical and mental health. Sister May, don't you have a boyfriend? Su Jing said with a smile. Sister May curled her lips, I really want to have it, do you have a cameo? I don't care. Su Jing said with a smile. Sister May chuckled, and said, you call May, we'll set off in a while. After May, Su Jing simply cleaned up and set off on his own. This time Sister May drove by herself. May sat in the back and was obviously still sleepy. She was lying in the back and fell asleep. Su Jing sat in the co-pilot and chatted with Sister May, admiring the environment outside the car. Although, nothing to appreciate. In Thailand, you don't have to worry about most of the lowering of your head. I saw that it seems that the black dog whip was brought in May. But there is one kind, you have to be careful. May's sister reminded. Outside, whether you are in May, or in May, be sure not to make physical contact with people casually, so as not to be stained with corpse oil. It's love falling, right? Su Jing said. Sister May nodded, that's right, it's the head drop that a bang and the others used in the beginning. This drop head has an expiration date, and it is divided into many types, acupuncture drop, curse drop, and medicine drop. It's actually corpse oil. I'm not going to tell you how to make it. You should be able to guess it. It sounds evil, but the descending technique depends on the good and evil of the descendant. In short, this kind of thing is used very much, most of the time you just wipe it on your body, you will fall. If you use it properly, you can get what you want, if you use it incorrectly, it will cause irreparable disasters. Although I think you may not need it, but if you want to I can help you prepare a bottle if you want. Don't worry, it's definitely a serious business. Forget it. Jing shook his head. It feels disgusting. Don't worry. The serious source I am talking about does not refer to the kind of corpse oil, but the substance secreted by the normal human body, which is a living person. It is said that some perfumes will also use this formula. Of course, the effect is not the corpse oil is so exaggerated, but it can still be used to cheer. Mimi smiled and said, in fact, this thing is almost the same as that kind of medicine. That's it? That's okay. Jing said with a smile. Before you go, I will help you get ready. Sister May said with a smile. The car has been driving for a long time, and the surrounding environment has gradually changed. With more factories, it should be almost the industrial zone mentioned by May. Here, it's here. Sister May parked the car in front of a company. Jing called May, and May woke up in a daze. The three got out of the car and entered the company. As soon as I entered, I saw a group of employees in overalls standing neatly in 2 rows, and a chubby and wretched man stood in front. The company reorganized the organization, and employees from various departments get along very well, which makes me very satisfied. After the boss said with a tune, the employees applauded. Sister May did not bother and Jing watched with interest. Almost a dozen employees, all of them are women. Gowan was fat and thin, his eyes swept along, and the last girl in the second pass made Jing's eyes light up. A beautiful woman with amazing sense. It seems that she is not very interested, maybe she is not very accepting of this kind of form, applauding, smiling, she is reluctantly perfunctory. I believe that you can do better, so let's talk about the company's motto, the boss said with satisfaction. The company is home, and the boss is my dad. I'm afraid of making money. I laugh at work. The employees danced and shouted in unison. Jing's mouth couldn't help twitching, and Wu Yu was obviously holding back a smile. The company is home and the boss is dad. What a weird slogan, no wonder that girl is unwilling to even move her lips. The boss nodded contentedly and said dismissal, and then walked towards Sister May, with a pleasing smile on his face. He was fat, with dark skin and a beard. It doesn't look too trivial. Who are these two? The boss came over and asked tentatively, read more at hotnovel.xyz. My friend. You talk about yours, let's just walk around. Jing said lightly. Alright, no problem, right? Sister May turned her head and asked. No problem, just treat it as your own home. The boss nodded repeatedly. A normal polite remark, but Jing inexplicably sounded the motto just now, and stared at the boss with a calm face. The boss obviously reacted too, and quickly lost his laugh. When the boss and Sister May went to the office to discuss matters, Jing and Wu Yu walked freely and found that there was really nothing to go shopping here. Are you sleepy? Or you will go back to the car and sleep for a while, or else I will lose energy at night. Jing said. How about you? I'll just walk around and wait for Sister May by the way. Okay then. Remember to lock the door. May indeed seemed a little sluggish, and went down after saying a word. Jing found in nobody's desk and sat down. Many employees around were looking at it secretly and whispering. Jing is used to this situation. I'm sorry, this is my position. Not long after, a voice suddenly came from behind. Jing turned his head and took a look. I saw a woman standing behind him. It was the girl who was reluctant to make Jing feel a little surprised. Black low-heeled shoes, slender legs, black high-waisted skirt, a gray overalls half-sleeve t-shirt tucked inside the skirt, long hair shawl, a very quiet, very special temperament. What did you say? Jing asked in English. In Thai, he can't do anything except reply Savatika. This is my position, the other party stumbling over in English. Sorry. Su Jing understood, smiled and got up to give up his position, and just sat down on a chair next to him. A thick pile of papers piled up on her desk. Su Jing looked at the others and seemed to be the only one who worked so much. It was understandable that beautiful women always aroused envy. "What's your name?" "My name is Xiaolan," she said with a smile. The voice is very nice, unlike some Thai people's voice is thicker and very harsh. "My name is Su Jing," Su Jing said, his eyes were placed on her lap unconsciously. The tooling group is not short, but after sitting down, it is still exposed. It is very white and attracts attention. "Are you not Thai?" Xiao Lan asked curiously. "I'm Huxia, I'm from Hong Kong," Su Jing said. "Hong Kong, I heard that it is a very beautiful city," Xiao Lan said with some yearning. Su Jing smiled, chatting with her one to the other. No one here talks easily, but the eyes of the people around are very complicated. Suddenly a handsome guy came, and before they dared to strike up a conversation, they didn't expect to chat with Xiaolan again. "It's so beautiful. Will you stay here for a long time?" Xiao Lan asked. Su Jing shook his head. "I shouldn't be able to go back today. As for how long I stay, I'll see my friend. Give me your number. If you have time in the evening, eat together. I may not have time at night." Xiao Lan hesitated and wrote down her number. "Oh. You have to work overtime?" Su Jing asked with a smile after accepting it. "I'm going to the hospital to see my mother," Xiao Lan said. "Sorry. Then, shall we call?" "It is good." Sister May happened to come out of the office at this time, and Su Jing smiled and got up and said goodbye to Xiaolan and walked over. "Hook up so soon?" Sister May smiled and glanced at her teasingly. "It's Xiaolan, no wonder. Do you know her?" Sister May nodded, and walked along with Su Jing and said, "I know, I am the most beautiful one in this company, but my life is not good. The people are beautiful and clever and willing to work, the family conditions are not good, and my mother is sick again. The boss of this company has long been interested in her, but it is a pity that she cleans herself and secretly refused many times. If it were not for bad conditions, she would have resigned long ago. Although you are handsome and charming, I think you should give up." May's sister said with a smile, "She is in this situation, I guess you are out of play." "Is it?" Su Jing smiled and took out the number that Xiaolan wrote just now. Sister May was a little surprised. "Well, I underestimated your charm." After getting out of the company and boarding the car, May also woke up and saw that they were lying down and then sleeping. "How tired was this last night?" Sister May teased, "I can't go back today. I have arranged a place to live. The boss will invite dinner tonight, go, decide as things go. Go get some gas first," Sister May said and drove to the gas station. "As soon as I entered the gas station, I saw a sports car suddenly accelerate to the front. Sister May shook her head, slowed down and stopped, and then she saw a woman getting on and off the sports car. The figure is very good, but there is a very cold feeling. Fill me up with gas, she said toward the gas station employee, and then went straight inside. When passing by, the employee suddenly shook his hand on the other side. The woman stopped, her expression slightly changed. Would you like to give you some fuel? The employee said with a smile, and then directly pulled the woman into it. This is corpse oil. Su Jing couldn't help being a little surprised seeing the change in the whole situation. Sister May was also a little surprised, yes, but I didn't expect a small gas station employee to get body oil. This is very expensive. It seems that he should know how to use it, there is no danger. Sister May's appearance is a bit commonplace, and she didn't plan to help. Get out of the car and drove the woman's car far, and then drove her car to refuel. Outside, there was a burst of sound, read more at hotnovel.xyz. Su Jing could imagine how intense the scene was. After a while, Sister May got into the car, looking slightly short of breath. Really, just add fuel to meet this kind of thing, even more excessive than you guys last night. Sister May complained, and then drove away. This time the residence is a separate villa. You can arrange it whatever you want. I am a little tired after driving the car for a day, so I go to rest first. Sister May said, and then found a room to go in and rest. In May, I felt a little bit more energetic, and followed Su Jing to visit the villa. It doesn't seem to be better than ours. Mayue muttered. It should be considered good here. Su Jing smiled. I want to take a shower, ask if Sister May has anything to eat. Wu Yue said. Okay. Sister May just went in, she shouldn't fall asleep yet, right? When he arrived at the door of Sister May's room, Su Jing didn't think much about pushing the door directly in. There seemed to be no door lock in the room. As soon as he entered, Su Jing was stunned. Sister May is naked, do it yourself. Is this irritated? Okay, but, this is really embarrassing. With her eyes facing each other, Mei Mei was also stunned. Su Jing suddenly smiled and said, May, let me ask if you have anything to eat. Okay, it doesn't seem to be, let's go out to eat later. Sister May responded subconsciously. I see, then you go ahead. After speaking, Su Jing turned and prepared to go out. Sister May breathed a sigh of relief, but Su Jing suddenly came back at this moment. Just ask, when you were, it was me who didn't think about it, right? Su Jing asked with a grin. Before Mei Mei hadn't reacted, she turned around and went out again. Looking at the closed door, Sister May didn't know what to say, because what she had just thought was really, Su Jing. Men fantasize about beautiful women, and women also fantasize about handsome guys. Last night and just now, Sister May, a single woman, naturally couldn't stand it. Unexpectedly, Su Jing would come in by such a coincidence. This made Sister May a little embarrassed, but thinking of the latter sentence made her feel strange. Night fell gradually. Sister May called Su Jing to go to dinner with Wu Yu. After all, she hadn't been embarrassed after seeing the wind and waves of Sister May, as if nothing happened. After eating, Sister May asked, I'm going to see the boss of the company in the daytime, will you accompany me? I won't go. Su Jing shook his head. Let May accompany you to take care of it. All right. Sister May smiled and guessed why Su Jing didn't go. Sister May took May and drove away. Su Jing found a phone call to Xiaolan. This is Su Jing, do you have time? I invite you to dinner. Su Jing said straightforwardly. It's you, now. Yup. Can I take a friend with me? Xiaolan asked hesitantly. Yes, I don't know where, I'll describe it to you. Su Jing described the environment, Xiaolan obviously knew where it was. After waiting for about half an hour, a black car stopped next to it. Xiaolan followed a man down. The man is very fat, and he wears glasses with a sausage mouth. This is my classmate and my colleague Alei. Alan introduced. Alei was a little cautious, or nodded with a sense of inferiority. It seems, do not know English well. Su Jing didn't care, this Alei looked like the kind of non-threatening one, and Xiaolan also brought friends with him when she went to the appointment. She was obviously also the kind of woman who was guarded and very self-loving. I'm not familiar with it here, let's call it the shots. Su Jing smiled and said to Xiaolan. I know there is one that is not bad, and the price is very fair. Xiaolan said, and then asked Su Jing to get on the bus. Seeing Xiaolan sitting in the driving position, Su Jing was slightly surprised, thinking it was Arlie's car. Alei estimated that he should have been in the co-pilot before, but the situation changed immediately after Su Jing. Before Su Jing took the initiative, Alei was in the co-pilot himself. Su Jing smiled and said nothing. This is your car. Xiaolan was still wearing work clothes, and Su Jing asked with a smile. My mother's. Xiaolan explained. On the road, there was a chat, and I arrived at an open-air restaurant about 20 minutes later. After getting out of the car and seeing Alei, Su Jing felt like, it turned out to be a person. Alei's presence along the way was too low. Finding a place to sit down, Su Jing naturally sat next to Xiaolan, and Alei hesitated and sat on the ground. You order. Su Jing said to Xiaolan. Xiaolan also knew that Su Jing was a foreigner who didn't understand Thai food, so she nodded and didn't forget to talk to Alei. Although I don't understand it, I should be asking him what he is eating, right? It didn't take long before the order came up. How is it? Xiaolan asked expectantly. It tastes good. Although I have just eaten it, I can't eat much now, but it still tastes good. After receiving a satisfactory evaluation, Xiaolan seemed very happy. On the one hand, Xiaolan used it to chat with Su Jing, and on the other hand, he used Thai to talk to Alei, so that he would not feel left out. People are very kind, and they are the kind of personality that will take the initiative to think about others. Su Jing and Xiaolan talked about Hong Kong, and Xiaolan and Su Jing talked about Thailand. The two had a very happy conversation. The more Alei watched, the less he felt. He couldn't understand what they were talking about, but it seemed that the two of them talked more and more speculatively. Su Jing is handsome, Xiaolan is pretty, Alei subconsciously touched his pants pocket. There is a small bottle there. It was given to him by his friend at night, corpse oil. He didn't quite believe this thing, but his friend said with certainty that the effect was very good. His brother only succeeded in the gas station during the day. There is about half a bottle left. At first, Alei didn't have the guts, but seeing Su Jing and Xiaolan getting more and more speculative, the uncomfortable feeling in my heart became stronger and stronger. I'll go to the toilet. Alei suddenly got up and said. Xiaolan nodded and explained to Su Jing. Hey, how should I use the things you gave me? In the bathroom, Arlie called his friend, read more at hotnovel.xyz. I don't know, how else can I use it, wipe it, or drink it? Drink? Yeah, just use it like that anyway, I have something to do, hang up first. Do. The busy tone on the phone made Ailey very depressed. Wipe? Drink? Looking at the half bottle of corpse oil, Alei nodded at the thought of Xiaolan smiling like a flower just now, as if to inflate himself. You're back. Not long after, Xiaolan saw Alei coming back and brought 3 glasses of beer. Su Jing glanced at him and found that something black seemed to be caught on Alei's finger. Why, do you want to drink? Xiaolan asked suspiciously. Yes, just drink one less. Arlie said, holding the wine glass. First handed it to Su Jing, then took another cup and placed it in front of him, and finally took the rest and handed it to Xiaolan. Xiaolan reached out to pick it up, but Alei's hand touched hers. What is this? Xiaolan looked at the back of her hand with some confusion and wiped it. It turned out that she suddenly disappeared. Did you wipe it off? Xiaolan looked at her hand, it was also clean. Is it dazzled? Xiaolan looked at Alei and found that his hands were also very clean. It may be too dark, so dazzled. Xiaolan smiled and was about to raise a glass to talk to Alei and Su Jing, but Su Jing suddenly said, could you please ask your friend to get some tissues? Do you need a tissue? I'll get it. Let your friends go. Xiaolan hesitated and said to Alei, who got up and left. When he left, Su Jing reached out and took Xiaolan's wine glass and placed it in front of Alei, and gave Alei's to Xiaolan. What's the matter? Xiaolan asked suspiciously. Su Jing smiled and said, I just think he has a smaller cup. I'm afraid of women drinking too much recently. That's it, thank you. Xiaolan didn't think much about it, but thought Su Jing was very caring. Not long after, Arlie came back. Putting the tissue on the table, Xiaolan raised her glass again. Su Jing picked up the wine glass and didn't worry about it, but Xiaolan took a sip. On the other hand, Alei kept looking at Xiaolan with a glass of wine. After seeing Xiaolan drank it, Alei took a sip. Why does it taste weird? Alei almost didn't spit it out after drinking, a little confused. Looking at Xiaolan and Su Jing, the two were quite normal, especially Xiaolan, who seemed to have no special reaction, which made Alei a little nervous. I don't know if it works, and I don't know if there will be any danger. Because he was too nervous, Alei kept lowering his head and drank one mouthful. I seem to be a little drunk. Maybe it's because I haven't drunk it for too long. After a while, Xiaolan looked a little dizzy, and apologized to Su Jing. Maybe, I have to go home first. Can you drive like this? I'll see you off. Su Jing smiled. Xiaolan wanted to say that there was no trouble, but she felt that her state was indeed not quite right. Also, there is still Alei who can send me. Xiaolan said. I'm afraid he is also drunk. Su Jing said lightly. Xiaolan turned her head and looked around, and saw Alei already lying on the table. I saw that there seems to be a hotel nearby. I will ask the waiter to help him go there. You go to the car and wait for me first, and then I will take you home. Su Jing said, got up and called the waiter. Although communication is a bit troublesome, but after a few gestures and a set of money, things are much easier to handle. Before long, the waiter helped Alei to a nearby hotel, and Su Jing followed. Su Jing nodded towards the waiter, and looked at Alei on the bed after they left. At this moment, Alei seemed to retching, reaching out and clasping his throat. A bunch of hair came out of his mouth. The longer you pull, the longer you pull. This bunch of hair is at least 1 meter long, and it seems to have no end. Too disgusting. No, this is not disgusting, but weird. How could such long hair have no idea to drink it? And this length. Few girls have such long hair, right? Vomit. Finally, the hair was completely pulled out, and Alei retched. Su Jing didn't go to help, just sneered at the corners of his mouth. At the beginning, he also felt that Arlie had a sense of harmlessness to humans and animals, and the rhythm of the best spare tire properly. But when he suddenly went to the bathroom and returned to ask for a drink, Su Jing felt that something was wrong with him. When he came back with a wine glass, he was obviously holding a finger deliberately, and there was still some black on the belly of the finger. This made Su Jing inexplicably think of corpse oil, the scene at the gas station. Alei took the initiative to put the wine glasses between himself and him on the table, but Xiaolan handed it to her and asked Xiaolan to reach out and pick it up, and then his fingers twitched. At that time, Su Jing could see clearly that Xiaolan was indeed stunned. It was black. But disappeared in a blink of an eye. It is estimated that Xiaolan never expected that her classmates, colleagues, and good friends would treat her this way, especially when there were outsiders. To be honest, Su Jing never thought that Alei's shameful appearance would have the courage because he was too impulsive. Right? At that time, Alei kept staring at Xiaolan's wine glass in a nervous and expectant manner. Su Jing felt that there might be a problem, so he changed the wine glass. As a result, looking at the current situation of Eri, I knew that there was a problem with the wine glass. Isn't this guy pouring body oil inside? I remember Sister May said that if it is used improperly, it can be a big trouble, and this thing, of course it is impossible to drink it. Cough cough cough, cough cough cough. Alei coughed a few times and then gradually lost his voice. He couldn't see his expression even when he was lying on the bed. Seeing that he hadn't moved, Su Jing thought for a while and turned around and went out. At the moment the door closed, Alei on the bed suddenly got up and turned his head, his whole person turned black, his face was like coal, and the corners of his mouth were completely split, looking extremely terrifying. After coming out, Su Jing returned to the hotel and found that Xiaolan was no longer there, and when he walked towards Xiaolan's car, she found that she was leaning against the co-pilot. When he got into the car, Su Jing yelled. But Xiaolan didn't react much, just groaned a few times. Is the effect of corpse oil happening? A lei choked in her hand before. If Su Jing didn't guess wrong, he must have thought that if it worked, he would leave after drinking with an excuse. He would definitely follow Xiaolan all the way. Now it's cheaper to yourself. At first he thought Xiaolan was very beautiful, and he wouldn't ask Xiaolan out if he wasn't interested. Now Xiaolan has been recruited, and Su Jing has no reason to be polite. If you don't go, can you still find someone else to go to it? At this moment, Xiaolan was obviously already in a trance, with her hands up and down on her body, and the sound from her throat gradually became fascinating. Suddenly, Xiaolan opened her eyes and looked at Su Jing with shining eyes. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Then he opened the door violently and got out of the car. Before Su Jing could react, Xiaolan walked around and pulled Su Jing out, then opened the rear door and pushed in directly. Boom! With the car door closed, Xiaolan sat directly on Su Jing and took off her work clothes. He lifted the skirt, unfastened Su Jing's belt and pulled it down, then slightly lifted his body and sat down again. The car started to move violently. For a long time, the surrounding area was dim. Xiaolan woke up quietly. As soon as I woke up, I felt tearing pain, and then found that I was in my car with a person lying beside him. Su Jing. Xiaolan yelled in surprise, and then saw the situation inside the car clearly. How could? You're awake. Su Jing slowly opened his eyes and said, I don't know where your home is, I can't give you away. You were hit with a lowered head and smeared with body oil. Su Jing said calmly. Down, lower your head. Your friend named a lei did it. He had corpse oil in your hand, and, you have it in your wine. Su Jing said. Xiaolan was stunned, that's why you changed glasses. You already knew why you didn't say it. I said, do you believe it? Su Jing said. Xiaolan was a little silent. If she let her choose, of course she would choose her friend. Where is Ailey? I was arranged to a nearby hotel, I guess, the result may not be so good. Su Jing said. I'm going to see. Row. Su Jing did not refuse, and got out of the car with Xiaolan. Seeing Xiaolan's frowning look, Su Jing went over to support her. Xiaolan hesitated and did not push away, and soon came to the hotel. Boom boom. Boom boom. After knocking for a long time, no one opened the door, and finally the people in the hotel were shocked. Xiaolan explained, the hotel person took the key and opened the door. But disappeared. If you are looking for this guest, he came in shortly after he came in, and when he left, he didn't wear any clothes, the hotel person said. Xiaolan didn't know what to say for a while. Su Jing was also a little surprised, but he didn't think much about it. He didn't care what a lei was. On the contrary, he still thanked a lei a little bit. I'll take you to rest first, and I'll talk about anything if I see a lei tomorrow. Su Jing said to Xiaolan, and opened the room again in this hotel without leaving. Sitting on the bed, Xiaolan was still in a daze. She couldn't believe that she was always good to herself, and the very honest Eri would do such a thing. Moreover, although she has some good feelings for Su Jing, she has never thought about what she wants to develop. After all, the contact is too short, and he will leave soon. As a result, looking up at Su Jing, who was wrapped in a bath towel after taking a shower, Xiaolan was a little bit eager to cry without tears. Why does she feel that her life is so unlucky? My mother was seriously ill, and my uncle wanted to sell cars and houses, but now he. Su Jing walked to the clothes and took out his wallet, and took out a card. It's for you. There are 200,000 Hong Kong dollars in it. Although I don't know how much it is converted into city baht, it should be enough for your mother to see a doctor. What do you mean? What do you think of me? Xiaolan asked Su Jing angrily. Su Jing sat down beside Xiaolan and put the card on Xiaolan's hand. Xiaolan struggled a few times but couldn't get rid of it. It doesn't matter what you think, the important thing is that this money can save your mother. Xiaolan hesitated. Yes, 200,000 Hong Kong dollars is almost 800 or 900,000 baht. This amount of money is a very large amount for her, and it is also a very important amount, but accepting it like this always makes Xiaolan feel like betraying herself. Go take a shower. Su Jing patted Xiaolan on the shoulder. Xiaolan was silent for a moment, and finally got up and put the card in her bag, then hesitated and walked to the bathroom. There was a patter of water, and Xiaolan came out in 20 minutes. With the clothes still on, he hesitated slightly, a little at a loss. Su Jing beckoned. Xiaolan walked to the bed and lay down. Just when she lay down, Su Jing hugged her and looked at Xiaolan condescendingly on her side. Xiaolan tilted her head slightly. Su Jing smiled silently, and started to caress her body with her hands. Gritting his teeth, trembling slightly. Reason told her that she should refuse, but the body seemed to be unwilling. The strange feeling made her gritted her teeth without making a sound. Slowly, Su Jing took off his clothes one by one. The two have been frankly facing each other. Ah! Xiaolan hummed and hugged Su Jing, frowning slightly. Su Jing moved slowly, and it didn't take long. The feeling that couldn't be described in words made Xiaolan gradually forget the others, and slowly began to cater to it. Although there is not the madness that was when she was in the corpse oil, this shyness is more in line with her temperament and feeling, especially her little change, which gives Su Jing a lot of sense of conquest and accomplishment. Early morning. The sun was shining outside the window. Xiaolan was lying in Su Jing's arms, looking at Su Jing's sleeping face. Very handsome and exquisite. This face made Xiaolan less unwilling and wronged, and a little sweeter. Wake up. Su Jing suddenly opened his eyes and said, which made Xiaolan instantly feel ashamed of being caught. Su Jing smiled and stroked Xiaolan, and said, if you wake up, go and clean up. I will take you to the hospital first, and then I have to go back. You wait for me in the hospital, and I will find you after I'm done. Okay. Xiaolan responded in a low voice. After coming out of the hotel, Su Jing drove Xiaolan to the hospital before returning to the residence. Sister Mei and Wu Yu have woken up and are eating breakfast. Seeing Su Jing's return, Wu Yu's face remained as usual, and Sister Mei ridiculed, it looks like you succeeded, how do you feel? Read more at hotplnovel.xyz. Great. Su Jing smiled and sat down to eat some breakfast. When are we leaving? My business is over, and I can leave at any time. But, are you willing to leave so soon? Then leave it for one more day, and there are some hand tales to deal with. Su Jing smiled and said, yes, what happens if people drink body oil? That's death. Sister Mei said, each bottle of corpse oil actually has a resentful spirit. If it is used improperly, the resentful spirit will be possessed and harm others and yourself until it is eliminated. The resentful spirit should also have experience points, right? Su Jing thought for a while. It seemed that he was going to find a lay. If he is not dead when he is found, even if he is lucky. After eating breakfast and saying a few words, Su Jing drove out again. When he came to the hospital, Su Jing looked around and quickly found Xiaolan. Xiaolan is working in front of the rescue room. What's the matter? Su Jing asked in a low voice, hugging her shoulders after coming over. My mother's condition suddenly deteriorated. Fortunately, she came in time and had the money to perform the operation. I don't know the result yet. Seeing Su Jing Xiaolan, she felt as if she was relied upon. It's okay, it will be okay. Su Jing looked at the direction of the emergency room, but didn't see any soul. It should be fine. By the way, someone was sent to the hospital just now and is dead. I heard the police accompanying him say that he was killed by a naked man. Could it be a lay? Su Jing said, I will look for him when things are settled on your side. If he is not killed by the resentful spirit on the body oil, I will find a way to save him. Anyway, without him, I won't get you either. Xiaolan nodded slightly, without speaking. After about half an hour, the light in the emergency room went out and the doctor came out. How is it? Xiaolan asked hurriedly, getting up. The operation is successful and the patient is out of danger, but if you want a complete recovery, I advise you to transfer to a foreign hospital, such as Hong Kong. There is a hospital over there that is very powerful over your mother's condition. We will transfer to a hospital. Can help, but you have to be mentally prepared, and the follow-up treatment costs, I am afraid that there are not a few million that cannot be paid. The doctor said. Xiaolan was overjoyed at first, and then a little worried. Millions. Where is she going to get it? When can I apply for the transfer? Su Jing asked. In the case of the patient, the transfer can be made tomorrow, the sooner the better. The doctor's English level is not bad. Understood, then trouble you to arrange it. No problem. The doctor nodded, and there was a nurse behind to help push Xiaolan's mother out to the ward. You. I'm from Hong Kong. I can also help in the transfer area. You can live in my house. As for the cost, you don't have to worry about it, I will take care of it. Su Jingdao. Xiaolan opened her mouth hesitantly, and finally said thank you. Bear this high cost, why? Although I didn't say it clearly, Xiaolan knew it very well. You go see your mother, I'll find Ah. As soon as Su Jing finished speaking, he saw a figure flashing by in the corridor beside him. It seems. It's Arlie. Su Jing said to Xiaolan and chased him up, and it was Alei as expected. At this time, Alei didn't know where he got a set of clothes and put it on. It seemed that he felt Su Jing catching up, and Alei turned his head. The glasses have been taken off. Looking at Su Jing, a weird smile appeared, followed by, the appearance on his face suddenly changed. It was as black as ink, and even from the beginning of the chin, it seemed to have been rotten. A long tongue suddenly stretched out and leaped toward Su Jing directly. Alei's sudden transformation really shocked Su Jing. Although he knew that Alei might be possessed by the wraith spirit of corpse oil, but he didn't expect to be able to transform himself. Seeing Alei's body dark like charcoal, and his entire chin covered in rotten flesh, Su Jing immediately realized that it should have been burned. After all, the method of refining corpse oil is to burn the chin of the corpse. A long tongue protruded from Alei's or wraith's mouth. The distance between the two was still a few meters, but the tongue had already come closer, and he could even smell a scorching smell. Su Jing's body retreated abruptly, and Shoda was already in his hands. The knife light flashed and cut directly towards the tongue. Ding! There was a strange metal collision, and the tongue did not break. Yuling seemed to feel the pain, and instantly retracted his tongue, followed by his hands and grabbed Su Jing. Like rubber, it stretches instantly. The dark arms looked unspeakably disgusting and scary. What? Suddenly there was a scream in the distance. A nurse passing by saw this scene completely scared and sat on the ground. Accompanied by the nurse's shout, more and more people were frightened stupefied at this scene. Wow! Long arms stretched out abruptly, Su Jing didn't hurriedly wave the knife to look at it, very tough, he couldn't cut off with a knife and weirdly entangled the shallow paddle, and his palm was again grabbed towards Su Jing's neck. Fourth of Tai Dao, this rope. The golden light suddenly appeared from Su Jing's hands, and instantly entangled the resentful spirit. Wraith's arm stiffened, numb and motionless. The sharp spear appeared in the other hand and slashed directly at the wraith's arm. Flop! The hand raised the knife and dropped, the sharp spear chopped down the wraith's arm neatly, and the wraith's howl instantly shrank back. Alei suddenly changed back. It's you, why am I here? Alei recognizing Su Jing, said puzzledly. It's a pity that Su Jing didn't understand what he said, just looked at Alei's arm. It turned out to be intact. This is interesting. What are you going to do? Seeing Su Jing walking towards him without saying a word and holding a pair of knives in his hand, Alei yelled in horror and hurriedly backed away. What are you doing? Suddenly the voice of the guard came from a distance, pointing to Su Jing's plan to stop it. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. After all, Su Jing had 2 knives in his hands, and Alei looked terrified. Su Jing wrinkled, and the rope was shot again. 1 is divided into 3. 2 entangled the guards, and 1 entangled Alei's body. Strengthen. Lingzi began to consume quickly, and the power of this rope instantly strengthened. The 2 guards were paralyzed and unable to move, they could only feel a burst of weird electric current spread through the body, convulsing. On the other side, Alei also began to twitch, looking very painful. What? 10 seconds later, I suddenly heard Alei yelling, followed by a black shadow from his body. The gloomy breath instantly filled, and the resentful spirit came straight to Su Jing. Shoot him, sharp gun. Pointing the tip of the knife at the resentful spirit that leaped over, Su Jing sneered and snorted. Wow! The sharp spear instantly penetrated the wraith's body and directly nailed it to the wall of the hospital. The wind starts at first. The resentful spirit opened his arms as if he was struggling, and he could hear the frantic whistling sound in his ears. After a while, the resentful spirit suddenly dispersed and turned into brilliance and plunged into the beads. Su Jing retracted the sharp spear, glanced at Alei and the 2 guards who had fallen to the ground and comatose, and slowly retracted the rope and the Zanpakutō. Turning around, glanced at the horrified crowd, Su Jing smiled. This smile dispelled the haze in their hearts as if the sun was shining. Although they didn't understand, Su Jing could see the worship and devotion on their expressions. Su Jing nodded slightly, and then left the crowd. Just after bypassing the corridor, Su Jing saw Xiaolan. Obviously Xiaolan had already seen the scene just now, and there was a special look in Su Jing's eyes. I have resolved the grievances of corpse oil, and Arlie should be fine, so don't worry. Okay. I've parked the car outside the hospital. You will come to this address to find me after you are busy. Su Jing gave Xiaolan his own address, and then left the hospital. Without exercising here, Su Jing simply prepared to run back. Remember, it shouldn't be too far away. I have to say that I have attracted a lot of attention along the way, and I don't know how long it took to return to the residence. Su Jing took a shower first, and then found Sister Mei and talked to Mei about Xiaolan. Mother was transferred to hospital, and there were corpse oil grievances. Sister Mei was really surprised to hear that Su Jing had solved the resentful spirit of corpse oil so easily. Even the head-down master with advanced Taoism is not sure that he can solve the resentful spirit of corpse oil so easily. After all, this method is too special and the resentment of the resentful spirit is very powerful. Su Jing admitted this, because this resentful spirit added 40 points of experience to him. If this is the case, let's stay for a few more days, and go back to Hong Kong with Xiaolan, said Mei. I have to ask Mei for help with this matter. Su Jing smiled. Sister Mei nodded, it's just a small matter, don't worry. In the evening, Xiaolan drove up. Mei had met her at the company before, but it was a bit awkward to meet at this time. Xiaolan's current mentality is similar to that at the beginning of Mei. She feels a little guilty and a little nervous. For Hong Kong, a strange place outside, an unfamiliar environment outside, an unknown life, tension, is normal. In Mei, English is not very good, and he does not speak Thai, so he stumbled and communicated with Xiaolan. With the translation of Mimi, it seems that there should be no big problem. By the way, Sister Mei, do you know where there are so many resentments? Su Jing asked while watching Wuyue chatting with Xiaolan. There are many places. Sister Mei said. Places like Thailand believe in these, dominoes, imps, Orine gods and the like. Su Scenic Spot nodded. He hadn't noticed before. Anyway, it looks like he will stay for a few days, so he just upgrades. The next thing was simple. Sister May helped contact Xiaolan's mother's transfer to the hospital, and May also followed to help. Su Jing wandered around looking for ghosts or wraiths. The division of labor was quite clear. The night is getting deeper. Su Jing came back from outside. I have to say that Thailand is really a good place. There are many ghosts, but Su Jing found a lot of ghosts floating in one night, which has increased at least more than 200 experience points. You can imagine how many there are. However, most of these ghosts are relatively harmless, so many of them are buried away. Go back to your residence. Sister May is the only one in the living room. Wearing a silk pajamas of tulle, Sister May is drinking. Seeing Su Jing coming back, Sister May smiled and said, "Both of them are already asleep, and Xiaolan lives next door to May. Where do you go?" Sister May really admired Su Jing for making Wuyue and Xiaolan seem like there was no gap at all, but she was even more curious about how he would choose at this time. Should I go to May's room or Xiaolan's room? Su Jing hadn't thought about this before. Seeing May's very gossiping look, Su Jing suddenly smiled and said, "How about going to your room?" "My room?" Sister May was taken aback for a moment. "Yes, I don't mind playing a friendly match," Su Jing said with a smile, looking up and down Sister May. I have to say that Sister May is not a beautiful woman, but her figure and temperament are also unique. Sister May suddenly licked the corner of her mouth, stood up and swayed to Su Jing's face. "That look is very strong." Su Jing was not polite, stretched out his hand to hook Sister May's waist and touched her ***. "Ha ha." Sister May couldn't help but snorted, her expression slightly moved. Taking a deep breath, Sister May smiled and pushed Su Jing away. "You still underestimate your charm, I really can't hold it, so. Forget it, I'll go back to my room and rest." It turns out that it's just talking and not practicing. Su Jing smiled and joked. Looking at Sister May, she gave herself a pity, and the money entered her room. Su Jing thought for a while, and went to Xiaolan's room. After all, May is more familiar with herself, and Xiaolan is going to Hong Kong to start a new life. At this time, she still needs comfort, not to mention Xiaolan is indeed very attractive to Su Jing. Before long, a creak sounded. The May and May sisters next door. It can be said that they didn't sleep well this night. In this way, the four people have lived together here for almost 4 days, and finally they are leaving here to return to Bangkok. Xiaolan's mother will also be temporarily transferred to Bangkok, wait until the Hong Kong hospital is arranged, and then return to Hong Kong with May not yet. This is a flight ticket from Bangkok to Hong Kong tomorrow. I originally planned to take you to Phuket or Koh Samui, but the matter of Xiaolan. It seems that it can only be the next time. May smiled and said pass the ticket to Su Jing, together with a small bottle. "What is this?" "What I said last time, but I don't think you can use it at all. Your charm is bigger than this thing." Sister May said with a smile, "Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Su Jing smiled. "When I come back you come to Hong Kong, I will entertain you." "Okay, I'll wait." Sister May smiled. "Tomorrow you will leave. In the evening, you will definitely go with Xiaolan. I won't bother you. I will pick you up tomorrow and take you to your airport." "It is good." The next day. Airport. Sister May and Xiaolan are here. Su Jing smiled and said, "I should fly back to Hong Kong directly. Just wait for me at home." "Yeah." Wu Yu nodded obediently, hugged Su Jing and then stepped away. Xiaolan came over and said, "Good luck." "Okay, wait for me at home. If you have any questions, just ask May." Su Jing smiled and hugged. When Xiaolan came, Su Jing looked at Sister May. "Bring it on. I'm not your woman, what hug?" Sister May said with a smile, but she walked over and gave a hug. Three such beautiful beauties hugged the handsome man in turn. This picture naturally attracted a lot of attention. Some are envious, some are jealous, and some feel warm. It's almost time, we're leaving. Sister May said, taking Wuyue and Xiaolan away. Su Jing took the luggage and walked to the lounge to find a place to sit down, and looked around casually. There are not too many people at the airport, and there is a family of 3 not far away. The woman sits on one side, and the daughter and father sit on the other side. The daughter seems to be playing with something, turning a deaf ear to what the father said. To the left of Su Jing, the author is a bald monk wearing a monk's robe, chanting with his eyes closed, "Do not disturb." Sitting diagonally across from him is a boy who looks like a fashionista with pigtails. After watching Su Jing for a while, he looked back. This trip will definitely not only see Mao Yu, but also Ma Xiaoling. The two are not in the same place, so Su Jing plans to visit Ma Xiaoling first, stay with her for 2 or 3 days, and then see Mao Yu. And then go directly back to Hong Kong from Mao Yu. "Excuse me, please." A female English voice that was not fluent in English sounded, and Su Jing looked up and found a girl standing in front of him. Because of the angle, the first thing that catches the eye is the opponent's legs. Very long, very white, wearing a pair of black-brown flat shoes, a pair of slightly white denim shorts, and a close-fitting gray t-shirt. He has short hair and a shy and nervous look on his face. "Have you been accosted?" Su Jing smiled. "What's the matter?" "Do you know how long this flight will take?" the girl stumblingly asked. "I haven't asked about the specifics." "It will take about 20 hours, right?" Su Jing said. "What? Can you speak slowly? My English is not very good." The girl said in English embarrassingly, and then couldn't help complaining, "Oh my God, this handsome guy is so handsome." Did not hear clearly. Cantonese? Su Jing was a little surprised. She is fluent in Cantonese. This should be from Hong Kong, right? Su Jing smiled suddenly and deliberately continued in English, "About 20 hours. That's it. Thank you." The girl said. She hesitated and sat down tentatively, stretched out her hand and said, "My name is Xiaoan, I'm from Hong Kong." "My name is Su Jing." I said the name but didn't say the origin. Xiaoan didn't seem to ask too much. She stumbled and chatted with Su Jing in English, and occasionally spoke a few Cantonese by herself, thinking Su Jing couldn't understand it. Perhaps it is because the world that I traveled through is different. Although it is Hong Kong, most of it speaks Mandarin. Of course, there are many Cantonese, but Su Jing can listen to it, and it may also be the reason for the travel. Hello ladies and gentlemen, the flight from Bangkok to the United States was delayed 30 minutes due to machine parts maintenance. It will be broadcast and open for boarding later. Thai American Airlines brings the most sincere apologies. The announcement in the lobby sounded. Repeated several times in Thai and English respectively. Delayed? Xiaoan was a little surprised but not at all anxious. After looking at Su Jing, he chatted again happily. In the distance, the mother of a family of 3 looked around and seemed a little impatient, and occasionally heard other people say a few words, but they were all in Thai. I was idle, Su Jing followed Xiaoan and chatted with each other. After almost half an hour, the broadcast rang again to remind us that it was time to board the plane. Xiaoan's flight was the same as Su Jing. The two of them entered the airport with the crowd talking and laughing, and soon started boarding. The plane stopped at the airport, the cabin door opened and the ladder went down, and passengers began to board the plane. Su Jing looked at this plane in a daze. The aircraft is not big, and the specifications look like the previous aircraft flying from Hong Kong to Thailand. The whitewashing is very new, and it feels like it should be of a good grade. But I don't know why, Su Jing feels uncomfortable. Is it because I'm going to see Ma Xiaoling, so I'm nervous? Su Jing muttered secretly, shook his head and boarded the plane. According to the seat of the ticket, Su Jing found out that he and Xiaoan were next to each other. "Sit together," Xiaoan said excitedly. "It looks like it is." Su Jing smiled, and then sat inside. The seats of this plane are on the left and right sides, with 2 rows next to each other, with the aisle in the middle. After sitting down, Su Jing cast a glance outside the window. A black shadow flashed past. Su Jing frowned and looked again, but there was nothing. It seems that there are not many people on this flight. There is an old lady in front, 2 American couples on the left, followed by the family of 3. The adult sits in the front and the girl sits in the back. Behind Su Jing and Xiaoan is the stylish man with braids, followed by the bald master in monk robes. But this plane seems to be still behind, but I don't know how many passengers there are. The curtain was opened, and a stewardess walked in. The silk stockings, the white flight attendant suit, the hair is slightly curled up, and it seems to be braided and twisted around. With the exquisite appearance, it feels a bit exotic. "Not bad, I finally met a beautiful stewardess," Su Jing said with a secret smile. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. The stewardess looked around the passengers and found that the old lady in front seemed a little nervous, and quickly walked over, slightly squatted down and comforted the old lady's hand, and got up after a while and went inside. Not long after, the sound of music suddenly sounded. In Su Jing, it sounded a very rural feeling. Immediately after that, people in uniforms came out, including the previous flight attendants. There were 3 in total, and then, there was a man. Several people stood in the aisle, holding oxygen masks and seat belts in their hands, and started jumping to the music. This method of demonstration is really interesting, Xiaoan couldn't help but said excitedly. Su Jingjun nodded. Although he was dancing, he was mainly demonstrating how to use seatbelts and oxygen masks and other safety measures. This will definitely be there before takeoff, and before, but it is the traditional way of explanation. Su Jing is not much. Take a closer look. I have to say that watching the 3 flight attendants dancing there is indeed quite eye-catching. Although the other 2 flight attendants are not particularly outstanding, on the whole they still meet the standards of stewardess in Su Jing's mind. It's just the man behind. What's wrong with jumping more than a stewardess? The whole person is filled with a gay feeling in gay. Accompanied by music and dancing, Xiaoan next to him also swayed slightly, with his mouth open, well, his teeth are very white. As the music ended, the flight attendant left, and the plane was ready to take off. Fasten your seat belts and the plane takes off slowly. I could feel the vibration, and as the plane took off into the air and sailed steadily, the vibration slowly diminished, and everyone untied their seat belts. At this time, you can basically move around freely. For nearly 20 hours, it's impossible to be equipped with a TV or computer on the plane for you to watch. It's really a bit long and boring, but Su Jing has no chance to be bored, because Xiaoan has already started to find topics to talk with Su Jing. And the other passengers are doing their own things one after another. The long flight began. After chatting for a while, maybe seeing that Su Jing was not so active, and could not think of any topic, Xiaoan fell silent. Su Jing just closed his eyes and prepared to rest for a while, before he went to bed very late. Without knowing it, Su Jing slowly fell asleep. I don't know how long I slept. Su Jing woke up quietly, and found that Xiaoan, who was in the year of narrator, was sleeping Jingxiang. After thinking about it, Su Jing slowly got up and came out from Xiaoan's side to prepare for the activity. Although the space of the chair is still spacious, it is still not so stretched and free. After moving a little bit, Su Jing found that most of them seemed to be asleep. "Hello, how can I help you?" Su Jing looked up and didn't understand the voice of the stewardess. The air hostess looked a little regretful, and quickly changed to English and said, "What can I do to help you?" "It's just that I wake up a little tired, get up and move around." Su Jing said with a smile. "Good sir, my name is Nake, you can call me if you need it," the stewardess said sweetly. Where is the bathroom? Jing thought for a while and asked. I'll take you there. Nake took the initiative to bring Jing to the bathroom and helped open the door. Jing thanked him with a smile, ready to wash his face, but there was no water at the tap. Sorry, is the faucet broken? Jing opened the door and asked Nake, who hadn't gone far. No. I'll take a look for you. Nake said and walked in. The toilet space is not too big, Jing later gave way, but Naku took the initiative to squeeze directly in front of Jing, bending over to check the faucet. This stoop directly withstood Jing. Nake couldn't help but snorted. She did it on purpose, but she obviously underestimated the size of the bathroom, and also underestimated the size of Jing. The direct impact made Nake almost fall down without losing his body, and even supported the sink with both hands. Sir, I still need to check, please don't worry, I will help you solve it. Naku turned to Jing and said, then twisted to check. It's just. Jing suspected that she was really checking, or was she teasing herself on purpose? Just as Jing was about to say that she would go out first and let her check slowly, a figure suddenly appeared in the mirror. From the perspective of the mirror, Nake bends over Jing and stands behind her. It is easy to make people think about it, but at this moment, a figure suddenly appeared around Jing in the mirror, a woman who looks gloomy. A ghost? Good luck. Although Jing was not surprised when the ghost appeared suddenly, he even showed a hint of joy while his expression was still. Whoosh! The ghost in the mirror was gone, but Jing could still feel the coolness around him. Jing suddenly held on to Naku's waist. This active movement made Naku tremble slightly, and Jing immediately heard him say. I seem to have something dropped. Can we find another location for me? Of course can. Naku got up and changed positions with Jing. Jing turned his back to the mirror, and Naku looked down. What is it? You can see it when you squat down. Jing said with a smile. Squat down. Nake squatted for a while and slowly squatted down, but there was nothing on the ground. She was about to raise her head to ask, but Jing suddenly held her head. That's it, don't move. Jing said. Nak froze for a moment and immediately reacted, but she didn't expect her to be so bold and so bad. I understand. Naku Ying said, slowly raising his hands to unzip Jing's zipper. Jing was stunned for a moment, but did not speak. The moment Nake had just squatted down, he had already seen the ghost. His face was bloody, his eyes were abominable, his hands were lifted slightly, and his nails were slender and bloody and gloomy. In the eyes of this ghost, it is possible that Jing hadn't noticed her at all, because his expressions and actions in his eyes were completely normal. Holding Nake's head with both hands, Jing slightly squinted his eyes and slowly inhaled, seeming to be enjoying himself. Only the sound of puffs was heard rhythmically in the entire bathroom. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. The ghost's expression turned hideous, and he grabbed Jing with both hands. Obviously intend to do it. Jing suddenly pressed Naku's head with one hand, but Naku twisted in pain but couldn't move away. Immediately afterwards, Jing's other hand suddenly appeared with a sharp gun. The ghost was obviously taken aback at this moment. Without a beginning solution, Jing just bowed forward, and the sharp spear stabbed the ghost. Stabbing it right. The ghost obviously didn't expect the knife to appear suddenly, let alone that the knife could stab himself. The body gradually dissipated and turned into brilliance, and directly penetrated into Jing's wrist, followed by Jing and retracted the sharp spear. Cough cough. Naku coughed in pain and looked up at Jing with a little bit of resentment, and found that Jing had no expression at all, and he hesitated to continue. 50 experience points, this ghost has such a high experience value. Looking at the increased experience on the panel, only 300 experience points are needed to upgrade. Do do you want to change it? Nick asked, looking up. Su Jingjing took a look, shook his head and said, I like this. Okay. More than 10 minutes later, Su Jing came out of the bathroom and was content to walk back to his seat. After a while, the bathroom door opened again, and Nick walked out and slightly tidied up his clothes and appearance, and there was a wad of money in his waist pocket. Although she didn't want it at all. What she wants is to have an unforgettable affair with this handsome guy, but obviously, the other party doesn't think so. I'm very satisfied with your service. This is a rare experience. This is a reward for you. Su Jing's words still rang in her ears. Na-ko looked at the direction Su Jing was leaving, and then turned and walked towards the stewardess. Lounge area. What? As soon as Nick entered the rest area, she saw Suni stepping out of it. Her face didn't seem to be pretty. What's wrong with her? Nick couldn't help but ask to his colleague. The colleague shook his head slightly. Suni is a very qualified flight attendant, very powerful. Among the 3 flight attendants this time, she and the other are both novices, and Suni took them with them. Shaoan was still asleep. Su Jing simply sat down beside him. As soon as I sat down, I saw a flight attendant coming from behind. Su Jing turned his head casually to look around, and was the first to see that very beautiful flight attendant. The high heels lightly stepped on the ground but left a row of very strange footprints. There was a person behind her. There is a problem with this plane. First I met one in the bathroom, and now there is another one. There are so many ghosts in ordinary planes, and Su Jing felt that this plane was a bit depressing before coming up. Has a problem. There is a big problem. Su Jing turned his head and looked behind him. The monk closed his eyes tightly and muttered something nervously. The daughter of a family of 3 on the other side looked surprised and scared. Obviously, they should have seen the weird footprints behind the stewardess. Su Jing was not in a hurry to find the flight attendant or the ghost. There is still a long time to sail. He wants to take a break now. After all, he has just experienced an exciting and unforgettable experience. Hey, have you seen it? Suddenly there was a voice behind him. Su Jing turned his head and looked around, and saw the daughter of the family of 3, the girl with short hair like a tomboy sitting behind him, and asked in a low voice nervously. See what? The girl probably knows that she is not Thai, and she speaks English first. Footprints, have you seen it? The little girl tremblingly asked. Su Jing smiled. Yes, I also saw a ghost dressed up by a flight attendant following behind that flight attendant. The footprints are hers. The little girl's pupils widened for an instant, and she tremblingly said, have you seen it? On this plane, there are ghosts. Yes. Su Jing smiled faintly. Then, what should I do? The little girl's voice made a little bit of crying. Why don't you tell the captain to land as soon as possible? Do you think someone will believe it? There is no master, don't worry. Su Jing said calmly. The little girl looked at the trembling and nervous master behind her, feeling unreliable no matter how she looked. Perhaps it was the way Su Jing made the talk that made the little girl a little better. After hesitating, she got up and left and returned to her parents. The girl just sat down, but another person stood up suddenly. A foreign fat man. He stood up fiercely with his eyes straight, his shoulders, his body seemed not to move at all, and he walked forward slowly. At this time the stewardess suddenly came out and saw him like this and asked, Sir, do you need anything? The fat man didn't speak at all, and he walked straight forward. The stewardess hesitated and wanted to stop the inquiry, but the fat man suddenly became irritable, pushed the stewardess away hard, and made a strange sound. It turned out to be Thai. Go away. This incident made many people look at him curiously. The fat man's face seemed to have black lines, and his hands were slowly raised. Under the gaze of everyone, the fat man's neck turned around, slowly, it turned out to be a 180-degree twist, and then continued to turn. 360 degrees of rotation. Fatty suddenly raised his head, and he heard a click, and the fatty fell down in an instant with weakness. Hiss. The surroundings were extremely silent, and there was only the sound of cold breath. It's weird. The 3 flight attendants and the sissy were all here. Watching the fat man fall to the ground, the sissy said tremblingly, "Little white bear has collapsed." Then he squatted down tentatively, wanted to check but didn't dare, his hands were shaking. "Is the neck broken?" "Check it." Suni knelt down and asked. The sissy had no choice but to slowly reach out and touch the fat man's neck. "Is it broken?" "I don't think so." "You sure?" Read more at hotplnovel.xyz. The sissy nodded and called out softly. "Sir, wake up, wake up. It's not broken yet." Rotating 360 degrees, it seems that the ghosts on this plane are quite capable. The corner of Su Jing's mouth raised slightly, and he got up and walked towards the back while no one was paying attention. Just when the fat man fell to the ground, Su Jing noticed that a ghost was floating away. It was not the ghost that followed the beautiful stewardess that he saw earlier. I don't know how many ghosts there are on this plane. As soon as he opened the curtain, Su Jing saw a terrifying face appear in front of him. This sudden shock is really permeating. Su Jing curled his mouth and slowly moved forward, as his body passed through the illusory ghost. The ghost didn't seem to intend to give up like this, and once again floated in front of Su Jing. Puff! The light flashed, and the sharp spear had pierced the ghost's body in his hand. The ghost's eyes widened and its body turned into radiance. There was footsteps behind him. Su Jing retracted his sharp spear and turned his head, and saw the beautiful stewardess walking in. Seeing Su Jing, she was obviously taken aback. "How can I help you?" she asked. "What's your name?" Su Jing asked with a smile. "Suni." "Suni, I think, we should find a quiet place to talk." Su Jing said with a smile. Suni frowned slightly. "Sir, is there anything you need help?" "It's not me who needs help, but, I want to learn about the history of this aircraft." Su Jing Dao. The history of this aircraft. Suni seemed to think of something, her expression was a little dazed, and then she reluctantly smiled and said, "Sir, I don't know the history of this aircraft, but it is said that it should be a new one airplane. So you don't have to worry about any problems at all." "Really?" "Hope." Su Jing said faintly, then passed the stewardess and went back. 50 experience points. The ghost possessed by the fat man has another 50 experience points, which is much higher than the average ghost. What does this show? It shows that the resentment of these ghosts should be great, and should belong to the first type of earthbound spirits, and it is still very advanced, with great resentment. Just like Ashen from Jayurafang Street before, I remember that she had 50 experience points at the time. Although there are other ghosts, they can't match it. In other words, the ghosts on the plane are actually all in terms of experience points. Shauna level. He died on this plane for some reason, and the grievance was so deep that he couldn't leave. This plane is absolutely impossible to be new. When she came back, Shaoan seemed to be awake, looking for Su Jing. "What happened just now?" Shaoan asked after Su Jing came over. "How about you sitting inside?" Su Jing asked Shaoan to sit inside first, then sat down and said, "There is something wrong with this plane. Don't run around and remember to follow me." "There is a problem." "What's the problem?" Shaoan suddenly became nervous. Su Jing patted Shaoan's hand, "Just remember to follow me." Shaoan nodded heavily and stretched out his hand to take Su Jing's arm. At this moment, a person suddenly walked out of the direction of the cab, who looked like the co-pilot. The stewardess was comforting the guests one by one. The deputy captain was a little surprised when he came out and asked the sissy, "Little prince, what's the matter?" "I was scared to death," said the little prince, hurriedly stopping the next door of the deputy captain, and whispered, looking around. There was a passenger just now and was possessed by a ghost. Are you crazy? It's not funny. The captain said disapprovingly. Little prince, go with me to check if any kittens are smuggling. Wait a minute, what happened? Suni stopped the deputy captain and asked. It's nothing, it's just a warning sound from the pressure system, which is heard in the cargo hold. There may be something wrong over there, so I have to go down and see. You sure? Yes, it is. After the deputy captain finished speaking, he called the prince, and Suni was a little worried to follow up. What a few people were saying next to Su Jing, but it was a pity that Su Jing couldn't understand a word. Do you know what they are talking about? Su Jing turned to Shaoan and asked. When chatting before, Shaoan said that he was learning Thai. Shaoan said with some embarrassment, I can only understand a little bit. That person seems to be the co-pilot. He said that something went wrong with the cargo compartment and needs to be checked. You just said that there was something wrong with the aircraft, it shouldn't be true. Something is going to happen, I don't want to die yet. I don't want to die either. Su Jing said with a light smile. A few minutes later, a voice came from the direction of the flight attendant's lounge, followed by the sissy and flight attendant Nake. Savatika. Sissy suddenly spoke up loudly, and colleague Nake was also translating in English. Ladies and gentlemen, I am very happy today. There is good news to announce on the plane. After we met for a while, one of our engineers and flight attendants are about to enter the auditorium. They are very happy, and we have warm applause. Congratulations, newcomer. The sissy said and applauded. The passengers had stabilized a little bit through the comfort of the flight attendants, but now they heard the sissy saying this, they all applauded and congratulated them kindly. The curtain opened and Suni walked out with a man in overalls. This man seems to be injured, with gauze wrapped around his forehead. Applause was sent one after another. Although there were some accidents and no one suspected it, Su Jing found that his gauze was still bloody, it should be a new injury. Congratulations, everyone has a good trip. Seeing Suni sitting down with the engineer, the sissy secretly breathed a sigh of relief and prepared to leave. Seeing that Nake was about to leave, Su Jing shouted and followed. Although Su Jing's actions made Naku a little disappointed, Su Jing still made Naku a little happy when he shouted at him. Find a place where there is no one to talk. Su Jing whispered. Follow me. Nake understood, and took Su Jing to the back corner to sit down. Is what the sissy said just now is true, or is it to appease the passengers? I think the engineer should have appeared on the plane accidentally. It is obvious that the injury just now has something to do with the cargo hold. Su Jing sat down then asked Nake. Naku was stunned and subconsciously wanted to deny it, but when he saw Su Jing's scorching gaze, he couldn't say anything. Nodding, Nak said, I don't know if Suni and this engineer are real, but, this engineer did come from the cargo hold. Do you know the origin of this plane? Su Jing asked again, read more at hotnovel.xyz. Nake shook his head, this is the first time I fly this flight and plane. Then it's okay. Go ahead and be careful yourself. Su Jing said. What? When Su Jing was about to leave, Naku was really taken aback. Just when Su Jing got up and was about to leave, the fuselage shook violently. Su Jing subconsciously glanced outside. It was pitch black, as if he was passing through some thundercloud layer. What? The screams suddenly sounded, the lights on the plane seemed to go out, and a chaos followed, and the passengers in front began to tremble strangely, and one by one began to twitch. Su Jing even saw a passenger in front lying on the ground, his hands and feet twisted at an angle that humans could not reach. Others struggled and screamed. MJU4 NDA2 NTC3 ODM1 MZU2 NDMXOJE smiley face. What's happening? Su Ni suddenly came in at this time, and she was shocked when she saw this situation. Aben, what's the matter? She called to the engineer. The plane has lost pressure, quickly, turn on the oxygen system. The engineer gasped weakly. Suni nodded and hobbled away. Jing also felt uncomfortable at this time, his brain seemed to be a little dull, and he felt uncomfortable and irritable. Suddenly, there was a refreshing feeling on his wrist, as if suddenly pouring down a basin of cold water. It made him wake up instantly, look down at the bead on his wrist. Jing suddenly realized, the scene in front of him has changed, and he can see countless things at a glance. Ghosts are flooding all around, and there is a feeling of demons dancing around. There was also a ghost next to Nak, who was holding her neck, Nak twitching and struggling, as if she was about to suffocate at any time. Although he could still feel the suffocation, Jing was already awake at this time. The sharp spear was held in his hands in an instant, and the sharp spear suddenly stabbed, and the ghost around Nak instantly turned into brilliance. Immediately afterwards, all the ghosts seemed to be thinking about the situation here, and they floated straight over with their teeth and claws. Good job! Jing shouted, not surprised but delighted. The passengers seemed to faint after the ghost lunged over, and Jing got up and waved two Zanpai knives and rushed out instantly. On the plane, Jing really didn't dare to start solving the sharp spear, but the power of the Zanpakutō alone was enough. The two knives were brandished, slashing and killing two ghosts one after another. A lunge rushed out, a shallow strike blocked the hands of a ghost, and at the same time the sharp spear pierced in from below. Flop! A little bit of light scattered, just as Jing was about to move forward again. Suddenly, the ghost seemed to disappear all at once, and Suni was immediately seen walking in with an oxygen mask. Seeing Jing holding a pair of knives in hand, he was taken aback for a while, and immediately saw that the knives were gone. Dazzled? Suni secretly thought and hurriedly opened the oxygen mask on the plane to help the passengers put on. At this time, some passengers gradually woke up and consciously put on oxygen masks and began to breathe. Jing turned around and came back, first helped Nak put on the oxygen mask, and then went over to fix Shaoan, before sitting down and putting on the oxygen mask for herself. It didn't take long for the passengers to wake up one after another and can't remember what happened just now. The entire cabin was extremely dim, and everyone was wearing an oxygen mask, exuding a gloomy and terrifying feeling. Shaoan, wake up, wake up. The sissy voice sounded, and he saw the stewardess lying on the ground shaking. Obviously, she had no breath. Suni is an experienced flight attendant after all, and she quickly checked the situation on the plane. The cabin behind. All passengers have been killed. After breathing oxygen, Jing felt that he was much more comfortable, and all the uncomfortable feelings caused by the previous lack of oxygen also disappeared. There was a sound in her ears, and the mother of a family of 3 was questioning the stewardess. Although she didn't understand, Jing could guess a bit, because the passengers in front were obviously dead. Especially the one whose body had been distorted in an incredible angle before was still lying on the ground. For other passengers, they may not remember what happened. Even if someone remembers, it should be a hallucination or abnormality caused by hypoxia. I would never think that hypoxia is real. But what happened just now is not fake. These ghosts don't seem to have any ability to directly harm people. I just killed 4 ghosts, all of them are at 50 points, and only one can be upgraded. According to the way the demons were dancing just now, there are at least 10 ghosts on the plane. It seems that I have to hurry up. The passengers in the back are all killed, my god. Shaoan, who should have heard Suni's words, couldn't help but said in sorrow and horror. The others are dead. Jing was a little surprised. Although these ghosts seem to be unable to directly come out to harm people, and I don't know how many people are sitting behind, but this one, very powerful. Calm down first. It may be that the plane descended urgently and caused the problem. If you see anything, it is just an illusion caused by the oppression of your brain. Don't worry. Engineer Abanyang said, and then said to Suni, Suni, what's the code for the cockpit door? 4093, Suni said. Aben nodded and prepared to go to the cockpit to see what went wrong, but it didn't work at all. I tried it, it couldn't be opened at all, and no one responded. Suni came over and said. The door is locked. Who can tell me whether we will die? The mother of three couldn't help shouting. Did you not see? They are trying to solve the problem. Father couldn't help but persuade. You shut up. Mother scolded sharply, and father, suddenly withered. Aben couldn't open the door, he hesitated, turned and said to Suni, I'll go down and fix the pressure system first, so as not to run out of air. Why not consider landing the plane first, if there is a part failure? Can't you judge the order of priority? The mother of three couldn't help but shout. Aben and Suni didn't speak. Should the cockpit door open? Mom, can you silence it? The little girl couldn't help but yelled. I'm your mother. Mother said confidently, and I'm saving you. The little girl stood up and shouted, Who will tell me, this damn airbag can only last for 15 minutes. As soon as this word came out, everyone was quiet. Someone couldn't help asking, is what she said is true? The eyes were focused on Aben and Suni, there was a moment of silence, and the two nodded slowly. A breath of despair spread. Su Jing looked at Shaoan, and Shaoan explained. The oxygen bag can only last for 15 minutes. Are you sure you can fix it? Someone asked Aben. Of course, it takes some time. Aben said affirmatively. We have to hurry up. Prince, Nak, you take care of the passengers. Suni said and followed Aben to leave. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Nak walked to Su Jing's side and sat down behind Su Jing. Thank you. Nak said gratefully. Su Jing shook his head, tell me what happened. The cockpit door can't be opened. There is a problem with the pressure system. The breathing bag can only last for 15 minutes. But don't worry, we will be fine. Nak said comfortingly, but apparently she has nothing to do with herself. Emboldened. Silence. Everyone was breathing with an oxygen mask, looking desperate waiting to die. Fear pervades everyone's hearts. These ghosts are really ruthless. This is to kill everyone on the plane. Su Jing frowned slightly. The situation is not optimistic. In 15 minutes, Su Jing was not sure whether he could fix the pressure system, once the oxygen was gone. Thinking of this, Su Jing stood up suddenly. Where are you going? Shaoan yelled to Nak, and Su Jing waved his hand and opened the curtain and walked out. With the curtain down, Su Jing directly enters the death mode. The Grim Reaper mode is somewhat similar to the spirit body. The spirit body, doesn't it need to breathe? He hadn't really noticed before, but after entering the Reaper mode, he really doesn't need to breathe. He could feel that he was not affected even if he didn't breathe. There is no need to worry about the oxygen problem, but the captain is probably already horrible, so even if you eliminate these ghosts, you don't have to worry about the oxygen problem, you have to consider the plane landing. Then the flight attendant and the Aben can't die. Su Jing thought calmly, and then decided to go down to see Aben and Suni. If there is no oxygen, everyone else will have to die. Fixing the pressure system is the key. The cargo hold door should be at the rear of the plane, and Su Jing walked straight to the back. Su Jing stopped as soon as he entered. There was no one in the empty seat. Where's the corpse? Su Jing remembered that Shaoan said that everyone in the back was killed, but now he hasn't seen a single body. Just as Su Jing was puzzled, his eyes suddenly flickered, and then he saw someone suddenly appeared on the seat, to be precise, a ghost. The ghosts of these passengers. Perhaps it was because Su Jing had entered the death mode, these ghosts regarded him as their own people and had no tendency to attack. Soul burial. The sharp spear appeared, and the hilt of the knife instantly hit the forehead of the nearest ghost, the light shining, and the experience value increased. 50. Upgraded. Host, Su Jing. Lingzi, 80. Position, Acting Reaper. Zanpakutō, Shallow Fighting, Sharp Spear. Ghost Road. One of the bound roads, Sai. Tai Dao for this rope. 8 of the Dao Rebuke. 31 Broken Road, Red Cannon. Experience, 0 out of 800. Number of draws, 1. Lottery. Su Jing shouted in a deep voice. Immediately after that, I felt my body start to move like a flow. Ghost Road. Su Jing thought secretly. This familiar feeling should be a ghost, I don't know if it is broken or bound. After a while, the sound of the reward rang, and Su Jing's expression was slightly surprised. Get reward, Xuanbu. Hearing this voice, Su Jing was very surprised. It's not a ghost, but Xuanbu. Among the gods of death have 4 basic skills, or abilities. Slash, instant step, no fight, ghost. Among them, slashing, as the name suggests, is to use the slashing attack technique of the Zanpakutō, while the white fight is more inclined to attack with unarmed hands. Needless to say, the ghost is not much to say. The remaining instant step is the only physical skill among the 4 basic abilities. Instant step is the ability to move the body quickly and instantaneously. It can move to the opponent's side or farther away at an invisible speed. Simply put, this is a very fast movement capability. Before, Su Jing had thought about hoping to get the instant step, so that if he faced Kuang Tianyu or the undead, he would be able to make up for his speed disadvantage. Later, because of the sharp gun drawn, the expectation for Xuanbu was not so strong. I did not expect to upgrade on this plane and get Xuanbu. If the plane crashes at a low altitude, you can also use the instant step to escape. Now it can be said that there is no crisis or worry at all. It's a pity that the position has not changed. Lingzi has risen to 80. According to the general situation, it seems that level 10 is only 1 card, so it may be upgraded twice before the level changes, right? His gaze shifted to these passengers who had become ghosts. Experience points, the number is still large. Is there a better upgrade location? Repairing the pressure system can't help by itself, and there shouldn't be too much time. Thinking of this, the gun was held upside down. The soul burial begins again and again. The brightness is almost endlessly lit, and the experience value begins to increase rapidly. 1, 2. 15 exactly. At this time, the experience value has reached 750/800. What does this mean? It means that it can be upgraded again soon. This is just a ghost that has just died, the ghost of the plane itself has not yet been counted. When he came to the cargo hold door, Su Jing leaped lightly. As soon as he went down, Su Jing was shocked by the sight in front of him. Dilapidated and mottled, all around it is tattered and rusty. How does this look like a new plane? In the distance, Aben was concentrating on repairing the case next to the case, and Suni helped to light it with a flashlight. Both of them were breathing with oxygen cylinders, but this thing shouldn't be long, right? Shan Tao. Su Jing let out his ability with a soft sigh. His body moved quickly at that moment, and before Su Jing could react, he realized that he had come to Suni's side. This sudden acceleration and sudden stop made him a little bit disoriented, and subconsciously reached out and supported Suni's shoulders. Suni's body became stiff in an instant, her brows stretched out and her eyes widened. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. She felt very clear, with one hand resting on her shoulder. Reaching out slowly, Suni slammed Aben. Aben turned his head in doubt and took off the oxygen mask. What's happening? Suni did not speak or move, but her glasses tilted back from the corner of her mouth. Aben stunned for a moment and looked at Suni's empty back. He took off Suni's oxygen mask and tried it. Oh, your oxygen is almost running out. Do you feel or see anything? No. Those are all hallucinations caused by hypoxia. You use mine first, and you must fix it immediately. Aben hurriedly handed her oxygen cylinder to Suni, and then focused on repairing it. Is that so? Suni thought to herself, feeling that the hand on her shoulder seemed to be gone. It should be an illusion. Suni breathed a sigh of relief. The oxygen cylinders used by the two of them were already running out of oxygen, and the use of two people greatly increased the consumption, and it didn't take long, they were empty. Damn it! Aben cursed, looked at Suni who was a little confused, and helped her lie down beside her. Hold on, if you hold on again, don't sleep, don't sleep. As Aben spoke, he continued to repair, enduring the pain of lack of oxygen. Lying on the side, Suni dumbly saw a person squatting next to her. A man in a long black suit seems to be the passenger. You, why are you here, is it an illusion? Suni murmured, and then she saw the shadows appearing behind the passenger, bloody and terrifying. Seeing the change in Suni's eyes, Jing turned her head to look. Ghosts appeared one by one, surrounded by Aben. It's done! Aben shouted in excitement suddenly, his hand was about to push the wrench, but at this moment, he fainted. Jing took out the Zanpakutō knife. Light strike with left hand, sharp gun with right hand. Looking at those ghosts, the corners of his mouth raised slightly. Shuanbu flickered, while Jing adapted to Shuanbu, Zanpakutō began to harvest ghosts. Swish! 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 Jing's figure flickered quickly beside the ghosts, and these ghosts hardly reacted for an instant. The brilliance lit up one after another. Su-ni murmured subconsciously in the trance. Okay, so dazzling light, is this heaven? I can go to heaven. With this murmur, Suni fainted completely and knew nothing. Not knowing how long it took, Suni felt someone pressing her chest. Click it. Slowly opened your eyes, and what you saw was the passenger. You. The long black suit on his body was gone, and he changed to his original dress. Wake up, how do you feel? Jing paused and asked. Suni felt her breathing smooth at this time, and oxygen seemed to have been resupplied. She slowly sat up and nodded towards Su's scenic spot, and then found that Aben seemed to be awake while sitting in the distance. Aben, are you okay? Aben shook his head reluctantly. Nothing, just not much energy. Thank you, sir, why did you come here? If I don't come, you too will die, everyone will die. Jing said with a smile, he has been repaired, but he fainted when he was the best. That's good, no, we have to go up. Su-ni hurriedly said that she was struggling, helping Aben, and the three of them came out of the cargo hold. The light above is bright and breathing is normal. The problem should have been completely resolved. Where are people here? Looking at the empty location, Suni couldn't help being a little surprised. When I got off, there were still passengers who died in the seats. Why did they disappear? It was gone when I went down. Jing said. Suni was silent and did not speak. The three of them walked through here and came to the front. As soon as I entered, I saw that the remaining passengers were all looking over here. They were obviously all right, but the prince and Naek were squatting in front of a seat, looking very sad. A bad premonition came. Suni put Aben down and walked over slowly. The flying phobia grandmother she had coaxed before, died. Jing glanced around and found that Shaoan seemed to have changed positions. There seemed to be a vacuum zone around the stylish man with braids, as if everyone was avoiding her. What's the matter? Jing came to Shaoan and asked. Shaoan looked at the stylish man with braids and said with a trembling, he was possessed by a ghost just now, and said that he wanted Suni, that's the flight attendant. Did you know that there was a ghost on this plane? Yeah. Jing nodded. Obviously, what they should have just experienced made them discover that it was not the problem of hypoxia at all, but that there were real ghosts on the plane. Then, what should I do? Xiaoan said in a panic. Don't worry, there is me. Su Jing said with a smile. At this time, the mother of a family of 3 suddenly walked toward Suni. Are you Suni? Yes. Suni nodded. What do you want to do, mother? The little girl took her mother's arm, but her mother threw it away and asked Suni, what good have you done? These ghosts want to kill us. Suni looked blank. I've had enough. The monk who had always had no sense of existence suddenly spoke and walked over behind her. Listen to me, the resentful spirits have energy that can be transformed into electromagnetic waves, and the energy cannot directly harm people, but we ourselves will connect with these resentful spirits. The monk sat on one side, and looked around with erratic eyes. This flight has a deep grievance. What are you? Are you a monk or a scientist? The woman asked. I am an outstanding scientist. The monk said. You better shut up. The woman turned her head and said, have you not seen what happened before you passed out? Do you think that will make us feel that this plane is safe? I think you are evil. The woman looked at Suni. For the sake of everyone, you'd better stay behind the cabin. Mom, how can you be so selfish? The little girl couldn't help but said. I'm doing this for everyone, the woman said plausibly. If she is not there, those ghosts won't come to harass us. Read more at hotplnovel.xyz. Silence. Everyone looked at each other without talking. Are there any ghosts? Aben asked at this moment. Don't say you didn't see it. Then why let her go outside? We don't know what to do. Moreover, you can't afford our lives, the woman said solemnly. And she is a flight attendant again, the life of the passenger is the most important, isn't it? Get out. The woman waved. Suni didn't speak, she stood up silently and prepared to go to the back. I'll accompany you. Su Jing suddenly said. You. Suni didn't expect that someone would be on her side at this time, and even Aben, who had just spoken for herself, lost her voice. Me, I will go too. Shaoan followed. Although she might encounter ghosts, she felt that it was safer to stay with Su Jing. The 3 of them walked out slowly and came to the cabin where the passenger's body had disappeared. Shaoan and Suni followed Su Jing from left to right, pulling his arm and following. Suddenly, a loud noise suddenly sounded. Shaoan and Suni stopped in shock for an instant. Tsangdang. Tsangdang. The voice sounded continuously, and other people's horrified shouts were already coming from behind. Su Jing looked up and saw that the roof was sunken from a distance, as if something was attacking outside. Ah! Shaoan yelled and finally turned back in fear, unable to control her. Shall we go back? Suni said tremblingly. It's okay. Su Jing calmly said softly. It's a pity that Suni was obviously frightened, and she pulled Su Jing's arm back. Clanging and clanging sounds continued, Su Jing and Suni slowly retreated back to the cabin, and the passengers behind them all shrank into a group of fearful expressions. Click. The light suddenly went out again. The man who claimed to be a scientist but dressed as a monk was trembling and sweating in the crowd. Behind him was a closed cockpit, unable to retreat, everyone looked at the front nervously, as if something was about to appear. The surrounding is dim, and the voices one after another, the unknown fear, and the horrified shouts of the people around, add a little sense of fear. Suni and Shaoan are leaning on Su Jing's body, Xiangyu is full of arms, and some beautiful women take the initiative. Su Jing was not distracted at all. Suddenly, the surroundings became quiet. What's going on? Someone asked boldly. The power went out, but the pressure system is still working. Those wronged souls came to her, let her go. The woman was still shouting. Suddenly a weird howl sounded, and everyone was shocked for an instant, holding their breath and dare not make any noise. Suni, can I ask you what happened? The prince couldn't help but tremble. 5 years ago, there was an air crash on this plane. At that time, I was still a newcomer. All the passengers seemed crazy. I was the only survivor. I thought, it might be the same plane. Suni speaking slowly, letting go, Jing turned and walked towards the cockpit. The others stepped aside, and Suni looked at the cockpit door. Suddenly he changed his color and covered his mouth subconsciously. What I saw before was obviously brand new, but now there are a few bloodstains. What's that? Someone tried to get closer and see clearly. A sharp voice suddenly sounded, and 3 flight attendants dressed up as ghosts suddenly appeared in front of the door, turning around and rushing towards them. Ah! The crowd yelled and ran back in horror. The crowd scattered in an instant. Jing originally wanted to do it, but Shaoan and Suni found them by themselves, pulling Jing and ran back. The crowd dispersed in horror. Some ran back and some hid in the bathroom. Jing and Shaoan pulled Jing directly to the end before stopping, and there were a few people together. Stewardess Nak, the sissy prince, the monk who claims to be a scientist, and the engineer Aben hastily closed the door. Everyone was panting, and there were bursts of crying and howling sounds outside, which made people panic. Sissy, Aben leaned next to the monk, Suni and Shaoan leaned next to Jing, and Nak directly held Suni. The small lounge is like this. The fashionable man with dreadlocks ran a little slower, and realized that he had nowhere to go. He pushed the door of the bathroom to hide, but there were still 2 people in the bathroom, and they didn't dare to open the door at all. The ghost did not catch up, but the fashionable man with braids did not dare to relax at all. He saw a fire hydrant from left and right, and he picked it up and slammed it towards the door. Click, click. Smashing hard, like crazy. Suddenly, the bathroom door opened, and the fire hydrant of the fashionable man with braids slammed down. Boom! A man lay down with blood blurred, just pressing on another woman's body, directly pressing her into the basin. I don't know why the faucet that didn't work well before works well, and the basin is filled with water, pressing the woman's head directly up. The woman wants to struggle, but the man is pressing on her, and this man is still a bit fat, and he can't get rid of it at all. Pattern. The fire hydrant was still on the ground, and the fashionable man with braids was dumbfounded. Killed. I'm killing. The frightened man with fashionable braids yelled and got up and ran out frantically. He had no idea at all. The woman under the man was struggling smaller and smaller, and finally stopped moving. The man with fashionable braids ran a few steps before seeing the family of 3, a bit selfish and mean mother. He was relieved to see someone, and just about to speak, he suddenly realized that the other person was looking at him in horror. In her sight, the stylish braided man changed another look, like a ghost. What? She yelled and slammed into the past, slammed the fashion whip man to the ground, and then ran out. You. The fashion whip man was caught off guard. Just when he wanted to explain something, he saw her go back and forth. He even picked up the fire hydrant he had before standing in front of him and held it high. Do not. Go to hell, wrong soul. I'm not afraid of you, I'm not afraid of you. She smashed down hard while yelling frantically. After bursts of screaming and crazy shouts, he gradually became quiet. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Several people in the lounge looked at each other. It seems to be quiet. Suni said tentatively. Would you like to go out and have a look? Don't go out. The sissy shouted hurriedly. Aben trembled and said, if you don't go out, you can't do it. If the evil spirits control the plane, we must go out, otherwise we will die. Master, can you go ahead? You are a master, you are certainly not afraid of these wrong souls. The sissy turned her head and said to the monk. The monk showed an expression of crying but no tears. How can he have this ability? However, in this situation, it is indeed impossible not to go out. After hesitating, the monk was very sacrificial. I'll go out and have a look first. On the one hand, the monk opened the door tremblingly and walked out. "Let's go out too," Jing said. "There are ghosts waiting to kill themselves, not to mention that it is indeed dangerous not to go out." Everyone followed suit and walked out slowly. Just a few steps out, I saw the corpses of the man and woman in the bathroom, scaring everyone to death, and then, I saw the woman sitting on the ground holding a fire hydrant, and the man with fashionable braids was, blood and blood. You killed him?" The monk couldn't help asking. The woman raised her head, and the monk instantly changed her appearance. She suddenly laughed and stood up with a fire hydrant. "I am not afraid of you, not afraid of you." As he said, with a bang, the fire hydrant hit the monk's head directly, and the monk fell to the ground instantly. What? No one thought that she would suddenly do something, and she even rushed towards this side. The sissy blocked it with her hand and was knocked down directly, followed by like a baseball swing, towards his head, with a bang. The others stepped back and returned to the lounge again. "Don't keep pulling me." Jing smiled bitterly and said to the woman beside him. We are afraid. This woman is crazy. Just the same as then. I'll go with you." Aben had a little courage at this time, mainly because he stayed and waited for death. At this moment, there was a sound of breaking through the air suddenly behind him, as if something was smashing towards him. Jing smiled and walked forward, and soon two ghosts suddenly appeared from their positions to catch Jing. Jing disappeared in an instant, and suddenly appeared in front of him in the next moment, and the sharp spear slashed towards the left and right. Judging from the situation just now, a lot of people should have died. The evil spirits on the plane should have used some kind of illusion to influence what they saw, so they were crazy. If you look at it this way, I'm afraid other people will have such an experience. Then stay here and wait for death? Jing asked rhetorically. Inexplicably, he thought of Ma Xiaoling. Jing let out a sigh of relief. You stay here too, take care of them. The pilot must be dead, and I still count on you to fly the plane. Jing said, breaking free without any explanation, and opened the door directly. Hunting time, it's time. The sharp spear suddenly appeared in his hand, and the corners of Jing's mouth raised slightly. If Ma Xiaoling were here, she would definitely not panic so much. The door closed heavily. No, it's too dangerous. Suni hurriedly grabbed Jing. Even if she is crazy, she is just a woman, what are you afraid of? Jing said silently, in this way, you let me go and I go out by myself. Boom. Shaking his head to wave away unnecessary thoughts. Two radiances lit up. Shan Tao. Jing gave a soft drink, and everyone disappeared. The fire hydrant slammed down and made a hollow, almost before the woman fell. The next moment, Jing appeared behind her. One of the bound roads say. As Jing's voice fell, the woman instantly fell to the ground with her hands on her back. She was not possessed by ghosts, but she was blinded by ghosts, so just temporarily control her and not let her make trouble. Following Jing and continuing forward, what he saw was either a corpse or a ghost. Jing is not welcome anymore. Xuanbu cooperated with the sharp spear to kill all the way. Walking from the tail to the nose, it seems, finally there are no ghosts. After looking at the experience value, Jing realized that it had been upgraded again. After calculating, it should be about 16, including the passengers who died just now. However, the souls of these passengers were all buried away by Jing's soul. Jing turned around and was about to go back to the lounge to call the others out, but at this moment the plane shook abruptly, and immediately tilted up. Jing hurriedly grabbed the chair and stabilized his body. Turning his head and looking out the window, you can clearly see that the plane is descending rapidly. From this angle, you can see the wing, which is broken and there are a lot of black mist attached to it. Upon closer inspection, Jing realized that they were all ghosts. How many people died on this plane? Jing couldn't help sighing, and immediately started. A few flashes had already arrived at the lounge door. Open the door, it's me. Jing yelled, and the door opened instantly, followed by Suni directly into Jing's arms. What happened? The others supported each other and shouted in a panic. The plane is descending, you must control the plane as soon as possible. Jing said solemnly. The plane is descending? What does this mean? It means a crash. Immediately everyone reluctantly held on to the position of the cockpit. No matter what, you have to find a way to open it. When I came to the front, it was the woman who was trapped by the road, but was dead. There was no trauma on his body, I don't know how he died. But it must have nothing to do with his own bondage. Maybe it was because you woke up and knew what you were doing, so you died of grief and anger, right? Because he killed his husband and daughter. She kept saying to protect her daughter, but was killed by herself. Although she was fascinated by ghosts, one can imagine how hard it hit her. No way, I can't open it. When he came to the door of the cab, Aben tried to open the door but couldn't open it at all. Get out of the way. Jing said, and the sharp spear suddenly appeared. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. You. Looking at the knife in Jing's hand, everyone else was stunned. Aben stepped aside subconsciously and saw Jing point the tip of the knife at the hatch. Shoot him, sharp gun. With a swish, the sharp spear suddenly became longer, and then a click was heard, and the door instantly penetrated. Jing controlled the length of the sharp spear and slowly retracted it. Kicked directly up. Boom. The door was kicked open directly. What are you doing in a daze? Hurry up. Jing shouted, and Aben and the others hurried over just as they woke up from a dream. The two captains were indeed dead. But this time was not the time to be sad. Moved the body away. Aben and Suni hurriedly got on the board and started to control the plane. Jing couldn't get involved in flying the plane, so he had time to count his gains. Host, Jing. Lingzi, 100. Position, member of the 13th Division of the 13th Team. Zanpakutō, shallow fighting, sharp spear. Ghost Road. One of the bound roads, Sai. Tai Dao for this rope. 8 of the Dao Rebuke. 31 Broken Road, Red Cannon. Skill, Instant Step. Squad Attribute, Purification, Soul Burial Ability Strengthened. Items, Deathmaster Outfit, 13th Squad Badge. Experience, 300 out of 1000. Number of draws, 2. I got 2 levels and I have 2 chances to draw a lottery. This is not bad. Jing first looked at the experience value and the number of draws, then suddenly remembered something and looked carefully. Jing panted slightly and calmed down his emotions. This feeling was too intuitive, as if it was a collision in the mind. Ryatsu. Are you okay? This also means that the problem of self-cultivation has been solved. Has that barrier finally disappeared? Otherwise, how could he feel it? Really? When he was about to draw a lottery, Shaoan next to him asked with concern. Your face was a bit ugly just now. What is this? Panel. The spiritual pressure is the spiritual power of the spiritual body, and the spiritual power is the root of strength. If the spiritual pressure is too strong, it will affect the surrounding spiritual bodies, being frightened and unable to move, and even death on the spot. Obviously it is not a good time to study this now. In such an environment, it is difficult to calm down and cultivate to sense the spiritual energy and transform it into one's soul, so Jing can only put it aside for the time being, and prepare for the lottery. It's definitely not the kind of feeling caused by the ambient temperature. He could clearly perceive that there is a layer of spiritual pressure outside the plane, and the strength of each spiritual pressure seems to be different. There are strong and weak. First, the position finally changed, from acting as Shinigami to a member of the 13th Division of the Godiai 13th Team. Immediately after that, there are more skills and instant steps. This has been drawn to nothing before, and then there is an extra team attribute and item. Purification, strengthening the ability of soul burial. Remember that the 13th squad is the purification team, right? Can some stubborn or resentful souls be destroyed through this strengthening? There are also items. Needless to say, the Death Tyrant pretends, and there is an additional team badge for the 13th division. Finally, it's not the acting god of death, so practice. Oh my god, what is this? Su and I suddenly yelled. Jing looked up and saw a group of black shadows on the window. The entire line of sight of dense mahjong was blocked, and the group could be clearly seen. Among the shadows are ghosts. Has changed. It's okay. Jing shook his head and replied, just now, because he suddenly felt a little uncomfortable with the spiritual pressure of the ghost, and it did not cause any impact. Thinking of this, Jing immediately sensed it, and as soon as she sensed it, a depressed breath instantly permeated and filled the entire plane. Obstructed vision and mechanical failure. The earthbound spirit, full of powerful grievances, completely took control of the aircraft, and no matter how Aben operated it, it had no effect. I thought I could escape by opening the cabin door at last, but this sudden change made everyone desperate instantly, and Aben was even more discouraged and slapped the console fiercely. What to do? Is it really going to die here? Everyone couldn't help but raise this idea. Jing silently said nothing, but the lottery has already begun. Get reward, sleeve Baishue. Continue to draw. Get the reward, 11th breakthrough lightning. The chances of the 2 consecutive lottery draws have all been taken. I have to say that these 2 draws are very impressive. Zanpaku's sleeve Shirayuki, one of the protagonists of the God of Death, Kuchiki Rukia's saber, Ice-type Zanpaku, is known as the most beautiful Zanpaku in the soul world. Thinking back to Shio Baishue's abilities, she couldn't help in this situation right now. Jing then turned his attention to the broken road, his eyes lit up instantly. If these resentful spirits are resolved, are you sure that the plane will land safely? Jing suddenly asked Aben. Aben turned his head to look at Jing in a daze. His clear inquiry gave everyone a glimmer of hope. His knife that appeared and disappeared suddenly, maybe, what can he do? Yes. Aben quickly nodded affirmatively. Pay attention to the situation and prepare to control the plane. Jing said slowly and walked towards the edge and towards the window. On the window, the faces of ghosts looked unusually terrifying, but Jing didn't see it. Instead, putting his palm on the window seemed provocative. Outside the window, the ghost grinned and hit the glass as if he wanted to come in. What are you going to do? Shaoan couldn't help asking. Jing turned his head and looked at Aben, Suni, Shaoan, and Naku one by one. Remember, you owe me a life. Under everyone's puzzled eyes, Jing's voice sounded. The 11th broken road, lightning. In an instant, thunder and lightning spread from his palm, and flashes of thunder and lightning instantly diffused. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. The howling sound suddenly sounded, thunder and lightning hit the ghosts outside through the window, and they could clearly see their screams and convulsions in pain strengthen. Jing yelled, and the light of thunder and lightning suddenly became stronger. From the moment of the cockpit, it spread all over the plane. From the outside, this is an airplane entangled by golden thunder and lightning. The ghosts turned into brilliance in the sight of everyone. The plane seemed to become transparent, watching the brilliance float up, and then flew towards the bead in Jing's hand. Before long, all the ghosts on the windows seemed to disappear, and the machinery seemed to resume operation. Aben yelled in excitement, and hurriedly manipulated the plane and began to raise it. At last, the plane flies steadily and does not descend. Yeah, it's great, it's successful, we are saved. Excited shouts sounded, one after another excitedly shouting. Jing sat down slowly against the wall. The 11th of the broken road, with lightning, has a really good effect. It can release lightning along the object. Although it may not have a direct effect in battle, it is suitable for this occasion. Can't be more suitable. The amount of lings he consumed was very large, and Su Jing felt like he was hollowed out, but the corner of his mouth raised a smile. Experience points. This time the experience value can be described as skyrocketing, and he has risen to a level, and even a little experience is enough to upgrade. Thank you. Shaoan suddenly came to Su Jing's side with excitement, and kissed Su Jing's face. She seemed to remind Nick of this action, and she came over and kissed him. Not to mention, Suni came up from the seat and kissed Su Jing on the forehead. No way, Shaoan and Na Ku kissed both sides. She wanted to kiss her, but after hesitating, she kissed her forehead. You should fly the plane honestly. Su Jing interrupted when Aben said. How long will it take to land? It will take a few more hours. I checked the instrument and it should be no problem. Aben said. Okay, then go on. Su Jing said a word and then stopped talking. Shoot him, sharp gun. Medical staff, firefighters, and police officers came over, and everyone was taken to the car next to them for inspection. Basically, they were all bruises. On the plane, a corpse was lifted down, shocking the surrounding people. Soon policemen and people from the airport came to ask about the situation. After all, so many people on the plane died after such a big incident. There must be a result. Everyone didn't conceal the matter and said the matter as it was. Hearing that there were unjust souls on the plane, Su Jing also killed these unjust souls. The policeman who asked about the transcript looked at Su Jing with a little doubt in his eyes. When the hatch opened and people outside were seen, the sense of steadiness of landing really appeared. The sword was pointed in front of the policeman. Wake up all, find a place to hold on, we are about to land. Su Jing called out the people around him and found a place to catch each. Everyone glanced at each other, turned and walked out. There is really a grievance. You killed all those resentments. Are you, an exorcist? I opened my eyes and got up and took a look, only to find that the plane seems to be about to land. Nothing. Facing the police's questioning, Su Jing smiled indifferently, and a sharp gun suddenly appeared in his hand. Aben seemed to have contacted the airport. Although it was dark, the airport was brightly lit. After a turbulence, the plane finally landed slowly and stopped. A bottomless pit appeared on the ground in an instant. Bang! I don't know how long it took, Su Jing heard Aben's excited voice. The police slumped on the ground in fright, and hurriedly backed away to look at Su Jing's hand. Except for them, there were corpses on the plane, but not many people were really scared at this time. After the joy of the rest of the catastrophe, everyone felt tired, and Shaoan and Na Ku just leaned against Su Jing to rest. They also said that you had a knife, opened the cockpit door with the knife, and then it disappeared. Is it true? Looking at the deep pit on the ground and Su Jing's empty hands, the police were completely dumbfounded and completely muffled. They can no longer describe this shock in words, and it can even be said that they have lost the ability to think. This is incredible. After the transcript was finished, the nurse also checked that there was no major problem. Su Jing and others could leave, but there will definitely be people who will continue to investigate, and they will cooperate if necessary. This is my business card. If you encounter any similar troubles, you can contact me. The price is fair. Also, remember, you owe me your life. Su Jing's business card was given to others. Although he didn't bring a phone at all this time, it would be convenient to find himself later. When the matter is over, I will be grateful to you. Suni said. Has your place been arranged? Nick hinted, no. Should be said to ask directly. It has been arranged. Su Jing said with a smile. Then, well, I will call you. Nick said disappointedly. Saying goodbye to them one by one, and after handling the chores, Su Jing left the airport to go to the hotel that Mei had booked for him. After this flight, Su Jing is indeed very tired, and wants to find someone place to have a good night's sleep, and then have a big meal. Shaoan followed him out of the airport and asked him if he would stay in the hotel for a few days. However, this hotel was only booked for 1 day and had a temporary rest, which made Shaoan very disappointed. In the end, Shaoan and Su Jing separated and each took a taxi. Cortez Hotel, this is it. Getting off the car, Su Jing looked up. Although it was called a hotel, it was actually larger than a normal hotel. The dozens of floors of tall buildings gave Su Jing a touch of modernity. Push the door to enter. The lobby is very spacious, there is a lounge area on the left, and there is an elevator in the direction of the wall. On the right is the service desk, and in the middle is an upward staircase, surrounded by left and right sides, and there is also an elevator next to the staircase. There is no one at the service desk, and there is a bell next to it. After pressing a few times, a chubby, unsmiling old woman with eyes came out from the inside after 10 seconds. My name is Su Jing, I booked a room before. Su Jing paused and said. The front desk, especially the front desk, even if you don't find a beautiful woman, you should also find a warmer one. This look like how much money you owe is what's going on. My name is Iris, this is your key. The signal here is not very good, you can call the landline if you have something, it's free. The front desk said that he handed the key to Su Jing, and Su Jing glanced at room 34. Holding the key with his luggage, Su Jing walked aside to take the elevator. At this time the hotel door was pushed open, and 2 people walked in. Blonde with long legs and a hat carrying a suitcase. It seems that I came to stay at the hotel too. It's too quiet, like a grave. One of the bare-legged girls murmured, and the 2 walked to the front desk. Are there any reservations? The front desk asked. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Ah, it's our own fault. We paid in advance, but we can't live here. The 2 girls looked at each other, and the girl in black hat and jeans said with a helpless expression. Yes, it's not close enough to where we want to go. The bare-legged girl with a golden hat answered. The girl in the black hat turned her head to look at the front desk, and said awkwardly, this hotel is not suitable for us, can we refund the money? No refund, the front desk said coldly. But we need money to stay in another hotel. A disdainful smile appeared at the corner of the front desk's mouth, and it flashed past. That's it for America. How to do? The atmosphere was a bit embarrassing. The girls in the black hats asked their companions, it seemed that they could only live here without refunds, but, they really didn't like it. The girl in the golden hat said, maybe, it can be pretty good. Okay then. The front desk opened the mouth and said, you all paid for 1 night, trust me, you will like it here. I'll send you up. After speaking, the front desk took the key and turned around and walked to the elevator. At this time the elevator just arrived, and Su Jing just got up. Seeing Su Jing, the 2 unwilling girls were taken aback for a moment, and they looked at each other and smiled. So handsome. This is Asian, right? Perhaps, it's not bad to live here. The 2 thought, and followed the front desk into the elevator. Entering the elevator, the 2 girls looked at Su Jing boldly. Clothing, temperament, appearance. In addition to the foreign country's bonus. So handsome. Do you live here too? The girl in the golden hat asked actively. Su Jing looked at his suitcase. Obviously. What a coincidence, my name is Helena, this is my friend Fendra, we are from Sweden. Su Jing smiled, opened the door and entered the room. Ding! Then it happened that these 2 Swedish girls lived across from him. After a round of inspection, although it is not high-end, it is still very clean, and it feels okay. Unbuttoning the shirt, Su Jing lay down. I saw that it was late at night. After all, the whole flight took more than 20 hours. I slept for a while. When I got up, I went to eat at noon. Thinking of this, Jing stood up to take a shower and rest. After eating something tomorrow, she went to see Ma Xiaoling. Not bad. Arrived. Jing, from Daxia. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Huxia MTL fanfiction / second element novel can be read at HotMTL Novel for free. The design of the long corridor is very rugged, and the rooms are next to each other. From the inside, it is obviously not as high-end as the outside, and it feels like an express hotel for later generations. Jing quickly found his room. It seems to be clean. Next to it is a dressing table, then a sofa, and the bed opposite. Jing put the things down and looked at it. Inside was a bathroom with a bathtub inside. Facing the door of the room is a window, and when you open the curtain, you can overlook the city from here, and the scenery is not bad. Helena also found out and couldn't help but say, "What a coincidence. The bed is quite soft." The elevator has arrived, and the front desk opened the door and the three people followed. After taking a shower, Jing came out wrapped in a bath towel and lifted the quilt to go to bed. As soon as I sat down, I heard a knock on the door. Jing frowned slightly and got up and opened the door. Standing outside the door was the girl Helena in the golden hat. She smiled at Jing and shook the bottle in her hand. "Want to try it? Vodka from Sweden, you can't drink it anywhere else." "Now?" Jing asked somewhat unexpectedly. "Yes, we just came here and couldn't sleep at all. Fendra went to fetch the ice cubes, so, is it here or to our side?" Helena asked familiarly. Jing hesitated a little, originally planned to rest. But, after such an exciting air flight, drinking some Swedish vodka, and tasting the Swedish girls, it seems, not bad. These two girls are not very old, and they are so open and proactive. The technology should not be bad. Great Yanmar, it's okay to try. Thinking of this, Jing smiled and said, "It's okay anywhere." "Then it's with you. There are too many things on our side, it's too troublesome to pack." Helena said with a smile, and then walked to the side to put the wine down, opened the cabinet and took out the wine glass. Jing realized that she seemed to have changed her clothes. Wearing a loose black dress that looks like pajamas, with a tie in the middle, shorts and a t-shirt underneath, the long legs are exposed like this. After a while, there was a knock on the door, and Helena went to open the door. It was Fendra. He also holds a bucket with ice cubes in it. The sofa was not very big, and the three of them simply sat on the bed. "Cheers." "Cheers." After taking a sip, Jing's expression changed slightly. The taste of this vodka seemed to be really good. "Not bad," Jing said with satisfaction. "Although there are many types of vodka, this is our absolute vodka produced in Sweden. It comes from a small town in southern Sweden. The output is not much and the price is very expensive. If we hadn't come out to play this time, we would still be reluctant to buy such a wine." "Yeah," Helena said with a grin. "Originally we all regretted living here, but I didn't expect to meet you. I knew the handsome guy, and it seemed to be all right at once. Just as the front desk said, we might fall in love with it." Fendra said with a smile. Jing smiled and did not speak, just toasted. The alcohol content of this bottle of vodka is about 40, which is not particularly high, but it is very strong. After a few times, the body becomes hot and it is hot and hot, just like the temperature of this room. Unknowingly, the three of them have changed into a half-lying position. Jing is in the middle of the two. "You can talk about the story of Sweden, I will talk about the Huxia culture and the scenery of Hong Kong." Slowly, the three have been entangled. Here we are. I have to say that the term ocean horse is really correct, it is really easy to let go, and the technology is very good, especially when two people are serving down one by one, the eyes will still look at you. The most important thing is that these are two fierce horses. Jing almost capsized in the gutter. Fortunately, the recent exercise made his body a lot stronger, otherwise, I'm afraid it will be too much. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Rao is so, after the end, Jing also fell asleep directly. Upon waking up, Jing felt that he was relieved. Although there is still a slight headache of hangover, both the body and the spirit have been greatly relaxed. When I opened my eyes, the two great ocean horses were gone, and there was a note on the bedside, which was left by Helena. It means that last night was a very unforgettable night. They had to go out later, hopefully. I can still see him when I come back at night. It's really fast. Jing got up and walked to the window to open the curtains, and the sun was shining warmly on him. America, it really is a good place. With a sigh, Jing washed and changed his clothes, and then went downstairs. Check out. From the hotel, Jing stopped a taxi and went directly to the area where Ma Xiaoling was. The car was swaying in the city, and it passed through many remote places. When it arrived at the place, it was already around 3 or 4 in the afternoon. After looking around, Jing found a store to go in and call. The number was dialed out, and it was connected after a while. Hello there. It was Ma Xiaoling's voice. The corners of Jing's mouth raised slightly. It's me. Jing. This number, how do you? I'm. Jing said the address. How long will it take? You actually came to see me? Well, wait, I'll be there soon. Ma Xiaoling was surprised and hung up the phone. Jing came out of the store and stood at the interface waiting. Along the way, a lot of pedestrians looked at the handsome exotic man Jing, and the bold ones came over to strike up a conversation. Jing just waited one after another. About 10 minutes later, a car stopped in front of Jing. It seems that there is already a trend towards the styling in, I have a date with zombies. Jing said quietly, he didn't talk back so much before going abroad. Jing put his luggage in the back and got into the co-pilot. After sitting down, he found out that the skirt, it wasn't long. Jing pouted her lips, a woman's mood, she really changed when she said it changed. I miss you, a big-headed ghost. Ma Xiaoling snorted and started the car directly. Ma Xiaoling was taken aback for a moment. You, come to see me first. This is not so good. I haven't gone to Maoyo's place yet. Jing said. Ma Xiaoling smiled slightly at the corner of her mouth and said, why did you come suddenly without saying hello? So is Mao Yu, we only called yesterday and she didn't say you are here. Her long hair was slightly perm, and she was wearing a white dress, which changed a lot from the Ma Xiaoling he remembered. You'll know when you get there, you can't be sold anyway, Ma Xiaoling said. Are you surprised or surprised? Jing said with a smile. It was Ma Xiaoling who drove. Where are you going? Jing asked casually. What are you doing in a daze, don't you recognize me? Get in the car. Ma Xiaoling said. Ma Xiaoling, you have changed. It's becoming more fashionable. What's wrong? You're closer here. First come to see you, then to see Mao Yu, and go straight back to Hong Kong from her. Jing smiled and said, how do you miss me? You haven't changed until now. Ma Xiaoling said with a curled lips. She saw Jing chatting with the girl who hid up on the street just a long time away. Jing shrugged and said nothing. After driving for a while, the car stopped in front of an apartment. Get out of the car. Ma Xiaoling said. Jing got out of the car and checked his luggage. This should be where Ma Xiaoling lived. Ma Xiaoling said on the phone that she did not live in the dormitory of the school, but shared with her classmates outside. Remind you, I live with my classmates, don't. Ma Xiaoling reminded when she came to the door. I can only guarantee that I will not take the initiative. Su Jing said with a smile. Ma Xiaoling shook her head helplessly, took out the key and opened the door. The first thing that catches the eye is a living room. There are 2 rooms and bathrooms on the left and right. It looks about 40 to 50 square meters. It is compact but not too crowded. In terms of the style of decoration, you can tell at a glance that it is a girl who lives. The one on the left is my room, and the one on the right is my roommate's. But she has taken time off and went home these past 2 days. Ma Xiaoling introduced, and then backed her door. Not bad, it feels much better than the hotel, so I will live here. Su Jing put down his suitcase and sat on the bedside and said with satisfaction. Ma Xiaoling hesitated and said, well, I will stay in my roommate's room for the time being, but when she comes back, you have to go to the hotel. No problem. You will take a break first. I will call Mao Yu. Ma Xiaoling turned around and went out. She quickly heard the voice of her chatting with Mao Yu. Su Jing looked around, and there was a picture on the bedside. The photos of Mao Yu and her magic wand are also in the corner. It seems that even if she is out of the country, she hasn't slackened. Turning over and lying down, I could feel the faint fragrance in the air, the same smell as Ma Xiaoling's body. Not long after, Ma Xiaoling came in and handed the phone to Su Jing. Su Jing reached out and took it. Yes, I'm here. I don't know. I will stay here for a few days to accompany Xiaoling, and then I will find you. I want to go out. Play. Okay, you can choose a place first, and then go directly. Oh, I see. After chatting a few words and hung up the phone, Su Jing handed it to Ma Xiaoling and said, how about it, are you still used to it here? Fortunately, I have met a few good friends here, and Mao Yu usually call you, and I won't feel uncomfortable. Ma Xiaoling said. Is the money still enough? Su Jing asked. Speaking of this. Ma Xiaoling bent over and took out the passbook from the bedside table. This money, I have never used it. Ma Xiaoling just said the beginning. Su Jing frowned. Why not? You are abroad and not at home, why bother yourself? If the money is not enough, I will give it to you. You are it. Read more at hotplnovel.xyz. Why should I spend your money? Ma Xiaoling whispered. Su Jing didn't speak but looked at Ma Xiaoling. Slowly, Ma Xiaoling seemed to be unable to resist the stare at each other and turned her head slightly. Garolu. Su Jing's stomach screamed very untimely. Ma Xiaoling was stunned for a while and smiled. Have you eaten yet? Let me take you to eat first, and by the way, I will show you one of my classmates and friends. It is good. Su Jingjing nodded, and the two came out of the apartment. After walking for 7 or 8 minutes, I came to a fast food restaurant facing the street. As soon as I opened the door and entered, I saw a waiter dressed as a waiter who just came over from the counter next to ordering and preparing. After seeing Ma Xiaoling, he said warmly and happily, Xiaoling, here you are. Who is this handsome guy? The waiter looked at Su Jing. This is Su Jing, my friend in Hong Kong. This is Nancy, my classmate. Ma Xiaoling introduced. Hello there. Hello, you are Su Jing. I heard Xiaoling mention you before. Did you come to see Xiaoling? Nancy said with a smile. Does Xiaoling mention me often? Su Jing looked at Ma Xiaoling with a smile. Ma Xiaoling said in a panic, let's find a place to sit first, watch it. Good, good. Nancy responded with a smile looking at Ma Xiaoling's shy look. The two came to the corner and sat down. Su Jing said to Ma Xiaoling, do you often mention me to them? What do you say? Say you are a romantic ghost, let them stay away from you. Ma Xiaoling said. Su Jing shrugged, men are not bad, women don't love them. Besides, I didn't take the initiative to tease them. Hearts. Ma Xiaoling curled her lips. It didn't take long before Nancy sent the things over and talked briefly before going to work. Su Jing was really hungry. I didn't eat anything yesterday, and then I didn't eat anything for a long time. Seeing Su Jing eating so happily, Ma Xiaoling simply handed over her own things. How long have you not eaten? You don't know, the flight I took before. Su Jing slowly said what had happened on the flight, and Ma Xiaoling suddenly became interested. Hearing that there were so many wrongdoers on the plane, and the situation was so dangerous, Ma Xiaoling became unconsciously worried. When the police suspected that after landing, Su Jingzhan's ability shocked the police, and Ma Xiaoling laughed. That's the case. The United States is not like Hong Kong. They don't really believe in these things, they believe in their religious beliefs. Ma Xiaoling smiled. So I have never said anything about this since I came here. But, you are also unlucky enough, you can encounter such things by plane. Unlucky? This is a good thing for me. Su Jing said with a smile. The harvest this trip is so rich, if this is considered bad luck, then, please continue to be bad luck. After eating, chatting for a long time, Su Jing and Ma Xiaoling then left the restaurant. It was a little dark outside, and under the moonlight, the shadows of Su Jing and Ma Xiaoling grew longer and longer, and finally seemed to be indistinguishable from each other. It's still comfortable at home. Back in the bedroom, Su Jing sat in the living room and said to Ma Xiaoling, what do you usually do after class? Exercise, study, and occasionally go shopping with roommates, but this can only be regarded as a small town, not too lively. Ma Xiaoling sat down beside Su Jing and replied. By the way, how is Jinjin doing? Ma Xiaoling doesn't have many friends. Besides Mao Yu, it should be Wang Jinjin. I really don't know this. After the decoration of the villa, I didn't go to the Jia building much. Su Jingdao. Is it because there are women in the villa? Ma Xiaoling pouted. I also raised 2 zombies. Su Jing said with a smile. Zombie? Ma Xiaoling was taken aback. Yeah, 2 vegetarian zombies. I have friends who provide blood bags in the hospital, so don't worry. They are not bad. When you return to Hong Kong, I will introduce you to you. Su Jing said with a smile. Our Ma family's vocation is to eliminate zombies. Ma Xiaoling said. What if, one day I become a zombie? Will you destroy me? Su Jing suddenly asked. Ma Xiaoling looked at Su Jing in a daze, and subconsciously stretched out her hand to open Su Jing's neckline and looked at his neck. You have nothing to say, what are you doing with this? I just want to know all of a sudden. Su Jing said with a smile. I do not know. Ma Xiaoling shook her head. Su Jing smiled, I don't know, this answer is enough. You definitely haven't rested along the way. Rest early. I'll take you around tomorrow. Ma Xiaoling said. All right. Su Jing smiled and nodded. After going abroad, Ma Xiaoling's personality has changed a lot, but she has become more active and stronger. If it were before, Ma Xiaoling would definitely not arrange Su Jing's activities like this. They all arranged for Su Jing and Mao Yu. Surrounded by the faint fragrance, Su Jing quickly fell asleep. When Su Jing got up the next morning, he saw Ma Xiaoling cooking in the kitchen when he came out, but, it was obviously messy. Morning. Morning, did you wake up? You can eat later. Ma Xiaoling said hurriedly. You sure? Su Jing glanced suspiciously and asked. Ma Xiaoling blushed slightly. Let's go out to eat. Su Jing said with a smile. Okay. Ma Xiaoling was a little frustrated, read more at hotnovel.xyz. It was the same restaurant, but Xiao Ling's friend was not there. After eating, the two of them wandered around in the small town. The place was still small. A lot of people greeted Ma Xiaoling along the way. It seemed that she should be doing a good job here. Many people are curious about Su Jing. Although Ma Xiaoling said that this is a friend from Hong Kong, they are basically regarded as boy and girl friends. This is also normal. The two came from the same place, and Ma Xiaoling seldom had any contact with boys during school. Now Su Jing came to see her specially, who believes her friends. Ma Xiaoling explained several times and found it to be useless, so she simply, no more explanation. Are you not going to class these days? Su Jing asked Ma Xiaoling. There are classes, not many. I have to go to school in the afternoon. Are you walking around or, go back first? Ma Xiaoling said. Go around. This is a spare key. Ma Xiaoling handed the key to Su Jing. After another round, I came to Ma Xiaoling's school. When Ma Xiaoling left, Su Jing turned around to see if there were any souvenirs that I could take back. After strolling around, Su Jing found that most of the items sold seemed to be ghosts and the like, but I only found out when I asked. It turned out that it was almost Halloween. In other words, this year is almost past. After buying some small souvenirs, Su Jing went home directly. I opened the key and opened the door. Just after I pushed the door to enter, I saw a woman walking by wearing a pair of black underwear in the living room. Yes, there is only one pair of underwear on the whole body. Ah! The other party was shocked when he saw Su Jing coming in carrying something, and shouted, blocking his body, "Who are you and how did you come in?" Su Jing shook the key and said, "My name is Su Jing, and I am a friend of Ma Xiaoling." Xiaoling's friend? Yes, I only got here yesterday. Xiaoling said you will be back in 2 days. Yeah, I'll come back if something happens temporarily. I often hear Xiaoling talk about you. Hello, I'm Chris. Then the other party reached out and wanted to say hello. Su Jing followed up and raised his hand. As a result, this handshake. Su Jing naturally saw clearly. Ah! I thought there would be no men at home. I'll go back and get dressed. Chrissy reacted and hurried into the room. Su Jing turned around and went into Xiaoling's room and put the things down. It didn't take long before Chris came out. Su Jing thought she would wear it strictly, but she didn't expect that she only wore a long t-shirt. The t-shirt was really long, but Chris was almost 1.7 meters, and her legs were too long. It's the same as the lower body is missing, and obviously, there should be no underwear in the t-shirt. Foreign girls are open. Are you boyfriend and girlfriend? Do you like Xiaoling? Chrissy leaned at the door and chatted with Su Jing. It just so happened that Su Jing also asked her about Xiaoling by the way. This chat lasted a long time. If you want to chase Xiaoling, you need an opportunity, a suitable opportunity. Do you know an open-air cinema? Chrissy said to Su Jing enthusiastically. Su Jing shook his head slightly. Do you know the Cortez Hotel? I know, I stayed there one night before. Just around there is an open-air park where movies are specially shown. Many couples go there, especially at night. I think about it, there seems to be no class tomorrow. You can take Xiaoling over there and have a show there in the evening. The movie promotes feelings, and then just, overnight at the Cortez Hotel. I will ask Xiaoling. Su Jing said with a smile. Come on, I'll go back to the room first, and I will go out soon. Chrissy turned and went out after speaking. After a while, I changed my clothes and went out. It didn't take long for Ma Xiaoling to return, and she knew that her roommate had returned by looking at the furnishings at home. Have you met my roommate? Chris. Have you seen it? It's very interesting. Nothing happened, right? Ma Xiaoling asked tentatively. What can happen? Su Jing asked back. It's nothing. Ma Xiaoling shook her head. She knew that her roommate wanted to find a foreign man to end her first time. She said this, cool. On the lawn of the park, a pair of men and women sit or lie snuggling together, and even more so boldly and intimately. It was dim all around, but in the distance there was a huge projection showing an old movie about vampires. Su Jing turned her head slightly to look at Ma Xiaoling next to her. Her face was a little ruddy, as if she was watching the movie intently. This is the open-air cinema that Chris said. When Su Jing talked to Ma Xiaoling, she thought she would refuse. Unexpectedly, she agreed, and the two drove here. After the results arrived, I found out that it is estimated that few people are here to watch the movie, one by one, and there are endless small actions in the dark. This thing is similar to the kind of car cinema in later generations. Su Jing feels that it is okay, but it is interesting to see Ma Xiaoling's embarrassment. With a secret smile, Su Jing put Ma Xiaoling's shoulders on her, and she could clearly feel that Ma Xiaoling's body had become a little stiff. "What are you doing? Look over there." Su Jing pointed towards Ma Xiaoling's ear. Ma Xiaoling only felt her whole body numb, and looked over subconsciously. "I saw a man and a woman in the distance. The man is lying on the lawn, touching the woman's body with his hand, while the woman is sitting, wearing a hat and a thin veil. Wearing a very beautiful but loose skirt, the shoulder straps have been dropped, and some scenery is looming. Men are handsome and women are glamorous. Can't you just concentrate on watching the movie?" Ma Xiaoling turned her head and whispered. "Movies? Vampire movies? These things are fake. If you don't watch them, why should you watch fake ones?" Su Jing smiled. Ma Xiaoling was taken aback for a moment and turned her head abruptly. After turning her head, she felt a touch. The corners of their mouths twitched slightly, making Ma Xiaoling feel like an electric shock. You mean, they are vampires?" After a while, Ma Xiaoling retreated slightly and lowered her head. "Yes." Su Jing said with a smile. "How did you know?" "I just know." Su Jing smiled softly. How did he know? "It's actually very simple, because of the look in the eyes of these two people. The two of them seemed to be teasing the opposite couple, their eyes were very hot, but..." Su Jing could tell that this was not the hotness of lust, but a feeling like staring at a witch hunt. In Hong Kong, almost all the zombies killed by Su Jing can be seen. Moreover, Su Jing could see Ryatsu. They obviously didn't cover up deliberately, maybe they didn't know how to cover up, and Ling Pian was obviously different from others, or different from Ma Xiaoling. At this time, the lying man opened the woman's clothes again, and raised his eyebrows toward the opposite couple. The couple on the opposite side were obviously also players. After understanding the meaning, he chuckled and nodded. The man got up and stretched out his hand to pull the woman up gracefully, and the couple also got up, and the four left. "Is this going to play together? It's really open enough." Su Jing sighed. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Ma Xiaoling did not expect to encounter such a thing. "They are really vampires? Are these two people dangerous?" "Will not." Su Jing shook his head and stood up, reaching out to Ma Xiaoling, holding her hand and pulling her up. "Because of us." With that, the two turned and left. When I got into the car, Ma Xiaoling hurriedly followed when the four people left the car driving away. Not long after I drove, I saw the car in front parked in front of a hotel and got out of the car in twos. Ma Xiaoling and Su Jing came down. "Shall we follow up?" Ma Xiaoling asked. "What a coincidence." Looking at the sign of the hotel, Su Jing said with a smile, "You know, I planned to bring you here tonight." What are you talking about?" Ma Xiaoling blushed and said angrily. Su Jing shook his head. "I lived here before, let's go in." Kota's hostel. It was the expressionless front desk. Seeing Su Jing bringing a woman over, there was no expression at all, nor did he see the familiarity of regular customers. Su Jing and Ma Xiaoling got on the elevator. But obviously, it is not the same floor as those four. Sensing the spiritual pressure of the two vampires, Su Jing found that they had gone to the top floor. Ding! The elevator has arrived. Su Jing and Ma Xiaoling walked out of the elevator to look for their room, but when they passed the transit, they happened to see a maid dressed as a clear sheet. A chubby woman, it looks like she should be a laundryman in a hotel. Seeing Su Jing and Ma Xiaoling, they nodded with a smile. Ma Xiaoling nodded in embarrassment, feeling inexplicably nervous. Open the door and enter the room. The layout of the room was the same as the last time I stayed, and it was clean and tidy. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Huxia MTL fanfiction/second element novel can be read at HotMTL Novel for free. This washer should be a ghost, and a ghost who has been dead for many years. It's a vampire again, and it's an earthbound spirit. I suddenly found that you always seem to be able to touch these things. Ma Xiaoling looked at Su Jing in surprise. Su Jing shrugged. Maybe because I am the protagonist. Ma Xiaoling was a little puzzled. After thinking about it, it seemed, there was nothing wrong with it. After closing the door, Su Jing smiled and said, it seems that I don't need to sleep tonight. This washer has spiritual pressure. Now it's not just about vampires. The laundryman, don't you see that there is something wrong? Su Jing asked with a smile. No. There is nothing unusual about her. If it is a ghost, I can tell it. Ma Xiaoling said. And it's not weak. Su Jing shook his head. I don't know, maybe it's something weird in this hotel, or maybe she is an earthbound spirit. But this washer has it. The laundryman. You didn't lie to me, they are really vampires. Ma Xiaoling looked at Su Jing with some doubts. Isn't he deliberately deceiving himself? No. It's impossible, no matter what he wants to do, he won't lie or lie. Ma Xiaoling turned white and Su Jing hesitated and sat down on the bed. In the dead of night, people live in the same room. This made Ma Xiaoling, who was already a little nervous, even more nervous and at a loss. What do you do next? When do you do it? Ma Xiaoling asked. Long night, what's the rush? Su Jing smiled and suddenly lay down, then pulled Ma Xiaoling to lie down. Take a break, anyway, they won't get into the subject so quickly for the time being. You, don't drag me. Ma Xiaoling moved aside. Su Jing smiled and didn't continue to do anything. I used to sit on the car for a long time and sit on the lawn for a long time. Now I feel very comfortable when I lie down, especially when I turn my head to the side, I can see Ma Xiaoling. Su Jing suddenly stretched out his hand and put his hand on Ma Xiaoling's body. I'll lie down for a while and set off in 10 minutes. After speaking, Su Jing lay down with his eyes closed. Bang, bang, bang. Ma Xiaoling seemed to be able to hear her heartbeat, and she did not dare to move. Slowly, Ma Xiaoling realized that Su Jing seemed to be really resting. She relaxed a little. Looking at Su Jing, watching Su Jing's hands on her body, Ma Xiaoling's face became a little hot. Really, what do you think? Ma Xiaoling muttered secretly, and slowly relaxed. How long is 10 minutes? It may be long, or it may be short. In a daze, Ma Xiaoling suddenly opened her eyes as if she felt someone watching her. No one. Ma Xiaoling turned her head and looked around, and found that Su Jingjing was holding her arm around her, and her posture was a little closer than her. Get up, time is almost up. Ma Xiaoling shouted. Su Jing opened his eyes and sat up. Did you just feel something? Ma Xiaoling asked hesitantly. Su Jing shook his head. The hug is too comfortable, it seems to be asleep. Ma Xiaoling didn't know what to say, and followed Su Jing up and opened the door and walked out. Although the lights were on in the corridor, it gave people a dim feeling. The surroundings were very quiet, and there seemed to be no sound in the other rooms. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Ding! The elevator rang. Su Jing and Ma Xiaoling got into the elevator and went directly to the top floor. Coming out of the elevator, I saw a door along the corridor. Ma Xiaoling looked at Su Jing, who had already reached out and pushed away. Just pushed away, the sound of lewdness has sounded. 2 men and 2 women are lying together on the big bed, exchanging affection. It seems that they have just begun, and they are still wearing underwear. This scene made Ma Xiaoling seem to think of something, blushing slightly. Who are you guys? The good thing was interrupted, and Donovan shouted angrily at the two uninvited guests. Donovan is the male vampire. You guys really know how to play. Su Jing smiled and walked over to pour himself a glass of wine, and pour another glass to Ma Xiaoling. Ma Xiaoling shook her head slightly. Su Jing was sitting on the sofa opposite the bed with her wine glass in her hands, her eyes turned away. Looking at the female vampire. He has blonde hair and a hot body, but, it seems that the eyebrows are particularly thin, and it looks very special. Actually you can continue, but, the last item can be avoided. You leave me right away, otherwise I'll be polite. Donovan said angrily, going down to drive Su Jing. Ha! The cold light flashed. The sharp spear was pointed at Donovan suddenly. I'll go down with this, you might die. Donovan stopped for an instant, staring at Su Jing with wide-eyed eyes. How did this knife appear? Donovan looked at the female vampire subconsciously. The clean-up pair on the bed was already scared and silly. The female vampire was named Elizabeth, although she was a little surprised but still calm. My name is Elizabeth, and I am the owner of this hotel. I heard that there is a mysterious power in the ancient East, there is a mysterious exorcist, they specialize in dealing with those dark and evil creatures, like hunters. You can find the witch hunt accurately. In the movie theater, you have found me. Elizabeth said as she slowly got up and put on her dressing gown. Donovan, you send them away first. I'm sorry, I'm afraid I can't continue, I hope I can have another chance next time. The couple said in a daze, is there any trouble? Do we need to call the police? Call the police? Will you collect the corpses? Su Jing sneered. I should be an example. Su Jing smiled, took a sip and said, tell me about you. I met a vampire when I first came to the United States, and this hotel seems a bit interesting. Flop. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Huxia MTL fanfiction/second element novel can be read at HotMTL novel for free. The sharp gun slashed the sofa, and the expensive sofa was cut into two ends instantly. Elizabeth was surprised at the sharpness of the knife, and even more surprised, Su Jing's speed. I have also saved many people, such as Donovan just now. When I found him, he was a drug addict who died of drug abuse. I transformed him and gave him immortality. Elizabeth said, bending slightly, as if she was deliberately tempting Su Jing to stretch forward. Donovan is back. When Elizabeth's voice fell, she heard a bang from behind and the door closed. Suddenly. Since you are so interested in this hotel, then, stay in this hotel forever. My things, it's not that easy to be taken away. Su Jing said lightly, and when her heart moved, she heard a swish. Elizabeth suddenly found that the knife in her hand was missing. The next moment, the sharp spear reappeared in Su Jing's hands. Su Jing placed the sharp gun on the coffee table. Elizabeth was not afraid, and even looked at Su Jing teasingly. Are Eastern men as handsome as you? Su Jing smiled softly. At the same time, Elizabeth had already swung a knife and slashed towards Su Jing. There is still a desire for blood. Su Jing said lightly. You should have killed a lot of people. She held a sharp gun. This hotel has a lot of secrets. The person who built this hotel is called March. The purpose of building this hotel is also to satisfy his own desire to kill. So, countless years have passed. Although this hotel has been renovated several times, but, it's still so interesting. As for me, I am infected with an ancient blood virus that keeps me young and immortal. Elizabeth said. No need. Elizabeth smiled slightly. The couple got dressed. Donovan hesitated for a moment and took them out. Elizabeth looked at her hand in surprise, and then at Su Jing. The knife disappeared out of thin air and returned to his hand. Even Elizabeth, who had been alive for a long time, had never seen such a weird situation. At this time, Donovan suddenly yelled and rushed towards Ma Xiaoling. He saw that Su Jing was not easy to provoke, so he wanted to take a hostage. The method is correct. But he estimated one thing wrong. Ma Xiaoling is not an ordinary woman. Just as Donovan rushed over, Ma Xiaoling also moved. Instead of retreating, he took the initiative to wave his hand and slapped him. Donovan didn't expect that she would even dare to take the initiative. He didn't react to being hit for a while, and the powerful force made him kick back a few steps. It's a pity that I didn't bring the magic wand. Ma Xiaoling said regretfully, and immediately saw her expression lingering, and her hands began to seal. 9-character mantra. Although the experience value of a vampire was missing, Su Jing did not intend to stop it. Dragon God Edict, Vulcan Zhu Rong borrows the law to punish evil. After Jian, Ma Xiaoling waved her hands towards Donovan. In an instant, her spiritual pressure rose rapidly, and a bang was heard immediately. Donovan was knocked out in an instant, and his body began to burn quickly. After a short while, the body turned to ashes. It turned out to be the Dragon God's Edict. Su Jing was slightly disappointed. The 9-character mantra, and the Edict of the Dragon God, are the Taoism Ma Jia is good at, but Ma Xiaoling basically uses the 9-character mantra in the TV series, and Su Jing also wants to see what the dragon is like. Ma Xiaoling looked a little excited when she saw Dragon God's imperial order kill the vampire in seconds. Although she has never killed zombies, vampires are similar to zombies, right? Ma Xiaoling thought so, turned her head to look at Elizabeth. Elizabeth's reaction was quick, and she turned around and wanted to run. She is faster than ordinary people, but much slower than the vampires or zombies Su Jing knows about, and she hasn't seen the vampire fangs for so long. She also said that she was infected with a blood virus. This makes Su Jing a little curious about her. Instant steps flashed past, and Su Jing instantly blocked Elizabeth, followed the sharp spear and put it away. Another Zanpakutō knife appeared in his hand. Beginning to solve. Read more at hotfulnovel.xyz. Ling Wu. Xiu Baixue. The Zanpakutō knife moved downward slightly, and changed rapidly as it moved. The blade, guard, and soldier are all turned into snow white, like a white snow blade, with a clean white ribbon tied to the handle. As it swings, the ribbon seems to become a circle in the air. What a beautiful knife! Ma Xiaoling couldn't help but exclaimed. It was the first time she saw such a white and beautiful knife. Move, you'll die. Su Jing held her sleeve Baixue in a cold voice. Elizabeth stopped instantly, looking at the white knife in Su Jing's hand. She could be sure, it was definitely not the one just now. What is this ability? Elizabeth, run away. Suddenly a shout came, and immediately afterwards, I saw Donovan rushing towards Su Jing. How can it be? Isn't he dead? Ma Xiaoling was surprised that she planned to take another shot, and Su Jing was also slightly surprised, and she came to Donovan's side in an instant with Shizu. First dance, Yuabai. Xiu Baixue lightly waved, and suddenly a circle appeared on the ground, wrapping Donovan and Su Jing in them. The circle suddenly glowed white, like snow under the moonlight, and the temperature in the room began to drop in an instant. The cold air instantly entangled Donovan's feet and began to freeze, and it spread quickly. At the same time, the circle suddenly glowed with moonlight, booming upwards, holding the rapid spread, and in an instant, Donovan had been frozen into icicles. What is this? Elizabeth couldn't help but cried out. Su Jing slowly put down his sleeve Baixue, and he heard a crackling sound, and the icicles seemed to be cracking. Click. The icicles suddenly split from the middle and turned into ice cubes in an instant, and the frozen Donovan also scattered with the ice cubes and turned into blocks. Immediately afterwards, the light shone from the ice cube, and finally converged to a point, and quickly penetrated into Su Jing's beads. 50 experience points. Is it because Ma Xiaoling didn't kill Donovan before? No. It should have killed Donovan as a vampire, but because of the special nature of this hotel, Donovan became a ghost after his death. That's why I gained 50 experience points. Sure enough, there is a problem with this hotel. After you die, you will become a ghost and be trapped here and become an earthbound spirit. Su Jing asked Elizabeth. Elizabeth nodded subconsciously. There are indeed a lot of ghosts here. Everyone who died here will wander here, repeating what happened before their death, until they find their goal. But, they can never leave this hotel. It seems that Donovan loves you very much. Donovan didn't repeat the previous things, but he was going to save Elizabeth as soon as he came out. Obviously, he was very emotional. What is the transformation of vampires? Su Jing asked. It seems that because Su Jing didn't do it right away, Elizabeth recovered slightly and poured herself a glass of wine. I know that many vampire movies or materials say that they will be transformed if bitten by a vampire. Actually, it's not. I didn't. Sharp fangs, there is no way to bite through human necks, so I can only cut them open. I am not afraid of sunlight, garlic, and crosses. But sunlight will make me feel weak. There is no way to bite people. To transform, I need the other person to drink me. Blood. As long as you are smart enough, you can get eternal life. The premise is to kill countless people. Ma Xiaoling answered. There are many types of vampires. In my opinion, you are different from regular vampires. There are advantages and disadvantages. For example, not afraid of the sun. The strength of this Elizabeth is not strong. It is estimated that like Agia and others can easily solve it, let alone flying, and the speed is very different, but, not afraid of the sun, it is really outstanding. Drinking her blood can transform into a vampire without fear of the sun, so, what about zombies? Do you want to die? Su Jing suddenly asked. Want to die? Of course Elizabeth didn't want to die. The other party asked such words at this time, which obviously meant that there was still a chance. But why? From the fact that the opponent killed Donovan simply and neatly, his determination and strength can be seen, so why let him go? Is it beautiful? Looking at Su Jing's handsome face, if the other party is coveting beauty, it doesn't matter. What do you want? Elizabeth asked directly. You, and this hotel. Su Jing said. You want me, you can. But this hotel, although I am the owner of this hotel and live here, but, this hotel will soon not belong to me. Elizabeth said. But, this is just the surface. If you really want to get this hotel, there is someone you have to solve. Who? The builder of this hotel, March. Elizabeth said, March built this hotel to kill people, so, this hotel seems to be cursed, and everyone who dies here will have their souls reborn here, and was trapped in this hotel. And March died here too, so his soul is there, and rules the soul here. If you want this hotel, you must kill him. Vampire, earthbound spirit. This hotel is really interesting. Su Jing said faintly, got up and said, it's late at night, I will go back to my room to rest first. As for the follow-up of this matter, let's talk about it slowly. With that said, Su Jing took Ma Xiaoling out like this. Elizabeth stared at the disappearing figure of the two dumbfounded, and she couldn't figure out Su Jing's intentions. Ma Xiaoling can't figure it out either. After returning to the room, Ma Xiaoling couldn't help asking, are you really going to let her go? She is a vampire, I don't know how many people have been killed. People can't come back from death. If keeping her is more beneficial than killing her, I don't mind keeping her. Su Jing smiled and explained to Ma Xiaoling. She has a very special kind. There are not many vampires who are not afraid of the sun. I told you that I know a few vegetarian zombies, and Elizabeth's blood may make them change. Secondly, this hotel is very evil, and we can solve this. The ghost in the hotel, vampire, but there is no guarantee that there will be no trouble in the future. In this case, it is better to get it at least to ensure that you will not die in the future. Of course, the most important thing is, this hotel should be very valuable, and I happen to be short of money. Either ghosts or vampires, there are so many in this world, they can't be killed at all. Ma Xiaoling hesitated. Then you can stay in the United States and run this hotel? Su Jing smiled. There will always be a way. It's late, let's rest first, and I'll talk about it tomorrow. You won't mess around? Ma Xiaoling hesitated. I promise. Su Jing said with a smile. The night passed quietly, and Su Jing did not do anything to Ma Xiaoling. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. In a daze, Su Jing heard a knock on the door. I opened my eyes and found that it was already dawn outside. Su Jing got up and walked over to open the door. When he saw the laundryman standing outside, he smiled and said, "Is there anything I need for room service?" Change 2 clean towels. Su Jing turned away and the laundryman walked in. At this time, Su Jing's shoulder was slightly tilted, and he touched the washer lightly. The touch is very real. Su Jing watched with interest as the laundryman walked to the bathroom and took the towel out. The sun shone on her through the window, and she didn't look abnormal. Except, her face looked slightly unhealthy and pale. The ghost of this hotel is not like a ghost at all. There are entities, they are not afraid of the sun, and they look just like ordinary people. Here, what is the difference between being dead and being alive? Except can't leave this hotel. Why are you a laundryman? Su Jing asked her in a casual chat. Why? The washer was stunned. I've been doing this job, sheets, towels, and many dirty places need to be cleaned up. This is your goal? Su Jing asked again. The washer was stunned and said, "It should be, is it? I won't interrupt you to rest." After that, the washer was ready to leave. Wait, I have something to ask you. Su Jing stopped the washer and said, "How long have you been dead?" WH. What? The laundryman's expression was taken aback. Yes, although you look no different from ordinary people, I know you are dead. So, how long have you been dead? Su Jing continued to ask. She is the husband's wife, but, this ****ch doesn't love her husband at all, I can see it, the laundryman said swearingly, his tone slightly acidic. Ma Xiaoling hadn't woken up yet. Su Jing simply came out of the room and planned to take a turn here. So, what is the relationship between Elizabeth and March? Su Jing asked with a smile. That be ****ch. You go out first. Su Jing said with a smile, and the laundryman opened the door and went out. Okay, it's been a long time, said the washer. She won't like March, will she? Obviously, Elizabeth has no ability to kill March. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Huxia MTL fanfiction/second element novel can be read at HotMTL novel for free. Elizabeth is a vampire, she can leave here but rely on it. March died here, and his soul was trapped here. Speaking of Elizabeth, the laundryman seemed a little angry. That be ****ch is a scourge, I advise you to stay away from her, you will die. If not, how could a laundryman comment on Mrs. March's in such a tone? But Su Jing believed what she said. Elizabeth really didn't love March, otherwise she would not tell herself that to get this hotel, March must be killed first. Although this is the second time I have come, I really haven't seen this hotel carefully. It is estimated that there is some bloody inside story. So, you should know March, the builder of this hotel. Of course, I have been following Mr. The laundryman said without hesitation, and there seemed to be some pride among the dark colors. Su Jing smiled and said, Is Elizabeth and March have a grudge? Will die. The corridor is silent, even in the daytime, giving people a dark and depressing feeling. Suddenly, Su Jingmeng turned around. At the end of the corridor, a little boy stood. With blonde hair and a small black suit, he looked straight at him, and then violently raised his finger to, behind him. Su Jing turned his head, and a shadow flashed by. When Su Jing looked back again, the little boy turned and ran. Su Jing hurried to catch up. At the end of the corridor, the little boy is gone. At the end is a closed wall, and there are no rooms on either side. It seems that this is a dead end. Su Jing silently sensed, and quickly looked towards the wall next to him, pressing his palms everywhere. Not knowing what was pressed, Su Jing's fingers pressed hard. The wall opened back in an instant. A white room. There are several huge screens on the walls of the room, which seem to be games like snakes. On a round sofa, there are several children sitting on the sofa. There are males and females. They don't look big, and they don't hear things outside the window. They just concentrate on playing games. For Su Jing's arrival there is no reaction at all. That little boy was here just now. A brood of vampires. Su Jing muttered softly, and suddenly heard a sound in the room, and immediately saw the expressionless front desk come out from it, pushing the instrument that seemed to draw blood. Seeing Su Jing, the front desk was obviously stunned for a while and she didn't know how to explain, but her eyes seemed to be resentful. I have nothing to do with her, right? Work on your businesses. Elizabeth's voice came from behind. The front desk did not speak and silently began to draw blood from these little vampires. You drink vampires' blood too? Su Jing asked Elizabeth. Human blood reflects people's health. Some people take drugs and some people drink alcohol, so the best way is to get them to drink, and then I drink their blood. This is the purest way. Elizabeth explained. Really abnormal enough. Su Jing said lightly. Elizabeth chuckled and said, you will see many perverts in this hotel, such as her. Her name is Iris, and Donovan is her son. A poor old woman who never knows what her son wants. She wanted to take care of her son but didn't know how to take care of her. It was a fetishism. She forced her son to leave her in search of death, but was saved by me. Then, she stayed here as the receptionist, and her son turned a blind eye to her. But I am willing to do these things for my son. This is the last time. Iris said at the front desk, read more at hotnovel.xyz. That's right, Donovan is dead, you don't have to stay here anymore. Elizabeth said with a chuckle. Come on, I'll introduce you to some other perverts. Elizabeth said, taking Su Jing out. Along the way, Su Jing did see a lot. For example, a couple who likes to have S*X in the bathtub, for example, a drug addict named Sally, who took Donovan to take drugs to find her death, but was followed by Iris stepped out of the window and fell to death, possibly because the distance was too close, and I was trapped here after turning into a ghost. There is another named Liz, which sounds like a woman's name. In fact, this is a man with a bald head, wearing a skirt and earrings to make up for himself, and regards himself as a woman. Elizabeth said this is her most perfect masterpiece. A man with a family, children and a career lives with a little princess. He can only come to a small hotel room to experience the pleasure of wearing women's clothing. Elizabeth finds out. Encouraging him to take that step. Since then, one man is missing. One more woman. I have to say that this Cortez hotel is amazing. Ghosts, vampires, even ordinary people, don't seem to be normal. Did you see him? Elizabeth suddenly pointed to a man drinking in the bar far away. That's a policeman. It should look normal, but I think, surely not. Su Jing said. Elizabeth nodded. A Ten Commandments killer appeared recently. He is the police officer in charge of investigating this case. But, he racked his brains and couldn't find the murderer, because, he is the murderer, but he doesn't know it yet. That's it. Sure enough, it's also a pervert. The real pervert is March. Although he is dead, he has cultivated many notorious serial killers here, especially this policeman. He was chosen by March to inherit his will and complete the 10 Commandments. Elizabeth paused and continued. Said, you can only kill March if you want to get this hotel. As I said before, this hotel already has a new owner. I will marry him, get the ownership of this hotel, and then, kill him, take the hotel, will hand it over to you. Elizabeth smiled brightly. It makes people shudder. This kind of killing and taking property is an understatement. Jing went straight to the bathroom, where a woman who was fat enough to hold several of him rushed over directly. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Huxia MTL fanfiction / second element novel can be read at HotMTL novel for free. Is it? It's that simple. Open the door of the room, there are no guests inside. Walking around, there are too many perverts in this hotel. Jing said with a smile. Since you are awake, then start working. Where have you been? I'm about to find you. Jing and Ma Xiaoling came out of the room, and began to search for ghosts through ling pressure. How many vampires are there? Jing asked. Clean up ghosts in the hotel. What do you mean? Elizabeth asked. The direct solution to the murder, the soul burial of the unkilled. In addition to me, there are those children I raised, no more. Jing shook his head and did not speak. There are so many ghosts here, enough to be busy for a while. But before that, he had to go back to Ma Xiaoling first. She should wake up at this time. Jing smiled suddenly. It seems that you don't know this hotel as much as I thought. Back in the room, Ma Xiaoling really woke up. What are you doing? Boom. Puff. The sharp spear pierced her body, and instantly the whole person turned into brilliance and plunged into Jing's beads. Jing smiled and turned around, moving on to the next goal. I have to say that there are too many ghosts here, and they all look like ordinary people. Ma Xiaoling wondered how Jing could distinguish it with such precision. Solving 3 ghosts in a row, finally. Jing and Ma Xiaoling met the ghost couple who liked to have S*X in the bathroom. I'll save you guys. Jing said faintly. The handle of the sharp spear suddenly pressed against the female ghost's forehead. The light of the soul burial lit up instantly, and the female ghost showed a happy expression on her face as if she had seen some beautiful scenery. Just when everything was going well, Jing suddenly felt the light of darkness devouring the soul burial. Jing encountered this situation for the first time. It seems that there is some power to stop the soul burial. Are you not willing to let these ghosts go away? Jing said softly, and the bead suddenly lit up, followed by something like a small armband. 13. Below is an umbrella-shaped flower. The 13th Division Team Chapter. Jing put the team badge on her body, and immediately felt the light of the soul burial burst suddenly, as if the power had become stronger. The darkness pulled the light, but the light was like a beam of light, and instantly enveloped the female ghost and the male ghost at the same time, and then I saw the light, the soul character appeared on the man's forehead, and then, the two turned into brilliance. The light dissipated, and the darkness disappeared. The 2 ghosts are gone. The 13th squad, the purification team, is really extraordinary. Jing muttered, and did not remove it. He found that the power of this hotel was very strong and would prevent soul burial. With this team chapter, the ability to enhance the soul burial can be successful. The experience points brought by the 5 ghosts made Jing level up again. The 5 ghosts have directly upgraded the experience value that was already at the critical point of upgrading, and he has already had 2 chances to draw a lottery. The 2 came out of the room and happened to see 3 people walking in the hallway. A man with a 7 or 8-year-old child, followed by a fat woman who seemed to be introducing the hotel, sounded. This man seemed to be what Elizabeth said. The new owner of this hotel. Hey! Jing suddenly called him. What's the matter? The man asked flatly. I give you a piece of advice, don't get involved with this hotel, you will die. Su Jing said, read more at hotnovel.xyz. The man's expression was a bit ugly, so he turned and left. Su Jing shrugged and reminded him that he could save his life if he listened, and no one can blame others if he can't listen. I have class tomorrow, do you plan to stay here all the time? Ma Xiaoling asked Su Jing. Su Scenic Spot nodded, yes, not for this hotel, for these ghosts I won't leave for the time being. Yeah. Then I'll go back in a while. If you have anything to do, please call me, and I will come to help you when there is no class. Ma Xiaoling said. It is good. Su Attractions nodded. Ma Xiaoling went back to class, and Su Jing continued to live in the Codes Hotel. The boss obviously didn't listen to his advice, and started to redecorate this place with great fanfare. At the same time, Elizabeth really succeeded in getting his attention very powerfully, and soon began to pair up. For several days, Su Jing hadn't been idle, cleaning up the ghosts in the hotel, and his experience points were also increasing rapidly. Call. The morning sunlight came in, and Su Jing left the room after washing well. From the elevator, the front desk changed to Liz. The guy with the man's body and the woman's heart. Apart from his perverted thoughts and unacceptable appearance, Su Jing had been in contact a few times, and he was pretty good. Today is the night of the devil, do you want to go out? Devil's night, is it the day before Halloween? Su Jing asked casually. Liz smiled, this is unique in the hotel. Devil's night. You should like it. It sounds like a gathering of many ghosts. It's a pity that I made an appointment. Su Jing waved his hand and walked out of the hotel. Devil's Night is unique to the hotel. It sounds like there will be many ghosts appearing, but Su Jing has already arranged to spend Halloween with Ma Xiaoling. Today, I must go ahead in advance. Su Jing was stunned for a moment, and immediately saw the other party shouting and blocking his body. Su Jing went directly to the apartment where Ma Xiaoling lived, and he took the key to open the door directly with the spare key. After a while, Chris came out of the room, wearing a long t-shirt like the last time, and went to sit next to Su Jing and said, how about it, the decor is not bad, I plan to surprise you. As soon as I entered, I saw many more decorations in the room, what kind of shadow-like toys, and pumpkin lanterns and the like. It felt very atmospheric. Immediately afterwards, I saw a figure flashing by. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Huxia MTL fanfiction / second element novel can be read at HotMTL novel for free. Su Jing doesn't know anything about Halloween, but he probably knows that people will dress up like ghosts, and children will knock on doors and play trick-or-treating games. The so-called Halloween actually started on the eve of Halloween. As a college student, Ma Xiaoling is not interested in Halloween, but she still has friends. Such a holiday must be celebrated together, so Ma Xiaoling naturally invited Su Jing. When I got to the place, I gave the car money. Su Jing curled his lips. By this time the taxi had already arrived. Did you open the door directly when you go to other people's houses? Chris replied and turned to enter the house. Su Jing really doesn't know how to explain this kind of thing. Ma Xiaoling hasn't finished class at this time, just because she knows that no one at home will open the door directly. How can she think that Chris is at home and, without wearing any clothes? This scene, how is it familiar? Obviously he recognized it too, feeling a little disgusted, and went straight in, without even saying hello. Yushu Street is the street where Ma Xiaoling lives. Go to Elm Street. Su Jing shook his head speechlessly. This is the second time. Chris, don't you like to wear clothes at home? Standing at the entrance of the hotel and waiting, Su Jing saw the owner of this hotel again. After getting in the car, Su Jing said to the driver. Okay. Sure enough. Su Jing said with a smile. Chrissy curled her lips. I didn't mean the same thing just now, but it happened twice in a row. Don't you think it's a coincidence? It's a coincidence. Su Jing nodded with a smile. Are you with Xiaoling? You lived together that day? Chrissy asked, suddenly gossiping. Su Jing shook his head slightly and said, we did nothing. Impossible, how could it be possible to do nothing after sleeping together? You can't you? Chris looked suspiciously between Su Jing's legs. Su Jing curled his lips and said, would you like to try? Okay. Chrissy said seriously, you are not together yet, this shouldn't be regarded as sorry for Xiaoling, let alone just one time, and will not fall in love. Xiaoling will be out of school for a while. Well, including the time to get home, you still have 2 hours. Are you serious? Su Jing was a little surprised, is it that Deongmar is so open? Of course, I have always wanted to find a foreign man to end my first time. By such a coincidence, you have seen my body twice. I think this may be a hint. Rest assured, I will make you responsible, and I won't tell Xiaoling. Chris said seriously. Are you still in charge? Su Jing was a little surprised. I thought that Chris should be so proactive and bold, she should have experienced a lot of battles, but she didn't expect it to be good. Is this American-style education? Of course, or why do you think I would become roommates and friends with Xiaoling? Because we are two freaks in school, and Nancy. But she didn't live here. Chrissy explained. This is a tempting invitation. To be honest, I am very excited, but... Su Jing shook his head. It doesn't matter to him, but Xiaoling still has to live with Chrissy. Okay. Chris looked disappointed. Su Jing smiled, got up to help Chris set up, and more than 2 hours passed without knowing it. Why hasn't Xiaoling come back? Su Jing asked casually. Chrissy shook her head, school should be over at this time, unless... Unless what? Unless she is looking for you. Chrissy said, you don't have a car here. You only came here once, and I told her that I would simply decorate the house, so she might pick you up first. Xiaoling went to the Cortez Hotel. Thinking of Liz's Night of the Devil, Su Jing frowned slightly and said, do you mind changing my clothes and sending me a trip? Of course can. Chrissy quickly entered the room, changed her clothes and followed Su Jing out. Normally, at this time, even if something was delayed in the middle of Xiaoling, she must be back. Definitely I will pick you up. Chris said surely after getting in the car. Su Scenic Spot nodded without speaking, read more at hotnovel.xyz. Although I don't know what is going on in this devil night, Ma Xiaoling shouldn't worry too much about her ability. Soon, he has arrived at the Cortez Hotel. The two got out of the car and went in, and Su Jing found that Liz at the front desk had disappeared. The lobby of the hotel is empty, and there is no decoration. I heard that this hotel is haunted, but I don't know if it's true or not. Chrissy whispered. Su Jing went straight into the elevator without speaking, and at the same time sensed Ma Xiaoling's spiritual pressure. Unfortunately, it did not succeed. It seems that because of Halloween, the dark power in the hotel is stronger. Ding! From the elevator, Su Jing went directly to his room. There is no one in the room. Xiaoling hasn't come yet? Chris was a little surprised. Su Jing stared at the sheet on the bed and said to Chrissy. You wait here, don't run around. Su Jing turned around and went out. Chrissy didn't care, she was very curious to visit. Su Jing, you are back. It just so happens. This is an invitation from March. I invite you to participate in the annual Night of the Devil. A woman suddenly appeared in the corridor. A henhouse-like blonde, wearing a leopard skirt with a cigarette in his hand, and an invitation card in his other hand and handed it over. This is Sally, that addict. Lead the way. Su Jing hadn't seen Ma Qi in the past few days, and now an invitation suddenly appeared. Ma Xiaoling was gone again, Su Jing didn't even want to say directly. Sally brought Su Jing to the door of a room, opened the door and went in. As soon as I entered, I saw several people drinking and chatting, and there was still melodious music in the room. There are 6 in total, all ghosts. After entering, Jing could feel their spiritual pressure. They were all black, and they were not weak. Welcome, our new guest. I'm March, the builder of this hotel. These are the friends I invited, great killers. A man in an old-fashioned suit and a beard said in a weird tone. Opened the mouth. March, the notorious murderer, the builder of this hotel, is also the biggest pervert in Elizabeth's mouth. He looks elegant now, it really doesn't look like it. My friend, where is she? Jing asked in a deep voice. People here will become your friends. A fat man smiled and patted Jing on the shoulder. Puff. The sharp spear suddenly appeared and pierced the fat man's body. The fat man widened his eyes in disbelief, his body turned into radiance. Jing looked at March intently. I'll ask again, where is my friend? This is not a courtesy a guest should have. Machi's face turned gloomy, and the other people looked at Jing sullenly. Jing raised his mouth and said with a sneer, really? What do you want to do? Kill me? Sorry, I'm not targeting anyone, I just want to say that all the people present are, all rubbish. Trash. You actually said we are trash. Ha 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 ha, do you know who I am? A woman who looked like a tomboy said, Eileen Volno, the most famous female Lotus killer, who was killed by me looked down upon woman's man. He Rich Ramirez, a night sniper, killed 12 people. Zodiac killer, killed 33 men and boys. Jeffrey Dahmer, murderer, ogre, everyone killed by him will eventually become his belly lunch. Marky, the greatest serial killer in history, is also he who allowed us to find the true meaning of life and become the greatest and most immortal existence. You actually said that we are rubbish? Seeing several serial killers with an angry look, Jing's expression did not change. Answer my question, I might be able to let you go. Ha ha. It seems that the appetizers can be saved and I can start the main course directly. Let me do it first. This guy is funny, arrogant and confident. I like it very much. His knife seems to be weird. It's interesting because of this. I haven't killed such a special person. Several assassins didn't regard Jing's words as a threat at all, even though a guy died just now, it was because it was too sudden. Who are they? They are the great serial killers in history. Several people laughed at each other and took out their weapons and argued with each other and walked towards Jing. Let me come first, I can't wait. A long, delicate man walked over with an electric drill in his hand, looking excited. Jeffrey Dahmer, that ogre. And he is still the same S***X. Seeing him walking over with an electric drill with an obsessive expression in his eyes, he deliberately started the electric drill to scare people. Jing's eyes showed a touch of smoke, and he slowly raised the sharp gun. The tip of the knife aimed at him. Oh oh oh. Look at it. What is he going to do? Is he a samurai? He wants to fight with a sword. Jeffrey Dahmer, can you do it? If you can't, you can change to us. The other serial killers yelled booingly. Jeffrey Dahmer smiled shyly, he is mine. Shoot him sharp spear. Jing snorted, but Jeffrey Dahmer disagreed, what use could such a long distance and such a short knife do? He took a step and prepared to move on. Then, he saw a light. A white light. Puff. The sharp spear pierced his body instantly, the dining table split from the middle, and a bang was heard right after that, the sharp spear pierced the wall, finally, the glass cracking sounded, and there was a moment's away. As if I heard the sound of something falling to pieces. Jeffrey Dahmer looked down at his chest, his expression shocked and painful, and then, it turned into brilliance. With a swish, the gun was retracted again. Who will be replaced next? Jing said lightly, read more at hotnovel.xyz. Shocked. All the serial killers were dumbfounded. All were dumbfounded. Is no one coming? Then I am coming. Su Jing sneered, and Xuanbu started instantly. Whoosh whoosh. Several figures flashed quickly, and Su Jing came to Ma Chi. Ma Chi was stunned for a moment, and saw several rays of light fly over, as if illuminating the room. I haven't seen your friend, but I think Elizabeth will know. March said with a smile. Su Jing was expressionless. You know, this hotel was built by me. I made some tricks in the corridor. There is a disappearing corridor, which is also a secret room. I think, you can find your friends there. March continued said. Okay. Su Jing said a little more, then turned and walked out. Ma Chi tidied his clothes with a sigh of relief, but suddenly heard Su Jing's voice. Shoot him sharp spear. With the tip of Su Jing's knife facing Ma Chi backward, the sharp spear extended instantly. In March's smoothness, Su Jing retracted the sharp spear and walked out of the room without looking back. When he reached the door, Su Jing glanced at Sally. Sally said tremblingly, I can lead the way. The corners of Su Jing's mouth raised slightly, and Sally subconsciously let out a sigh of relief. I do not need. The voice fell, and the blade flashed. The light brightened up. Coming out of the room, Su Jing went straight to a certain corridor. This corridor is the same as the corridor in the vampire's secret room that I encountered last time, it's a dead end. Right here. Su Jing stood still in front of the wall. He had sensed the existence of two vampires behind the wall before. He also asked Elizabeth specifically, but she didn't know. However, I am afraid I already know it. Because this wall obviously has traces of new masonry. Shoot him, sharp gun. With the tip of the knife staring at the wall, Su Jing gave a soft drink, and the sharp spear stretched out instantly, followed by a bang, and the wall was directly penetrated. In an instant, a bloody smell permeated from the inside. Su Jing held a sharp gun 3 times and split the wall open, only to realize that there was still a thick steel plate inside the wall. If it weren't for sharp guns, it would be impossible to penetrate. The lights were still on inside, and you could clearly see many dry corpses on the ground, and even rats. Su Jing and Ma Xiaoling pushed in. Although I didn't ask in detail, Su Jing would appear here so quickly. Finding here and finding himself is enough to prove something. Su Jing. Su Jing glanced at it and said with a sneer. Forget about this man, I'll take you out. I came to you, she said. She found a sealed corridor in the hotel, and found a vampire you are solving, and then brought me in. As soon as I came in, the door was closed. I didn't see you at all, but I saw this vampire. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Huxia MTL fanfiction / second element novel can be read at HotMTL novel for free. A crisp voice sounded, and Su Jing immediately felt a burst of light in front of him, and a powerful spiritual pressure was released instantly. Su Jing hurried to catch up, and saw Shenlong disappear, and there was a woman lying on the opposite side of Ma Xiaoling. What happened? I'm fine, why are you here? Ma Xiaoling asked first, and then said angrily, I was cheated by Elizabeth. Elizabeth's room. Stepped into it. Returning from the original road, Ma Xiaoling was a little surprised and moved when she looked at the broken wall. Xiaoling. Lin, soldiers, fighting, je, all, array, row, in, front, Ma Xiaoling's voice sounded not far away. Punish evil. I also found some clues. This female vampire should have been trapped here for a long time, but there should be another one, and a male vampire. Look, this is a photo. Su Jing came to a room with exactly the same layout as the pub. There were 2 suitcases on the bed. One of them was opened and there were photos of a couple of men and women inside. Su Jing walked to Xiaoling's side and said, Are you okay? Top. Elizabeth's room is very lively. She was sitting on a man's lap and they kissed passionately. There is a standing iron cage next to it. The man trapped in the cage is the new owner of this hotel. Boom! The door was pushed open. Su Jing and Ma Xiaoling walked in and instantly attracted the attention of the three. Help, help! The hotel owner shouted excitedly. Elizabeth came down from the man, and the man's appearance was revealed. Ma Xiaoling glanced at Su Jing. This man is exactly the one mentioned before. Why are you here? Elizabeth was slightly surprised, and then smiled and got up to pour the wine, and said while pouring the wine, "You just came here, I'm about to tell you, I'm already registered with Will, as long as he is dead, this hotel is mine, which is yours." Hearing her saying this, Will, who was trapped in the cage, was instantly desperate. They turned out to be in the same group. "Elizabeth, don't forget, you are not qualified to inherit my inheritance," Will shouted. Elizabeth smiled lightly. "Yes, I really don't have the qualifications, but you set me up as your son's guardian, so it doesn't matter to you when you are an adult," Will shouted. "He must have a chance to become an adult," Elizabeth said disapprovingly. Since it was to seize property from the beginning, how could Elizabeth fail to calculate this? She has done such things many times. Desperate, Will was completely desperate. "Although I cannot transfer the hotel to you for the time being, in fact this hotel is already yours. This is Valentino, the one who made me and transformed me. I thought he was dead, but we did reunite it again. I will leave the hotel with him," Elizabeth said. Su Jing looked at Valentino, took the wine glass handed over by Elizabeth and drank it. Then he smiled and took the entire bottle and poured it on the ground. Elizabeth was a little nervous as there was a gurgling noise. Before long, the wine bottle was empty. Take it. Read more at hotfulnovel.xyz. Su Jing handed the wine bottle to Elizabeth, and then walked to Will. "You want this hotel, you won't succeed," Will shouted. Su Jing shook his head. "I have reminded you, no wonder others." Will was stunned and remembered. "But..." Su Jing turned to look at Elizabeth, and smiled softly. "Some people are annoying me, so I changed my mind. I will save you, and you transfer this hotel to me, how about?" "Really, really?" Will was stunned, then nodded ecstatically. I promise, I promise." Su Jing smiled and nodded. The sharp spear suddenly appeared, the knife light flashed, the cage was cut off in an instant. Will hurried out, hiding aside with lingering fears. Turning around, Su Jing walked towards Elizabeth. Elizabeth said, "We just want to leave. Is there a bigger bottle?" Su Jing asked suddenly. Elizabeth was a little puzzled, but Su Jing happened to see an ornament that seemed to have a glass cylinder next to it, and walked over and unscrewed it directly. Will grinned and couldn't help but said, "This is a priceless artwork. It will play a better role." Su Jing smiled disapprovingly, came to Elizabeth again, put the glass jar down first, and then took the wine bottle. "Found the true love of the past, so you want to leave here to live a new life. Well, this idea is excusable, but..." Then, Su Jing walked to Valentino. "Did you know that she killed the female vampire with you?" "What?" Valentino froze and looked at Elizabeth. "Didn't you say that she went out to experience this new world? Let's leave when she comes back." "You..." "I didn't kill her." Elizabeth shook her head. "Yes, you didn't kill her, you locked her up again, and you also lied to my friend." Su Jing's voice became colder and colder. "I have to admit, you are really smart. Whether it is the female vampire or my friend who died, the rest of the people will not be able to come out alive. If the female vampire is dead, you can get rid of your love rivals and go far away with your favorite. My friend is dead. Today it happens to be the night of the devil again. I would think that it was March who did it, and then help you solve the obstacles that you want to leave. After all, March is your husband. Let me guess, you wanted March to die early in the morning, but I never did it. Then, you discovered the secret of the corridor and knew that your lover was locked up by March, so you were angry, you want revenge. It happened at this time that my friend came to me. In the night of the devil, when the serial killers were partying, it was easy to make me suspect that March did it. In fact, it was indeed successful. Slap. 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 Jing couldn't help clapping his hands and smiled and said, "Small with a knife, 2 birds with 1 stone and 2 birds with 1 stone have been superbly transformed by you." Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Huxia MTL fanfiction/second element novel can be read at HotMTL novel for free. Just as Elizabeth was about to get up while lying on the ground, Ma Xiaoling's magic wand had already appeared in front of her. Boom! Elizabeth yelled in grief and anger and rushed toward Jing, but Jing suddenly kicked it. Puff! The sharp spear appeared again and directly stabbed him. His body began to burn, slowly turning into brilliance. Jing's words fell, and the sharp spear retracted and suddenly broke the bottle. "But you shouldn't, calculate it to my head, calculate it to my friend's head." Grumbling. "Don't worry, it's not your turn yet," Jing said with a sneer. A hole appeared on the neck, and blood spurted out instantly. The bubbling sound gradually stopped, the blood in the glass jar increased, and Valentino had stopped twitching. Jing reached out and put the glass jar on his body, and the blood came out from him. "Do not." This kick was kicking Elizabeth's chest, causing Elizabeth to fly out in an instant. "So, you guys don't want to leave this hotel?" Flop. The bottle shattered, and Jing took the glass jar with one hand, and thrust the glass bottle against Valentino's neck with the other. "Get the experience value. This Valentino shouldn't turn into a ghost and show up in the hotel, right?" Jing carried the glass jar to the side and put it aside, looking at Elizabeth who was crying sadly. "Now it is your turn. Let me go. You have got what you want, this hotel, and the blood of vampires. You killed my favorite man. I am already ashamed, let me leave," Elizabeth said slowly. Jing raised the corner of his mouth and said with a sneer, "If your heart is as gray as death, then you should die." Let me come?" Will suddenly asked, shaking. "No." Jing shook his head. "But you can help find the container." Will was disappointed at first, but moved quickly. Before long, he didn't know where he found a plastic bucket. "Is this okay? Although the grade is a little lower, but, to be worthy of her." After speaking, the wine bottle pierced down. Elizabeth didn't hide, perhaps because she knew she couldn't hide. The blood poured out, and Elizabeth's body twitched, until the blood was gone. Jing took her life. Originally, Jing felt that Elizabeth was very abnormal, and to be honest, there was a murderous intention, and now there is no need to keep her after doing this. Looking at the 2 tanks of blood in front of him, Jing said to Ma Xiaoling, "By the way, Chrissy came with me. In the room, you should go find her first." "Christ is here too. I'm going to see her." Ma Xiaoling replied and turned and left. Jing beckoned to Will. At this time, Will didn't have the same cold and unconcerned appearance before, and he quickly walked over. "There are other vampires and ghosts in this hotel, but it has nothing to do with you." "Yes. I will draft a contract for the transfer of property rights." "Go." Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Jing is too lazy to say something. Although the process has changed a bit, the result is still the same. Although he is also a little unhappy with Will, it is always more comfortable than letting Elizabeth hurt him and then get this hotel. March, Elizabeth. The leaders of the ghosts and vampires are dead, but there are still things to do in the follow-up. The remaining ghosts can take their time to make sense, and if they are not harmful, they can even stay. After all, there are only those 2 people in such a big hotel. There was only Liz left, and these ghosts could help if they stayed. Here, there is no difference between being dead and being alive, and it will not cause any impact. By the way, the vampire kids in the secret room were a little difficult to deal with. They all killed people and sucked blood. But they are still young, they are completely manipulated by Elizabeth, and they have no idea of good and evil at all. Kill it, a bit unbearable. Don't kill it, keeping it is also a hassle. Keep it, you don't have to kill people to get blood anyway, it's the same if you go to the hospital, and the blood of these vampires is the same as Elizabeth, they might be useful. Su Jing got up and returned to the original room. Ma Xiaoling is chatting with Chrissy. Seeing Chrissy's appearance, Ma Xiaoling probably didn't tell her the truth. You're back, then we should also go. Seeing Su Jing back, Chrissy said hurriedly. I won't go back with you for the time being, Su Jing said with a smile. What's the matter? This hotel belongs to me, so, there must be some follow-up things to deal with. When I'm done, you come and play here. Su Jing said with a smile. What? Chris looked at Su Jing in surprise. Didn't you live here and then come back to find Xiaoling? In a blink of an eye, this hotel became yours. You bought the hotel? Given it by someone else? Su Jing smiled. Send it? What are you kidding me? This hotel is worth tens of millions, right? Why would someone send you? If you don't say it, let me go back with Xiaoling first. I will come over to play in the future. If I want to stay in the future, you can't take my money. Chris said hurriedly. No problem. After Ma Xiaoling and Chris left, Su Jing called the rest of the people and ghosts over. Obviously, they should already know what happened. Su Jing looked at the laundryman and found that she didn't seem to be very sad. Perhaps for her, March's death was also a relief. You don't have to wait on March anymore, and you don't need to watch him love others and feel uncomfortable. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Huxia MTL fanfiction / second element novel can be read at HotMTL Novel for free. Su Jing's approach is simple. Anyway, there are so many rooms in the hotel, and these are not bad. Yes, that's Elizabeth's child, a monster. Liz explained, I have been kept in room 33 for so many years. Kota's hotel officially belongs to Su Jing. Room 33. As for the remaining ghosts, it is very simple to deal with. Those who have killed people are killed by Su Jing, and those who have not killed people and want to leave are directly sent away by the soul. Imagine, whose hotel has this kind of best product that is obviously a man but treats himself as a woman. And Liz's people are pretty good. Su Jing suddenly became interested and went directly to room 33. Su Jing frowned slightly, isn't room 33 right next to his own room? I didn't even feel it at such a close distance. In the end, apart from the laundry workers, only 4 or 5 ghosts were willing to stay. Since they wanted to stay, they would of course be responsible for their work. In return, Su Jing kept their room. Elizabeth's child. Will hurriedly left after finishing the assignment contract. I'm afraid he should never step into this hotel again. Liz must stay, after all, there must be a living person in the hotel, not to mention that Liz has been here for many years, and it is already regarded as a sign of this hotel. He took the key and opened the door. After entering, the room was completely dark. Just as Su Jing was about to look for the monster, he felt something rushing toward him. No problem, but, the vampire bag you mentioned doesn't include room 33? Liz asked. Liz, please go to the hospital to buy blood in the future, and temporarily help me take care of the vampires upstairs. The hotel is temporarily operating in accordance with the previous management method, and the only requirement is that no murder is allowed. Su Jing said to Liz. Vampire child? So fast. This speed was much faster than Elizabeth, and he didn't even feel Ryatsu. The strong wind blew his face, Su Jing raised his hands. The 8th of Bound Dao, Rebuke. The back of his hand moved forward, and the spiritual shield opened instantly. At that moment, a bang sounded, and the huge power made Su Jing sway slightly, and a shadow quickly moved in the living room immediately afterwards. Su Jing closed the door and turned on the room light. When the lights came on, I heard a scream of screams, and then Su Jing had already seen the monster. It looks the size of a baby, but it doesn't look like a human at all. It looks very ugly. He was hiding under the table at this time, and seemed to be particularly sensitive to light, like smoke. On all fours, he grinned and made a roar like a beast. So aggressive and so ugly, it looks like you can't stay. The sharp gun is in hand, and the tip of the knife is aimed at this monster. With a bang. The sharp spear stretched out instantly, and the monster was nailed to death directly under the table. Seeing his posture, he seemed to predict the danger and wanted to escape, but it was a pity, but it couldn't match the speed of the sharp spear. The brilliance lit up, Su Jing put away the sharp spear, turned around and went out. As soon as he got out, Su Jing saw two people dragging their luggage out of the elevator. "Is it you?" Su Jing was a little surprised. These two men are exactly the two great Yanmares who had a wonderful affair when they first arrived. "You haven't left yet, we really came back," Helena said with a grin. "Are you coming back on purpose?" Su Jing asked after hearing this. "Yes, our trip is over. To be precise, we are running out of money. We can only come back and stay for one night and we have to leave tomorrow, so I came back here to see if you left," Fender Pole explained. "That's it," Su Jing said with a smile, "it's a coincidence that you came back. This hotel just belonged to me, so you can stay here for a few more days, for free. Read more at hotplnovel.xyz. Really? Of course it's true." Su Jing smiled and glanced at their room number, then opened the door to enter, and contacted the front desk with a landline. "Okay, any of you can get the money back when you go down. I've already explained it. You can stay as long as you want before you check out." "Oh my God, it's like dreaming. Thank you." The two girls jumped over excitedly. Su Jing smiled and said, "If you come back in the future, you can live here directly for free forever." "Really? Then can we live forever?" Helena asked hesitantly. Fendella answered, "In fact, apart from traveling this time, we also want to inspect. We want to live and work here." "That's it." Su Jing thought for a while and said, "Why don't you work in my hotel? You have also seen that this hotel lacks manpower, and I cannot stay here for a long time, so if you are interested, you can stay and work. You have solved both the housing problem and the work problem. The most important thing is, this job is not difficult. Do you want to use power for personal gain, unspoken rules?" Helena said with a smile. Su Jing shrugged non-committal, "You really make me enjoy it." The two looked at each other, smiled and nodded, expressing their willingness to stay. Coincidentally, the hotel has 2 more employees. This way Liz can be freed to take care of vampires and ghosts. The long night will not be wasted. Su Jing enjoyed the enthusiasm and initiative of the two great Yanmars. Early the next morning, Su Jing called Sister May. The hotel must be renovated, but the money he has left is not enough to maintain the decoration of the hotel, so Su Jing plans to borrow some money from Sister May. It is incredible to hear that Su Jing has become the owner of the Cotes Hotel. She flew directly over on the same day. Su Jing didn't hide it from her, and she was even more surprised by telling the story. "I can help you with the decoration of the hotel, but I have one condition," Sister May said with a smile. "What conditions?" Came to Ma Xiaoling's bedroom again, but this time there was no coincidence. Read more at hotplnovel.xyz. Huxia MTL fanfiction/second element novel can be read at HotMTL Novel for free. After all, the main purpose of this visit is to see Ma Xiaoling, the hotel, can only be said to be a surprise. Sister May shook her head. Let's talk about it then. I still have some resistance to vampires. The next thing is simple. Sister May moved in strongly and began to decorate the hotel, and she should also bear the money. Of course, Jing will definitely pay back how much she spent in the end. Except for the vampire's secret room, the hidden corridor and the room Elizabeth have been modified before, as long as the inside is cleaned up again, and it can be kept. On the top floor, the original Elizabeth's room will be renovated as Jing's room. After listening to May's transformation plan, Jing felt that there was no problem and let her take full responsibility. By the way, the blood of vampires also asked her to help seal it up. As soon as Jing came in, they saw the two sitting on the sofa with a frown. Ma Xiaoling said in a low tone. After the hotel's affairs were handled, Jing went to see Ma Xiaoling again. Chrissy's clothes are well dressed, and Ma Xiaoling is also at home. No problem. Jing agreed without hesitation. Even if you want to be a vampire, you can, as long as you don't kill. Dean is dead. Who is Dean? Jing was taken aback when Ma Xiaoling said. What's the situation? Jing looked blankly at the crying Chrissy, and asked Ma Xiaoling. It's our college classmate and Chrissy's friend. After our party broke up yesterday, Dean went to eat in the restaurant where Nancy worked, and then, the knife committed suicide. Ma Xiaoling said sadly and lowly. If I am going to die in the future, I hope to die here. Sister May said. What's the matter with you? Jing walked over and sat down between Ma Xiaoling and Chrissy. Just sitting down, before Ma Xiaoling waited to speak, Chris threw herself directly into Jing's arms. Sudden suicide at night after playing together before. Or committed suicide with a knife in the restaurant. Is this something abnormal? Jing thought for a while and asked, is there anything weird? Ma Xiaoling said, are you suspicious? I didn't know when I was not there at the time, but Nancy had already returned to the restaurant to work at that time, and she saw the whole process. At this time, I should be back from the police station, maybe you can ask. Let her come over. At least figure out the result, so that Ma Xiaoling and Chris can feel at ease. It is good. Ma Xiaoling nodded and got up to call Nancy. Jing patted Chris on the back and said, don't be sad, accidents will always happen. You said, did he really come across something? Chrissy raised her head in tears and asked Jing. The face with pear blossoms makes people feel a little uncomfortable. He helped Chris up and wiped the corner of her crying eyes without speaking. Chris did not ask, and the mood gradually calmed down. In fact, it was already better, but Jing suddenly came, and Chris was inexplicably sad again. Not long after Ma Xiaoling came back, she had already notified Nancy to let her come. It's about 20 minutes or so. Someone knocked on the door. Ma Xiaoling got up to open the door. It was Nancy who came. Looking at Nancy's red eyes, she knew that she should have not rested well, and she was also terrified. Tell me what happened. Jing asked directly after sitting down. Nancy looked at Jing with some confusion, and Ma Xiaoling nodded and said, tell him, it's okay. Nancy took a deep breath and spoke. Last night, Dean came to the restaurant for dinner. At first it seemed normal but a little trance. When Nancy passed by, he yelled for a few times and he didn't respond. Nancy didn't take it too seriously, thinking that she was too excited to play before. That's it. While Nancy was helping other guests to order food, Dean suddenly stood up and still had a knife in his hand. He looked savage and seemed to be struggling, and then, the knife was inserted fiercely. The neck was cut abruptly. The blood stayed on the ground, terrified everyone. After that, the police have determined that Dean committed suicide, but, I always feel. Nancy did not go on. The situation at that time said it was a suicide. There must be nothing wrong with it. After all, so many people saw it with their own eyes. But Nancy always felt that there was something weird in it. Could it be that he was entangled in dirty things and caused him to commit suicide? Ma Xiaoling asked Su Jing. This kind of thing is also very common. After all, ordinary people can't see ghosts. If ghosts control or confuse Dean, it is still possible. Go to the restaurant first. Su Jing said. It is good. Read more at hotplnovel.xyz. When this kind of thing happened suddenly, neither Chris nor Nancy had any opinions, and Nancy still felt that something was strange, so naturally they went to the restaurant together. The dining room had been cleaned up. Su Jing looked around, and could not feel any other spiritual pressure except Ma Xiaoling. There is nothing dirty here. Was there anything unusual before Dean died? No, it's normal. When we were together before, there was no problem, just a little silent. Nancy recalled. I can't see anything here. When is Dean's funeral? Tomorrow morning. To see if you can find Dean's ghost tomorrow, you can figure it out then. Su Jing said. You can psychic? Nancy couldn't help asking. Su Attractions nodded. Nancy was a little skeptical, but didn't say anything. For the time being, there was no result and suddenly encountered such a thing. Nancy went home to rest. Su Jing, Ma Xiaoling and Chrissy also returned to the bedroom. After pacifying Chrissy a few words, Chrissy went back to her room to rest, and she barely slept well last night. Su Jing followed Ma Xiaoling to her room. It seems that we are going to sleep together again at night. Su Jing said with a smile. Ma Xiaoling didn't speak. She slept together in the hotel before, knowing that Su Jing is still honest, not to mention that there is no other way. Su Jing turned and lay down. Ma Xiaoling hesitated and was about to lie down. When she was lying down, Su Jing suddenly stretched out her arms and put Ma Xiaoling on her arm. With a little force, Ma Xiaoling lay down. On Su Jing's shoulders. Go to sleep. Su Jing said with a smile. Ma Xiaoling hesitated for a while and didn't get up. She felt a sense of steadiness inexplicably, and she couldn't help but put her hand on Su Jing's chest. I'm all done with the hotel. Ma Xiaoling asked softly. Yeah. Su Jing answered. The room quieted down slowly, leaving only steady breathing sounds one after another. I don't know how long I slept. Ma Xiaoling woke up dazedly and a little uncomfortable to sleep. Looking at Su Jing who was still asleep, Ma Xiaoling slowly got up hesitatingly, took off her coat and found her pajamas to put on, and then lay down again. As if feeling that he was lying down, Su Jing stretched out his arm and hugged it. Ma Xiaoling was a little nervous, but when she saw that Su Jing didn't take any other movements, she slowly relaxed and fell asleep again without knowing it. Su Jing turned his head to look, and saw that Chrissy seemed to have seen something that shouldn't have been seen. Her eyes widened, her body tight, and she was holding her hand very hard. It's daybreak. Did not sleep well. Read more at hotplnovel.xyz. Huxia MTL fanfiction / second element novel can be read at HotMTL novel for free. Oh. Ma Xiaoling replied in a low voice and got up from the bed. She took her clothes and went out in a panic. The funeral has not officially started. Su Jing smiled and found that Chrissy was awake. Nancy was found in the crowd, and the three of them passed by and sat with Nancy. Wake up, it's time to get up. Suddenly, Chris grabbed her hand abruptly. It's time to get up, the funeral will be late for a while. Su Jing said with a smile. After the three of them washed up and went out, Chrissy drove to the cemetery quickly. After sitting down, Su Jing looked around. The atmosphere was very calm and nothing unusual. Su Jing saw Dean's photo, but he didn't see Dean's soul, nor did he feel any spiritual pressure. In a daze, she heard someone yelling to herself and opened her eyes in a daze. What she saw was Su Jing's close face and the bright sunshine. Well, I had a nightmare. Chrissy said unconsciously. What did she see? Su Jing followed Chrissy's gaze, her gaze focused on the grave where the coffin would fall, as if there was no one. But Su Jing didn't see anything, and didn't even feel any spiritual pressure fluctuations. Turning to look at Ma Xiaoling, she didn't seem to notice anything. But Chrissy's feeling was very direct. She looked around and found that no one else seemed to have seen it, and then said to Su Jing, Did you see it? That little girl. Little girl? Su Jing frowned and shook his head slightly. Chrissy was taken aback for a moment and turned her head again. Standing right here, you didn't watch, ah. Before she finished speaking, Chris suddenly screamed in surprise. This moment interrupted the funeral, and everyone looked at Chrissy. Su Jing smiled apologetically, and then took Chris to leave. Ma Xiaoling followed Nancy. What did you see? After walking away, Su Jing asked Chrissy. A little girl, who was 5 or 6 years old, stood there, and then suddenly, a few blood stains appeared on her body, and she stretched out a hand from the grave and caught the little girl's leg. Don't you guys see it? Chris panicked and looked at Su Jing, Ma Xiaoling and Nancy, hoping that they could nod their heads, but everyone didn't see it. I didn't see or feel anything. Su Jing paused. So, there are 2 possibilities for this matter. 1, just nothing. Chris was frightened and she had hallucinations. No, I can be sure that I am sober. Chris quickly denied. 2nd, this dirty thing is so powerful that I can't sense it, or is it aimed at you alone in any way? If that's the case. How? Then it will be more troublesome. Su Jing said solemnly. If I can see me, there will be a solution, so from now on Chris you must be with me. If the other party just has a grudge with Dean, then logically you should not see it, you will see. Because it might be eyeing me too. Chrissy said with a trembling voice. Su Attractions nodded. There was nothing at the funeral, but everyone became more nervous and worried, and Su Jing became interested. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. He has seen a lot of ghosts. If this time it is really done by ghosts, then the ghost's ability is really strong. Su Jing would like to see it. After leaving the funeral, Ma Xiaoling and Nancy still have classes, but Chris has no class. Ma Xiaoling went to school in Nancy's car. Chrissy and Su Jing returned to the bedroom. Can you come to my room to accompany me? Chrissy turned toward Su Jing. Su Scenic Spot nodded and came to Chris' room. Chris's room is different from Ma Xiaoling's. It looks more girlish, but it's also a little messy. Clothes, underwear, etc. are on the bright side. Chris is not embarrassed. Maybe, at this time, she can't care about embarrassment. Su Jing sat down in the chair next to the desk. Chris was half leaning against the bed, and there was a moment of silence. Su Jing looked at the books on the shelf above the desk without incident, and found that most of them seemed to be management. Just take out a book and read it, it's very professional. Are you interested in management? Su Jing asked. Well, my major is management. Chrissy nodded. Are you interested in managing the hotel? My hotel is being renovated, and I can't always be here. Su Jing said with a smile. Okay, but, it's not cheap to hire me. Chrissy said with a smile. How about a life? Su Jing raised the corners of his mouth and said relaxedly, if there are really dirty things entangled in you, I can guarantee, I will help you solve it. In fact, my profession is an exorcist, who specializes in handling these things. Regarding the dirty stuff, the Cortez Hotel will suddenly become mine. So, I guarantee your safety to eliminate this dirty stuff, and you will help me work and manage the hotel in the future. No salary, but if the hotel's efficiency is good, I don't mind giving you a dividend. What if there is nothing dirty then? I'll hire you in the same way, and just pay you a salary. Su Jing said with a smile. My last proposal, would you like to think about it again? Chris said suddenly. Wait after the matter is over. Su Jing said with a smile, "You didn't sleep well before, so let's get some sleep." Chrissy smiled and lay down slowly. Before long, Chrissy fell asleep slowly. Su Jing looked at Chrissy and found that she was indeed very beautiful, much more beautiful than Nancy and the two great ocean horses in the hotel. Looking at Chrissy, Su Jing quickly thought of Ma Xiaoling. Su Jing agreed. "It is good. I want to go home." "No, no, where did you put it? Photos from childhood." Chris calmed down slowly, let go of Su Jing and got out of the bed, looking like she really planned to go home. There was a telescopic ladder at the edge of the garage, and Chris put it down and climbed up. Chrissy's mother is not at home. Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. Huxia MTL fanfiction / second element novel can be read at HotMTL novel for free. Su Jing did not ask her what nightmare she had, and went out with Chris. "Don't be afraid, you are just having a nightmare." Su Jing calmed Chris. Suddenly, Chrissy screamed, and as soon as Su Jing heard the sound, Chrissy hugged his neck and threw into his arms. "What?" After Su Jing and Chrissy came in, Chrissy started rummaging through the cabinets. Chris said with some excitement, "I want to go home, will you accompany me home?" Looking over the cabinet in the living room, Chris did not find what she wanted. Suddenly she seemed to remember something, and walked to the side. On the edge of the living room, Chris opened a door. Inside is a garage. Chrissy's family also lives in this small town. Chrissy's mood has calmed down while driving. She explained that she felt that she needed freedom when she was old and her mother often traveled on business, so she moved out. Thinking of Ma Xiaoling sleeping so steadily in her arms in the morning, the kind of laziness and loss after waking up, it seems that Su Jing feels more beautiful. Seeing Chris climbing up like this, Su Jing glanced to the side and quickly found the flashlight and followed. Climb up to the attic warehouse. It was dark inside, with only a small window shining in sunlight. Very spooky. Snapped. The lights in the warehouse were strolling around, and a light bulb swayed to illuminate the warehouse. Immediately after Chris was looking for a pile of debris, Su Jing also looked around curiously and then came to Chris's. Around. Chris turned into a doll from the box, which should be a toy from her childhood. Immediately after, she found a dress. There are 3 very obvious scratches on the dress that children wear. Chrissy trembled slightly, and Su Jing could guess it even without asking. This should be the dress of the little girl Chris saw at the funeral before, right? How could it be in Chris's house? The little girl she saw was her when she was a child. Boom! The light bulb suddenly made a sound and went out instantly, and the whole warehouse was instantly dimmed. Su Jing subconsciously turned on the flashlight, and immediately after hearing Chris's scream, the flashlight shone towards Chris, the light flashed by, and Su Jing saw a face. A very terrifying and hideous face, like a devil's face. "Still remember me?" the man said to Chris. Chris screamed and subconsciously sat on the ground. Su Jing was about to take out the Zanpakutō, and suddenly, he felt that someone was pushing him. After an instant, Su Jing realized that the scenery in front of him had changed. Ma Xiaoling is standing by her side. Su Jing was stunned and looked at the surrounding environment, and found that he was sitting in front of the desk in Chris's bedroom. The management book he had read before fell to the floor, and Chris was lying on the bed. "I'm already awake, breathing heavily, as if I just woke up from a nightmare. What's the matter with you? Is it okay?" Ma Xiaoling asked concerned. Su Jing did not speak. "Was that a dream just now? Fell asleep? But when I fell asleep, I didn't even notice it, and the dream just now, too real. There is no sense of connection from the real to the dream, as if it happened in reality." Read more at hotmtlnovel.xyz. That long ugly monster. That ghost. I saw him. Su Jing said slowly. A long, very ugly and scary guy. No wonder I couldn't feel it before. It turns out that this guy is in a dream. In a dream? Yes. Jing nodded affirmatively. I just had a dream. I should say I had a dream with Chrissy. This dream is so real that I didn't even notice that I was asleep. Chrissy, when you were at the funeral, did you see the little girl asleep before, or dozed off? Jing asked Chrissy, who was still in shock. Chrissy was stunned for a moment and thought about it. I don't know, I'm not sure, because I didn't feel dreaming or waking up, but I was really sleepy in the morning. That's it, it's very possible that I fell asleep unconsciously, and the ghost only appeared after falling asleep. Jing frowned. This is the first time I have encountered such a ghost. I haven't heard of it either. Ma Xiaoling shook her head. So, now can I see that ghost only when I fall asleep? But in the dream, how to kill him? I don't know yet. Jing shook his head and suddenly smiled, but at least we have a clue. We can be sure that there is something dirty. Dean's death is related to it, and now it is entangled with Chris. With preparation, it is better than nothing. No better. Remember what he said? Jing said to Chris. He asks you, do you remember me? Chris nodded. But, I shouldn't know him. Maybe you met when you were a child, maybe when you forgot. What's more, his ghostly appearance must have changed after death, so this is not important. The important thing is that if he asks this, it means knowing you and knowing people in your circle. Jing said. That means, you and I have nothing to do with him, so even if you fall asleep, you won't see him. Ma Xiaoling frowned and thought deeply. Yes. Jing nodded. It seems that before you can solve him, you really have to follow me personally, and I must also control my state. Once you fall asleep, I also need to fall asleep, so that I can enter your dream. Or the same dream. Otherwise, what he did in the dream, I can't help at all. What do I need to do? A pillow, and, be ready to help me in the future. Jing said with a smile. Chris couldn't help but burst into laughter when she heard this. Ma Xiaoling was speechless, turned around and went out. Ma Xiaoling returned to her room to rest. Jing got up and lay down beside Chris. Didn't Chris learn management? I plan to let her help me manage the hotel in the future. Jing explained. Before long, she came back with a pillow. You take good care of Chris. But it's hard to fall asleep like this. Can I hold you? Chris asked tentatively. Oh. Ma Xiaoling replied in a low voice. I also learned management. The two lay down side by side. Jing turned off the light in the room and turned on a table lamp. Chrissy thought for a while and said, it seems to be better now. What if we don't fall asleep at the same time? Jing looked at her suspiciously. If you don't go back to Hong Kong, stay here alone and manage the hotel for me. This is also normal, unless it is an old husband or wife or they have known each other for a long time and have deep feelings. Otherwise, if young men and women live in the same room, how many of them can sleep? Attractions nodded. Okay. Not only was there no sleepiness, but on the contrary, he became more and more energetic. Ma Xiaoling asked curiously, what do you do for you? Then endure it. Jing said with a smile. Anyway, I am not particularly sleepy now. Are you sleepy? Jing asked. Jing did not speak, but just reached out his hand and hugged Chrissy into his arms. There was a faint fragrance in her hair. She felt Chrissy stretched out her hand and hugged herself, and she just stuck her body. Jing realized that she seemed no sleep anymore. I cannot sleep. Chrissy was lying on Jing's body, and she didn't know how long she spoke quietly. The heat made Jing feel warmth through her clothes. If you can't sleep, you won't sleep. Jing said. But I have to go to class tomorrow. It is very important that I can't be absent. What if I fall asleep in class? Chrissy said embarrassedly, I think we should do something to consume energy and energy. Chris raised her head to look at Su Jing. Su Jing laughed blankly. You still have the mood to think about this at this time? Xiaoling is next door. Chris didn't speak, but her hands moved back and forth on Su Jing's chest. Slowly down, down. You seem to have reacted. Chrissy said with a snicker. I am a normal man, and you are a beautiful woman. It would be strange if I didn't respond. Su Jing said with a light smile. Chrissy giggled, and went down and untied Su Jing's belt. Su Jing hesitated for a while and didn't stop it, and felt Chrissy get up slightly and sprinted down. Su Jing squinted his eyes, put his arm straight on Chrissy's waist, and stroked it lightly. I don't know how long it will take. It can take about half an hour. Chris then got up and walked to the side, took out a paper and wiped her hands, and then came back to help Su Jing clean her. Hands are sour, so tired. Lying in Su Jing's arms again, Chrissy said with a smile. Su Jing didn't speak, just stroked her shoulder. Silent and speechless, the atmosphere changed slightly, becoming more intimate. Unknowingly, Su Jing felt that her eyelids were fighting, and she glanced at Chris. She was already asleep, and she was sleeping very sweetly. Su Jing put down, and went to sleep slowly. Sleep till dawn. When Su Jing woke up, she felt Chrissy hugging herself, as if she was already awake. It looks like it didn't appear this time. Su Jing said with a smile. Chris nodded. Naughty stretched out her hand to touch the place that made her tired yesterday for a long time and said, it's recovering so quickly. Su Jing smiled and said nothing. The two got up and greeted Ma Xiaoling, and then, went to school. This university does not seem to be so strict. Su Jing followed in and was not found. There was nothing unusual until the end of the whole class. After all, she slept well last night, and Chris was not that easy to get sleepy. Everyone came out of the classroom to leave, but they saw Nancy head on. Nancy saw them instantly become nervous, and hurriedly pulled them to a remote place. Problem occurs. Read more at hotplnovel.xyz. Jessie is dead. Oh my God. Chris was surprised, covering her mouth. Jessie is our friend. How did he die? It may be that Dean's death made him a little broken. He lost control of his emotions and was taken away and detained by the police. As a result, he was suddenly broken in the detention center with a sharp weapon. He suddenly bleeds. Nancy explained. Su Jing has discovered that there is indeed something dirty. It's very ugly. It can appear in dreams when people fall asleep. Chrissy explained, only to find that Nancy's face turned pale. Could you saw it? Chris couldn't help asking. Nancy nodded. I thought it was just an ordinary nightmare. You'd better stay with us. If you dream together, Su Jing can protect us and destroy it. Chris suggested. You can't sleep 3 people in your bed. Su Jing said. Just squeeze. Nancy is our good friend. Chris said hurriedly. Ma Xiaoling also nodded, but, it seemed to have thought of something, and she said, Su Jing, he has a rule. If it involves an individual, he won't help for free. Su Jingjing nodded. I'm in Hong Kong, and I help people for 200,000 yuan at a time. It's almost $20,000, 30,000 US dollars, even if you are done with $20,000. 20,000. I don't have that much money. Nancy's conditions are not good. She has to work in a restaurant after class. The amount of 20,000 US dollars is an astronomical figure for her. After all, it's only 180 for a night at the Cortez Hotel, and it's already considered. The price is above the middle. Let Nancy go to your hotel to help too. She works very hard. Ma Xiaoling said suddenly. Su Jing smiled bitterly. I have already recruited 2 people. Ma Xiaoling did not speak but looked at Su Jing. Su Jing helplessly said, okay, let her go to work at my place. when will she earn 20,000 yuan in salary, and when will she be free? Is this all right? Go back first. I seem to have heard this song, and the name Freddy, but I can't remember. Chrissy frowned. It seems that this ballad may be a clue, but it's a pity, neither Nancy nor Chris can remember it. Last night this Freddy didn't come to Chris but went to Nancy. Now Nancy is here. Both goals are there. I think Freddy will definitely come. So, must sleep. Su Jing thought for a while. But Chris and I just woke up and couldn't fall asleep for a long time. We can only do some exercise. Su Jing began to exercise. I heard a song in my dream. Nancy said at this moment, 1, 2, Freddy is coming to you, 3, 4, close the door, 5, 6, pick it up quickly cross, 7, 8, try not to sleep. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Huxia MTL fanfiction / second element novel can be read at HotMTL novel for free. This may be the key. Ma Xiaoling laughed. Talk about business. Her voice is not loud, with a slight tone, it sounds like a nursery rhyme. This nightmare ghost knows Chrissy, Nancy, Dean, and Jessie who just died. You must have something in common. Movement. Everyone has some doubts. No, it will take longer. If it's just a university, why is Xiaoling okay? Su Jing shook his head. Su Jing said, everyone returned to the bedroom together. The same university? Chrissy said tentatively. Push-ups, sit-ups, squats, one project after another, Su Jing began to do it frantically. Nancy and Chris were stunned. At first they saw Su Jing starting to exercise and thought it would end soon. Unexpectedly, he seemed as if he never intended to end. One item was completed and another item was completed. The physical strength is simply amazing. Chrissy's eyes were full of infatuation when she was surprised, her physical strength was so good. Wasn't it? After the regular exercise was over, Su Jing thought about it and took out the Zanpakutō again. Gunslinger, Shirayuki sleeve. With the two knives in hand, Su Jing began to slash it. This made Nancy and Chrissy even more surprised. How did this knife come from? Is this Su Jing's magical ability? Nancy couldn't help but exclaimed. Xiaoling, are all the exorcists in the East so capable? Chrissy couldn't help but ask curiously. Ma Xiaoling shook her head, only he is like this. Su Jing finished the slashing very intently, even more than usual. After the end, the whole person felt like sweating, and he did feel tired. But, not enough. Su Jing glanced at Nancy. It is estimated that Nancy should have not slept well last night. At this time, she was obviously too sleepy, and she was struggling. Follow me to the room. Su Jing said to Nancy. Nancy followed Su Jing to the room with a bit of energy. Lie down. After Su Jing finished speaking, she lay down first, and Nancy lay down hesitantly. There is no communication or dialogue. After lying down, Su Jing slowly immersed himself in a relaxed state, and his brain was empty, hoping to fall asleep as soon as possible. In a trance, Su Jing felt the pressure of Ma Xiaoling outside the door. I felt that there seemed to be a kind of diffuse aura in the surroundings, just like this, slowly circling around in the air. Reiki. Su Jing was slightly surprised. After liberating the spiritual pressure, he always wanted to try his own cultivation, but he was so busy that he didn't have time to calm down and do it. He didn't expect this time to fall asleep and calm down, but unexpectedly felt aura. Reiki is the soul. Su Jing's heart moved silently and tried to draw the aura around him into him, but it was very difficult. Without hands, you cannot grasp. Without touch, you can't feel the essence of aura. Su Jing was not in a hurry. His own cultivation was certainly not that easy. He began to recall the cultivation methods Ma Xiaoling had said before, and slowly adjusted his breathing. Breath, 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 breath. When breathing slowly began to become more regular, Jing slowly realized that there seemed to be a turbid qi in his body that accompanied his breathing, and every turbid qi that went out made him feel his body. A light, and then, he seemed to feel the aura around him following his breath. To be precise, he slowly got closer to him when he inhaled. Pranayama. This is the most basic method of refining gas. The process of exchanging one's own later weather for the first weather through molesting, and the so-called first weather is aura. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Between exhales and breaths, Jing already felt aura entering his body. It was a very strange feeling, it was difficult to describe with words. In short, the whole body felt extremely comfortable. Jing opened the panel and wanted to see if his spiritual pressure had increased. As a result, before the panel opened, I saw Nancy sitting up abruptly. Jing's cultivation was instantly interrupted by this. "What's happening?" I saw him," Nancy said tremblingly. "You fell asleep?" "Okay." Nancy nodded. "He appeared just now, and he really knows me." Jing frowned and said, "This won't work, our time is still out of sync, so let's go take a bath, then come back and continue to sleep. I think I should fall asleep." Nancy hesitated and said, You can't accompany me. It's outside, I'm afraid I will fall asleep at any time." Row. Jing was not in a hurry when he discovered his own cultivation method. The two came out of the room and found that Ma Xiaoling and Chris were gone. There was a note on the table that seemed to say that something was going to happen. So fast. Jing was a little surprised. He still felt Ma Xiaoling's reinforcement just now, so he went out after such a short time. Is it because you are not sensitive to changes in time when you are practicing? No wonder some people say that practice has no years. Jing thought about following Nancy to the bathroom. There is a bathtub in the bathroom and a curtain. I'm waiting for you at the door. Don't, you should wait for me inside. The dream just now may have scared Nancy, she said hurriedly, then walked into the bathtub and closed the curtain. A few minutes later, Nancy's arms stretched out, holding a pile of clothes. Jing took it and put it aside, and it didn't take long before he heard the patter of water. He didn't take a peek at Nancy either, but was reminiscing about the feeling of practicing just now, and then opened the panel. Host, Jing. Lingzi, 121. Position, member of the 13th Division of the 13th Team. Zanpakutō, shallow fight, sharp gun, Xiu Baishue. Ghost Road. Squad attribute, purification, soul burial ability strengthened. Skill, instant step. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Huxia MTL fanfiction / second element novel can be read at HotMTL novel for free. One of the Bound Roads, Sai. 31 Broken Road, Red Cannon. The sound of water continued to flow, and behind the curtain was Nancy taking a bath, but to Jing, this temptation seemed far less powerful than the increase in spirituality through cultivation, and there was no distracting thoughts at all. Jing was a little surprised. Although it was the first time he practiced and it only lasted for a while, it increased by 1 point, which means that in addition to the system improved spirit, you can also increase your cultivation. Each level will increase by 10 points. But after a while, it went up by 1 point. It seems that I still practice faster by myself. The 11th Broken Road Lightning. 8 of the Tao Rebuke. Items, Deathmaster Outfit, 13th Squad Badge. Tai Dao for this rope. Number of draws, 2. Experience, 1050/1200. More or less, whether it is to release pressure or to enjoy, or even to fill the void of spiritual emptiness, this needs to be there. However, cultivation is fundamental. From now on, the fixed items can be increased every day. Jing said secretly. Women are important. Wow, wow, wow. Sure enough, it went up by 1 point. Whoop. Suddenly the curtain was suddenly opened, and Jing subconsciously turned his head and saw a lump of white flesh directly into his arms. Freddy is here. Nancy shouted loudly and pointed to the bathtub. Jing turned his head and took a look. There was nothing in the bathtub. You fell asleep? No. Nancy said affirmatively. Jingshan took a breath and said in a deep voice, if you don't have dazzling, then, we may have fallen asleep and are still in a dream. You just woke up and said that you were dreaming. It should be a dream within a dream. You get dressed first. Jing said, and then back. Nancy didn't care about wearing them so carefully, and simply put on the clothes and patted Jing on the shoulder. Shoo. Jing suddenly said, and walked out slowly. Nancy became nervous in an instant, and followed with fear. Sharp gun. Jing cried secretly, the sharp spear had appeared in his hand. It seems that even in the dream state, my abilities will not be affected. Jing was more confident that his abilities would not be affected, and walked directly out of the bathroom. As soon as she came out, she saw Chrissy walk into the living room from the door with a nervous look. When she saw Jing and Nancy, she was taken aback and then relieved. I thought I was asleep. You did fall asleep. Jing said solemnly, it's still a dream here, but, I'm not sure if you are real Chris or fake. Of course I am true. Chrissy said. It's hard to tell what happened in the dream. Jing shook his head. The ghost knew what kind of abilities this Freddy had in the dream. I gave you a pistol last night. This should prove my identity. Chris said without hesitation. Nancy stared at Chrissy and Jing. Jing didn't change her face and was about to talk. Suddenly, the screaming voice rang. Very harsh. It's as if something metal is scratching the wall. Hearing this sound, Chrissy hurried over, and a few sharp and slender blades appeared in Jing's line of sight, a blade that looked like a finger fixed on a glove. Then, a person walked out slowly. The blade was scratching the wall and there was a harsh sound, and a man came out with a playful expression on his ugly and terrifying face. Freddy. Nightmare ghost. For things that have nothing to do with you, why are you going to die? Read more at hotplnovel.xyz. Freddy looked at Jing, gazes over him and smiled at Nancy and Chris behind him. Little Nancy, Chris, I've been waiting for a long time. You, who are you? Chris couldn't help asking. Forgot. It doesn't matter, I will remind you of it. But before that. Freddy reached out and pointed at Jing. I have to kill you first. I don't think you can do it. Jing said lightly. This is a dream, I am the Ghost King in the dream. Here, you will die, and I won't. Do you think? I can't kill you. Poor man, if I were you, I would choose, run. With one last sound, Freddy was about to rush over and shouted. Nancy and Chris backed in fright, but Jing didn't move expressionlessly. This is embarrassing, you will only scare people like this. Jing's mouth lifted up with a faint sneer. Do you think he has any abilities, but just yelling and frightening people? Freddy was motionless, and Jing's calmness really embarrassed him. This reminded Jing of a line of lyrics. I turned a blind eye to the one who should cooperate with the show. Ha ha, ha 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 ha. Freddy suddenly laughed wildly, and immediately following Jing, he felt a cool breeze coming from behind him. Shan Tao. Jing dodges in an instant, and the person has appeared in the distance. Freddy stood where he had just stood, and his sharp steel claws pierced the air. What? Freddy's sudden appearance made Nancy and Chris hurried away yelling, opened the door of Ma Xiaoling's room and rushed in. As soon as the door opened, what appeared was not Ma Xiaoling's bedroom, but a street. Freddy did not chase them, but disappeared. Su Jing watched the surroundings vigilantly. Suddenly, Su Jingmeng jumped forward, and the sharp spear in his hand slashed behind him. Ding! There was a crisp crash, and Freddy's steel claws actually resisted the slash. Whoosh! Xuanbu was released again, and Su Jing came behind Freddy. Don't you like to play behind the scenes? Have a taste for yourself. Cut it down. Slashed. Freddy was gone. Immediately afterwards, I heard the scream of Chrissy outside. Su Jing frowned and followed out, seeing Nancy and Chrissy running forward frantically. The surrounding scenery has become a street, a little familiar. It seems to have passed by here when I came by car before, but it's not the same. The whole space feels gray and the building seems a bit old. Instantly started, Su Jing chased after him. The moment he disappeared, Freddy appeared behind him, frowning his brows without eyebrows at all, and his ugly face looked even more hideous. He didn't seem to expect that Su Jing would be so sensitive. After hesitating for a moment, he slowly disappeared again. Su Jing caught up with Nancy and Chris. The three ran forward a few steps, and Nancy suddenly stopped. Here. I saw it in my previous dreams. Nancy said, pointing to the building in front. This is a kindergarten. I remember here, it seems to be the kindergarten I went to when I was a kid. Chris said. I went to the kindergarten here too. Nancy said in a deep voice. The two fell silent, seeming to think about something. It didn't take long for Nancy and Chrissy's expressions to change suddenly, as if they had thought of something terrible. Don't run, stop. Suddenly, a shout came from a distance. Immediately afterwards, I saw a man running in a panic, looking backwards. Behind him, chasing a group of people viciously. When this man ran over, he didn't seem to see Su Jing's trio. He panicked and ran into a nearby factory and locked the door. It was the same with the people who followed, chasing directly and starting to smash the door frantically, cursing. That's my mother. Chrissy looked at a woman in the crowd in surprise. It was her mother, but much younger. My mother is here too. Nancy whispered. This may be something that happened in the past, and it is also the root of everything. Su Jing said slowly. Freddy, you be *******D, my child is so young, you can do such a frenzied thing. You come out. Come out. Burn him to death, if you don't come out, burn him to death. More than a dozen people were angry and couldn't break the door. Freddy refused to come out again, and someone turned around to get gasoline. It didn't take long for the gasoline to be carried around the factory and poured in along the cracks. Freddy's panic begging for mercy could be heard inside. At this time, the angry crowd couldn't listen to this. The torch was lit, and soon, the factory burned. The blazing fire, how long the United States, the entire factory has been in ruins. Nancy and Chris were already shocked and couldn't tell. They had already remembered what happened in the kindergarten before. The school worker Freddy looked kind but actually abused the child. However, what they didn't expect was that Freddy was burned to death by their relatives in this way, which also explained why Freddy's face was like that, and it also explained why Freddy would target them. Now, remember it? Freddy's voice suddenly sounded, and the surrounding crowd, the burning factory disappeared instantly, returning to normal. Nancy and Chris were nervously hiding behind Su Jing. Su Jing curled his lips and said, a scum who abuses children, even if you are burned to death, you deserve it. Yeah, I'm dead, but you will die next. Freddy smiled, shaking his fingers, and the steel claws looked cold and scary. A wink. Freddy was gone. Su Jing pushed Nancy and Chris away, holding a sharp gun in his left hand, and hearing a ding sound, the steel claws pierced over, and Freddy's terrifying face appeared in front of his eyes. 31 Broken Road, Red Cannon. Su Jing raised his right hand, and the red artillery shot out instantly. Boom! Freddy was hit, and the flames burned on him, but he rushed over again as if it had no effect. Shoot him, sharp spear. With a finger at the tip of the knife, the sharp spear stretched out instantly and penetrated directly through Freddy's chest. Jijia, it's useless. This is a dreamland. In a dreamland, I am the strongest ghost king, I will not die. Freddy laughed proudly, and the whole person rushed forward like this. Come here. Swish. With a sound, the sharp spear was retracted, and Jing slashed towards Freddy, and Freddy's steel claws raised to block it. Dang dang dang. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. 3 times in a row, as fast as lightning. Freddy stepped back slightly due to the shock, and rushed over again. Freddy's moves are not clever, but he has no defense at all, and he doesn't worry about getting injured at all. In the past, Jing's opponents were basically the result of spikes. It was the first time this fierce battle appeared. In this dream, he seemed to be invincible. However, this also shows the effect of Jing's exercise. Although it is not subtle, but it is also handy. The sharp gun is very flexible like his own arm. Chrissy. Suddenly Nancy yelled, and Jing took the time to look and saw Chrissy disappearing suddenly. This shouldn't have been done by Freddy, it was, waking up. By the way, Chris was with Xiaoling, and Xiaoling should wake her up. Then I will wake up Nancy and herself soon. Once awake. Jing glanced at Freddy who was rushing up again, and suddenly he released him to the distance in an instant, and immediately after releasing the rope-like light cord instantly entangled Freddy. It's useless. Freddy didn't mind continuing to walk over. Strengthen. The lethality of this rope may be useless to Freddy, but it has a paralyzing effect, and Freddy is instantly paralyzed and unable to move. Wake up, wake up. Jing seemed to hear Ma Xiaoling's voice ringing around. Ma Xiaoling must be calling herself, unfortunately. Jing sighed secretly, blinked, and finally he woke up in bed. Ah. As soon as I woke up, I heard Nancy and Chris yelling. Ma Xiaoling was surprised to stand in front of them, looking at Jing's other side. Jing turned his head subconsciously. Stunned. Freddy. Freddy was lying on the floor beside the bed. Successful. Jing mumbled a little unexpectedly. Freddy was brought from dream to reality by this rope. Seeing Chris disappear before, Jing was thinking that Freddy could not die in his dream. What if he pulled out of the dream? Although it was a bit ridiculous, Jing released the rope and tried it. If it didn't work, he planned to draw a lottery after he came out. Unexpectedly, it really succeeded. Seeing Freddy convulsing painfully, he looked panicked. Jing smiled. Feng Shui turns around. You can't die in dreams, but in reality. Jing took out a sharp gun and aimed his sword at Freddy. Died. What did you meet? Ma Xiaoling asked curiously as she walked over. 100 experience points. Dead. Jing nodded. You don't have to worry about meeting him when you fall asleep. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Huxia MTL fanfiction / second element novel can be read at HotMTL novel for free. As long as the experience value is obtained, it is completely dead. The sharp spear pierced through Freddy instantly, and Freddy began to twitch, and the pierced place began to burn, melt, and finally turned into a little bit of brilliance. Slowly drilled into the Jing beads. The 3 sighed, and Nancy and Chris were even more excited and hugged each other. If you don't pull him out of the dream, there is really no good way to beat him. He's dead. Pump. Ma Xiaoling frowned, a little puzzled. But Freddy's ability is indeed worth this experience value. Nightmare Ghost King, this guy is really extraordinary. Shoot him, sharp spear. Call. Jing thought for a while, a warning story about not to abuse children. This is the most experience value Jing has seen so far. Nancy asked tremblingly. On the secluded road, the breeze shook the branches and salsa. Su Jing and Ma Xiaoling are just side by side. 3 days have passed since Freddy was killed. After Freddy's death, Nancy and Chris went home to take care of the follow-up. Su Jing also took them to the Cortez Hotel to arrange work. For the next 3 days, Su Jing was almost with Ma Xiaoling, either on the campus, or in the street shops, or this kind of quiet path. Walking side by side, unknowingly, the pace has become a bit more consistent. Ma Xiaoling is wearing a white dress and her long legs look very beautiful. "Where are you looking?" Feeling Su Jing's gaze, Ma Xiaoling said angrily. Su Jing smiled and said, "The woman is still very strange. You seem to forget that we have all slept together these days. Don't you wear pajamas at night then you show up now? What does it mean to sleep together so ugly?" Ma Xiaoling snorted. Su Jing smiled and did not speak. "What time is your plane tomorrow?" Ma Xiaoling asked. "Morning." Su Jing said casually, "Fly directly to France." "France?" "Yes, Mao Yu said that the Louvre in France is being rebuilt, and I heard that there are other mummies, so I want to see it. I will go to France first, and meet her again when I get there. It's been a few days since I came here, mainly because of the delay of the hotel for a few days. But according to the plan at the beginning, it's time to find Mao Yu. Mao Yu called last night and said that he has decided where he wants to go, which is the Louvre in France. Do you want to go?" Ma Xiaoling shook her head, "Don't go, there are still lessons to be completed." "It's okay, wait until you have time on holiday. Anyway, the hotel is here, I guess I will come over often." Su Jing said with a smile, and slowly stretched out his hand and took Ma Xiaoling's hand. Ma Xiaoling's body stiffened slightly, her eyes evasive. Su Jing held Ma Xiaoling's hand and did not speak. The two of them continued walking quietly like this. Unconsciously returned to the bedroom in the evening. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Chris has gone home, she shouldn't be back today. However, Su Jing and Ma Xiaoling didn't seem to notice this at all. After returning, Ma Xiaoling helped Su Jing organize their luggage, packed some souvenirs and everything, as well as things to bring to Mao Yu. After getting busy, take a bath and prepare to rest. Of course it was Ma Xiaoling's room. The two seemed to forget that no one else in Chrissy's room was the same. No words for a night. Early the next morning, Ma Xiaoling sent Su Jing directly to the airport. Watching Su Jing's plane slowly lifted off, Ma Xiaoling suddenly felt that she was surrounded by a very strong sense of loss, and it was very uncomfortable to land in the air. But soon she adjusted, and she still has a lot to do. Nancy and Chris go back to work in the hotel, and Ma Xiaoling also plans to occasionally come to help. After all, this is his hotel. France is known as the romantic capital, and it is also a place where many people like to travel. Not only are there many world-class buildings, but it is also possible to encounter a wonderful love. Of course, Su Jing feels that this is actually a modifier, which puts the original impulse in a code of yearning. Love. The one that can stand the test is called love. The impulse caused by hormones is called desire. Although Su Jing does not speak French, English is also the mainstream language here, so there is no need to worry about communication. According to the time agreed with Mao Yu, it is estimated that Mao Yu will arrive tomorrow morning. Fortunately, the hotel has already been booked. It is near the Louvre. Mao Yu can come directly tomorrow. Came to the hotel by car. Because it is close to the Louvre, the hotel is very high-end, and of course, it is expensive. Su Jing booked a suite here, reported his name and information, and quickly got the key and came to his room. There is no dirty in this hotel, but Su Jing is slightly disappointed. The room is large and spacious, especially with a balcony bay window. Su Jing put the things down and walked over. Standing on the balcony can clearly see the entire Louvre. The Louvre is located in Paris for the first time in France. It is also one of the largest royal palaces in France. It is located on the Seine River, on the south side of the Paris Opera Square. After repeated constructions, it has its current scale. It is one of the 4 largest museums in the world. First, it can be clearly seen that there is a decoration team on the back of the Louvre that is undergoing renovation, but this kind of decoration does not affect the visit of tourists, otherwise, it would be really no use. The sun is shining and the weather is nice. Su Jing is also in a good mood. After a short rest, Su Jing walked out of the hotel and walked on the streets of Paris. On the one hand, he experienced the exotic atmosphere, on the other hand, he also looked for a good place by the way, and waited until Mao was so worried that he would not know where to go like a headless fly. I have to say that the French are very enthusiastic. Especially Su Jing's complexion is still so obvious, walking on the street is indeed very attractive. Another point. The value of appearance is universal everywhere. The handsome exotic boy, this is like a walking hormone for French people who have always been romantic and passionate, especially French girls. Before the end of the street, Su Jing met a few bold girls to strike up a conversation, and even more directly said that he was willing to have a wonderful love with Su Jing. This kind of enthusiasm made Su Jing wonder if he had come to some red light districts. As he walked, a small shop attracted Su Jing's attention. The store is not very large, and the decorations from the window look inward seem to be very stylish. It seems, sell perfume. French perfumes are very famous and can be said to be loved by women all over the world. Su Jing thought for a while and wanted to step forward, pushing the door. As soon as the door opened, a gust of wind rang. Su Jing smiled and looked up, and then saw a very woman greet him. When she saw Su Jing, she was visibly stunned, and tentatively said in English, "Hello, you are welcome, you can take a look." "Hello." Su Jing responded with a smile, and looked around. The exquisite bottles are filled with colorful perfumes, which are really beautiful. The air is filled with all kinds of scents, although a little mixed, they are not pungent. Can you ask what materials these perfumes are made of? Su Jing remembered what Sister May had said before, and asked casually to the owner. Of course, these perfumes are made from a variety of flowers and spices. Each bottle is made with original handicrafts. It can be said that each bottle is unique. The shopkeeper said with a smile. You did it? Su Jing asked somewhat unexpectedly. Yes, it is. The shopkeeper nodded with a smile. This shopkeeper looks like he is in his early 20s. He is very young and has the temperament of a French girl, especially the charm when he smiles. Su Jing tried to taste and selected a few bottles. He thought that this kind of handcrafted perfume would be very expensive, but the price is very affordable, at least compared with the so-called famous brand perfumes. After paying the money, the shopkeeper helped pack it up. Are you a tourist here to visit the Louvre? The shopkeeper asked while packing. Yup. What country are you from? Daxia. In the ancient Oriental country, the Oriental Art Museum of the Louvre has many treasures from the East. The owner smiled and handed the things to Su Jing. My name is Lisa and I live opposite the Louvre. If you need help, you can come to me. This is my phone number. Lisa wrote down her number enthusiastically and handed it over. Okay, I will. Su Jing smiled and took it, and then left the small shop. Nice scenery, delicious food. After getting familiar with the surrounding situation, Su Jing returned to the hotel. As soon as he entered the door of the hotel, Su Jing saw Lisa, the owner of the perfume shop, riding a bicycle through the past, and riding to a house not far away. 28 bicycles. Su Jing couldn't help being in a daze. He really didn't expect Lisa to ride a bicycle, or this kind of bicycle. Having said that, it seems that riding a bicycle is quite common in France, and I have seen many people riding along the way. No wonder there will be a Tour de France. It's really a country that likes cycling. I went back to my room and put away the things I bought. I checked that the time was still early, so I took a shower, put on a bathrobe, and sat on the bed. I have gained a lot from this trip in the United States before, and there are still 2 chances to draw a lottery. Raffle. Jing thought about it, and the system directly started the lottery. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. A warm current followed, and the sound of the system was heard immediately. Get a reward, 21 of the Tao, escape from red smoke. The art of binding the road, Qi Yan done. This is a bit strange. Jing thought for a while and jumped down, squatting down, and slamming his hands to the ground. In an instant, the red smoke filled the room instantly, and in just a few seconds it had filled the entire room. The crimson smoke enveloped him, and his sight was completely affected and he couldn't see anything. Jing didn't expect such an effect. He came to the balcony and opened the door based on his memory. As the door opened, the red smoke gradually pulled out. After a long time, the room returned to normal. No wonder it is called red smoke escape. It is really crimson smoke. If you are not familiar with the environment, it will be difficult for the caster to escape. It is very suitable for fish in troubled waters, or with fewer enemies and more enemies. Although it is not the ability of the attack system, Jing is still very satisfied. There is another chance to draw a lottery. Draw again, this time I didn't feel the warm current. Reward, Soul Enlightening Gauntlets. Soul Awakening Handguards, props to force the soul out of the body with a thought. A red glove has appeared in Jing's hand. Leather red gloves, there is a flame pattern on the back of the hand, and there is a pattern in the flame that I don't know whether it is a skull or a ghost. After wearing it, Jing found that his fingers were exposed. You can force the soul to be removed from the body. This is very useful. If you encounter a situation where you are possessed in the future, you don't have to be so troublesome. Although the gloves are cool, they can't be worn all the time. Soon it was put away by Jing. A ghost technique, an item prop. Jing was very satisfied with both draws. Hi. Jing was about to turn around and go back from the balcony, but he seemed to hear a shout. My eyes followed the sound, and after a distance of about 10 meters, in a straight line, someone on a balcony was waving towards this side. Lisa. She said that her family lived near the Louvre and saw her cycling home just now, but she didn't expect it to be so close. I didn't expect her to be so enthusiastic, and to greet herself when she was so far away. Hi. Jing smiled and waved in response, then motioned to himself to go in. Can't you chat so far apart, right? After returning to the room, Jing sat on the bed again and began to practice. Soon, Jing could already feel the aura around him. Just to the right of Jing, the aura was extremely abundant, enough to seem to explode at any time. Before I knew it, I didn't know how long it took, and the knock on the door banged, causing Jing to wake up in a lie. Immerse your mind and adjust your breathing. That is, the direction of the Louvre. Jing subconsciously planned to avoid using instant steps, but fortunately he quickly recognized that this is Mao Yu. The Louvre, this is a great place. I miss you. Secretly murmured, Jing began to focus on adjusting his breath, and began to practice. That's right, everything in the Louvre has been through the years, and the aura contained in it is certainly not low. Mao Yu hooked Jing's neck and said loudly. Mao Yu let go of Jing, took the luggage in, closed the door and said, "You slept too late, right? I heard that France is very easy to have an affair. It might not have been last night. Arrived so fast. What time is it?" Jing said somewhat unexpectedly. He opened his eyes and found himself lying on the bed, wondering when he fell asleep, what? A figure rushed over directly. Still thinking about the knocking on the door, Jing got up and opened the door. Before Mao Yu's words were finished, Jing hugged her directly and bowed his head to kiss. The hot kiss made Mao Yu all of a sudden fall. Jing's hands had already taken off Mao Yu's clothes, and Mao Yu even untied the straps of Jing's bathrobe, leaving the bathrobe scattered on the ground. Mao Yu had forgotten how much he wanted to say when he saw him. He lay down with Su Jing, hooked Su Jing's neck with his hands, and clamped Su Jing's waist with his legs apart, and his voice quickly rang fiercely. Stand up. Happy and dripping, ask for each other. Until exhausted, the two men stopped sweating profusely. Believe it now. Su Jing smiled and said towards Mao Yu. Mao Yu nodded again and again. If he had been with others yesterday, how could he be so vigorous now? You haven't touched a woman ever since you came out of Hong Kong? Mao Yu asked with a grin, lying on Su Jing's body, not caring about the sticky sweat. Is that so? Didn't I tell you about the Cortez Hotel on the phone? It was a pleasure to meet two Yangmis when I went, and now I am working at the hotel. Su Jing said with a smile. How much you enjoy, more enjoyment than just now. Mao Yu said unconvinced. It's not the same, they are two, you are the only one. Su Jing said with a smile. Mao Yu snorted so much that he was not really angry. When I heard Su Jing's tone, I knew that this kind of thing was just for fun, and men must like to try new things, especially for men like Su Jing. And just now, Mao Yu can actually feel it. This is not just desire. This is emotional. Although it sounds very mysterious, it's nothing more than how can you still feel emotion or desire. But Mao Yu felt it, and he missed himself too. Even if he has never admitted that he is his girlfriend, but he is definitely different from others. Looking at Su Jing's day and night longing face, Mao Yu took the initiative to kiss him. What are you doing? Su Jing asked. Mao Yu didn't speak, and kissed again. Click, click. It was like a little chicken pecking rice, and it was fun, and then, there was no more. How could Su Jing let her be so presumptuous, and it didn't take long before she naturally picked up her gun and started fighting again. Oh, it's so late, the Louvre is closed. Outside the Louvre, Mao Yu complained to Su Jing and said, I blame you. Blame me? Who refused to get up? Su Jing said grimly. It was already noon when the first time was over, but the two of them couldn't help but come again, and then, came again, and that's it. Almost nothing was done for a whole day, but they came out of the hotel. As a result, the Louvre was also closed. Who made you so long? Mao said with a vigorous voice. Su Jing really wants to blame me for the long time. Do you really want to go in? Su Jing asked suddenly. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Of course. Mao Yu nodded. Come with me. Su Jing said with a smile, and left with Mao Yu. Is this going back to the hotel? Mao Yu saw Su Jing taking him back to the hotel. He thought it might be someone the hotel knew who could let them in, but he returned to the room. Lie down. Su Jing pointed to the bed. Mao Yu was stunned for a moment. Come back. You want to exhaust me to death. Only the exhausted cows don't plow the bad land. Don't get cheap and behave. Su Jing said, pulling Mao Yu to lie down, his right hand already wearing a soul enlightening handguard. What is this? What are you going to play? Mao Yu asked inexplicably. Su Jing smiled and didn't say a word, and suddenly pressed his right hand towards Mao Yu's head. Mao worried so much that she didn't panic or dodge, she trusted Su Jing. At that moment, Mao Yu felt shaking. There was a feeling of spinning around the world, and immediately after that, I saw Su Jing pulling himself up. Mao was a little confused, and then, she saw herself on the bed. What? Mao Yu was taken aback. I am, the soul is out of the body. Mao Yu looked down at himself in surprise, then looked at, self on the bed. This situation made her feel strange and surprised. You gloves. Mao Yu looked at Su Jing, who had already put the gloves away. Soul enlightening gauntlets, you can forcibly pull the soul out of the body. Don't worry, you can go back any time without any impact. Finished. Su Jing followed into the death mode. The black long trench coat style suit makes Su Jing look more elegant and mysterious. Go to the Louvre. Why? Mao Yu still wanted to ask how to go, when he saw Su Jing jumping from the window with his arms around his waist. Ah! Mao Yu yelled in horror, and then heard a click. Su Jing shook his head. Read more at hotnovel.xyz. Huxia MTL fanfiction / second element novel can be read at HotMTL novel for free. It was the first time that Mao Yu experienced this kind of soul state. She was so excited that she clearly existed but no one could discover it. His Grim Reaper mode is very special, probably because it doesn't separate the body from the soul like Mao Yu. Although there is no need to breathe, it also has some characteristics of the soul, but through walls, flying, this kind of thing can't be done. Just as Su Jing was about to pass, he saw something flashing by behind Mao Yu. The Louvre has been closed, but this closure means that it is not open to tourists, but there are still staff inside and it is not closed. What are you shouting? Don't forget that it's a soul now. Can you still jump off the building and fall to death? Su Jing smiled and teased, and went directly to the Louvre with Mao Yu. Su Jing took Mao Yu in and swaggered in under the watchful eyes of the security guard. Su Jing has settled down steadily. The two of them were in the quiet Louvre, looking at the exhibits one by one, and wandering around the exhibition halls. Mao Yu passed from the wall, watching the detour. Su Jing couldn't help but ask curiously. Mao Yu nodded again and again, which was a rare experience. The statue of Venus with the broken arm, the smile of Mona Lisa, etc., are all expensive and rare treasures. Can't you go through the wall? Now only you and me are the only ones in the whole exhibition hall. You can watch it whatever you want. Su Jing said with a smile. Su Jing, look at this. Mao Yu turned to greet Su Jing. The speed passed quickly, and Mao Yu didn't seem to notice it. What's happening? Seeing Su Jing suddenly stopped, Mao Yu asked. If you have work to do, you stay here and keep watching, and I'll be back when I go. Su Jing said to Mao Yu, and at the same time he sensed the spiritual pressure around him. Perhaps it was because the state of death was more sensitive to the spirit pressure, and Su Jing had already caught the shadow that flashed by just now. The spiritual pressure is very strong and it is moving. Su Jing hurried to chase after him. The other party seemed to, aware of him, and the speed of his movement suddenly became faster. He quickly shuttled between the walls, and then, suddenly disappeared. Ryatsu is gone. Su Jing frowned and looked around, unconsciously seeming to come to the working area inside the Louvre, which is a laboratory. There is an older woman with eyes in the laboratory who seems to be studying the mummy on the operating bed. The Ryatsu disappeared here, but there was a mummy here. Could it be that the Ryatsu just now was the dead soul of the mummy? Su Jing walked in and looked at the mummy. It's dry and skinny. Most of it is bones. It looks no different from ordinary bones. The only special thing is that it can be stored for a longer time, right? In addition to this mummy, there is also a black cloak and mask next to it. It should also have something to do with the mummy. What did you find? At this moment, Mao Yu suddenly floated behind Su Jing and asked. It should be the dead soul of this mummy, but it's hidden. Su Jing explained. The dead soul of the mummy? It sounds very special. Mao Yu said in surprise. Forget it, don't care about this, let's continue shopping, and we will talk later when we have time. Su Jing said with a smile, and followed Mao Yu out of the laboratory. There is an elevator, let's go and see where it goes. Mao Yu pulled Su Jing. Su Jing indifferently pressed the elevator to enter, and then went to the bottom floor. In the security room. Weiwei's some dozing security saw the elevator open by himself and then closed again, which made him instantly energetic and tremblingly called his companion. Have you seen it? What? Elevator. The elevator turned on and turned off by itself. Obviously there is no one, but it leads to the lowest floor. Read more at hotplnovel.xyz. Holding the monitor pointing to the elevator. Ding. When the elevator arrived, the two security guards saw that the elevator door opened and then closed again, as if something invisible was going out. The two looked at each other, and they could clearly see the cold sweat on each other's forehead, throat squirming, and the body still trembling slightly. See. Damn. Have you heard of that rumor? The ghost in the Louvre? Don't scare yourself, it may be an elevator malfunction. Jing and Mao Yu didn't know that their actions frightened the two security guards, and even got involved with the ghost of the Louvre. After coming out of the elevator, the two found out that there was a tunnel here, and there were people working here. This may be behind the Louvre, I remember it is under construction. Jing said. Let's get out from here. Mao Yu said with a smile. Jing didn't care until the two of them swaggered past the workers. The route inside was a little over and over again, with one fork in the road and one fork in the road. They didn't know where the exit was, but there was also a kind of maze exploration. A feeling of. After walking for about 20 minutes, Jing and Mao Yu saw an exit, and the other side seemed to be a corridor in a certain building. When Jing and Mao Yu came out, they saw a figure walking upstairs and passing by. It seems to be Lisa. Isn't this her home? Her home is parallel to the hotel where she lives, and it's a bit wrong from the direction and angle. This underground is almost hollowed out, right? Shaking his head, Jing didn't think much, and went out to the hotel with Mao Yu. In the room, Mao Yu took a trip to himself. After opening his eyes a moment later, the man has returned. Looking at his hands, Mao Yu could feel the surprise with him. Shen. The state of the soul before was very light, but now I can feel the sinking behind the body, as well as the feeling of solidity. The morning sun was shining, Jing and Mao Yu got up early to go shopping. Mao Yu also sprayed a little perfume that Jing bought back. The smell was great, and she liked it very much. Walk on the spacious streets and experience exotic cultures. Not to mention Mao worry, even Jing felt happy. Traveling appropriately is indeed a good choice. What happened? When I returned to the hotel, I happened to see the police car and the ambulance driving away from the direction of the Louvre. Mao Yu asked the pedestrian next to him with some curiosity. A ghost appeared in the Louvre. The pedestrian said seriously. I heard that the elevator in the Louvre moved by itself. When the security guards went to check, they saw a dark figure, and then they were attacked. I heard that the two security guards died and injured one, which would be tragic. As for the floating palace, I advise you to change your mind. After speaking, the pedestrian turned and left. The ghost of the Louvre. The elevator. Does this seem to be the two of us? Mao Yu turned his head to look at Jing. Jing nodded and shook his head. Yes, no, there are ghosts in the Louvre, and there are still a lot of them. Go up first, I'll take a look at it tonight. Jing and Mao Yu went upstairs. Unknowingly night fell. Jing entered the death mode and stood on the balcony. This time he did not jump down, but jumped towards the balcony on the right. The two balconies are separated by a distance of more than 1 meter. This distance is not difficult for Jing. With a light touch on his toe, he fell again. When I stepped on the balcony next door. Then, a balcony just jumped over. Click. Jing stopped, jumped off the balcony and entered the house. Although the light was on in the room, it seemed that there was no one. Jing looked around and planned to find the door, only to see a person squatting at the door, his head buried in his legs and shoulders shaking slightly, as if, crying silently.
Hello everyone! As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.